my lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Alley Cat, Uncle Gumbald, LB Cheeto, Rogue Stella, Chair, Lovely Heretic, Acelaces, Micah Now, Canoon, Somniostatic, Castrix, Gayfesh, Navy, Vermin Hands, Furcifer, Awkward Renegade, Comrade Cat, Pernicus, Lillian, Svetlana, Felix Rios, Neb, Morningstar, plural, Really Unfortunate, Elk Owl. Hello, my lovely, lovely imps. How's the audio sound, huh? How's the audio sound? Does it sound good? I think it sounds good, personally. Although I am picking up a very, very small bit of background noise. Let's just turn it down a little bit, and then we'll probably need to boost this here. Can you all hear me nice and clear? I'm hoping so. Crispity crunchity with notes of autumn. Really? Crispy crunchy? I don't think it's crunchy at all. It shouldn't be crunchy. It should be nice and warm, delicious audio. I reset up the mic. I moved the mic location. I can now, there is no part of my screen that is being blocked whatsoever. My voice is my voice is crunchy. Thank you. I guess that's a good thing. Yeah. I peaked a little bit when I was louder. Am I peaking now? There we go. We'll give that a little bit of a try. So this might take a little bit of tweaking. So peaking, huh? Maybe I need to adjust my limiter or whatever. I think it should sound quite good. You're all right, Acelaces. Don't worry. How am I doing? I'm doing really good. Isn't it hot in Seattle? It is fucking hot right now. It is sweat-inducingly hot. I am very warm, but I'm also very happy. I'm having a really good time fucking around with this mic this morning. So why the hoodie? I don't know, because it feels good. It looks nice. I might change it. At least I didn't have a tornado warning. True, at least I didn't have a tornado warning. Yeah, the heat's a little annoying. Look at that. Look, I'm gonna... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that little sexy hair thing. Look at that. My hair looks so good lately. I've been so happy with it. By the way, who recommended this book? Black Leopard, Red Wolf. Who recommended this? Somebody in my chat recommended this book, and I bought it, and I'm really enjoying it so far. So whoever recommended this, thank you. I can't remember. Elk Owl, thank you very much. I ordered it right away. Vermin, don't you ever have to apologize for that. I totally get it. I am quite sure that I'm dealing with long COVID because my exhaustion levels have been off the chart for like since I got COVID, but it's been not going away. So I have been extremely, extremely fatigued. So I get you. You don't gotta apologize for that. We'll hang out. I know we will. Yeah, you've been dealing with it over a year. Yeah, I've heard multiple people. I've talked to multiple people about this, and it is very difficult to deal with. So, yeah. How is the noise? Is there, like, one thing it's very hard for me to tell. Is there any, like, background noise or anything? Is my vitamin D in good levels? COVID had me stuck in home. Actually, I haven't checked my vitamin D levels. I should honestly do that. It got better after about 7 months. Yeah, I've heard that it lasts. I've heard that the average, most people have sort of long COVID at least for 6 months afterwards, which is pretty rough. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks a lot, to be completely honest, but you know, whatever. What kind of mic is this? This is a Shure SM7B. You got it. You nailed it. This was the one I have been thinking about purchasing this, I've been thinking about purchasing this mic for some time, but I'm always very you know, I'm always slow about it. I try to be really careful about buying new things. The Scarlett was actually not a mic. That was a audio interface with a built-in preamp and all that. The Scarlett was bad. I talked about that on my Patreon. Believe it or not, whenever I buy new equipment for the stream, I post about it on Patreon. That's one of the benefits that you get if you're a member of my if you're a patron of my Patreon. I talk about the behind-the-scenes stuff that I do more frequently. So, yeah. You got the email about it. Hell yeah. I'm trying to be better about that. But honestly, you know, it's hard to keep on top of everything. If this feels like the streamer equivalent to when Solid Snake talks about guns, it basically is. I've gone from being like, from knowing a lot about like, I don't know, computer pieces to knowing a lot about random stream pieces. I am not aware of that, Canoon. I did not catch that. Socialist Potato says, my dad came home yesterday. We haven't seen him for a few months due to some legal trouble at immigration, but now he's back. Yo, that's great to hear. Congratulations. Happy to hear you got to see your dad. I didn't hear about the situation in the UK with Boris being called out for lying to Parliament. By the way, if you are here, please consider slapping that motherfucking like button, because we'd love to get the likes up. The more likes we get, the more people who show up, and the more people who show up, the more fun we're going to have today, because today is going to be very audience driven. You see, I've been doing all these high organization streams, you know, the call-in stream with all kinds of people. I did a big drama mama. I did like 2 huge drama mamas recently, and I felt like having a chill day, a day where I react to stuff, a day where we dig through some Cooking Mama that we haven't gotten to watch yet, a day where maybe if we find a worthy debate, we watch the debate. Because we haven't done that in forever. We haven't done like a debate commentary in a million years. So I felt like it would be fun. Are we going to review the Imp's code? No, because we don't need to address every stupid piece of made up bullshit that random shitters on the internet throw my direction. Here's something you all should know. Something you all should know about me is that one of the internet's most popular pastimes is trying to flame me to try and get attention. It's really interesting. There's this weird thing that happens. Actually, this is a great opportunity to talk about this. There's this thing that happens on the internet where once you reach a certain level of infamy, let's put it infamy. Wait, the Vosh Deborah So debate went live. Wait, really? Vosh debated Deborah So? That's wild. Oh, actually, this is super interesting. We could talk about this. Interesting. Oh, it was on her podcast. That's really interesting. Okay. A Bill O'Reilly meme? Maybe we'll start it off with a Bill O'Reilly meme. Oh my god. Okay, that does sound funny. It was recorded for her podcast? Oh shit. That's wild. Demon Ma'am. That's cute. So anyway, what I was saying is, there's like a couple of factions on the internet that just, when they get bored, they love to try and, I don't know, find ways to cancel me. And the latest one has been one of the stupidest ones yet. It's always something really stupid. Like, they'll bend themselves backward to try and say that, like, because somebody that I know called somebody else an idiot on Twitter, that somehow I need to be responsible for that, and I'm simply not going to be. Like, I refuse to spend the time that I have on this planet dealing with a bunch of bad faith losers who make shit up and bend backwards. And also, something I want people to notice is that these people never reach out to me. They never actually try and contact me. Most of these people, they never ever even attempt to like, they never really attempt to like substantiate any of the claims. It's all just weird Twitter cancellations. And I find that very interesting because in the past, people get mad at me because I will sometimes call out other content creators when I think that they're doing something wrong. But it's funny because I do that myself. I call out people directly and I talk to them directly. In fact, I'm in fact somewhat infamous for this fact. People, even my peers, tend to get a little bit angry at me sometimes because I tend to disagree with them when I think that they're wrong. So there's this weird thing where people seem to think that I'm totally unwilling to engage with critiques, that I'm totally unwilling to, that I like, one of my favorite things is to just get other people to go critique people for me. But that literally just flies in the face of the history of my channel, and you can go watch my videos and see that for yourself. But the problem is that truth doesn't matter to people who are that motivated. It literally does not matter. Yeah, like when people get to a point that they're like accusing you of like all kinds of horrible shit without substantiating it, and they're jumping on every single opportunity they can to constantly tell you this, that, and the other thing. And even when you try to respond in good faith, there's no like actual attempt at communication. Like, I don't feel like I have an obligation to spend my precious hours of my life, the minutes and seconds that we have on this planet, dealing with every chuckle fuck who thinks that they have a grievance against me because they're mad that they can't win their internet fights. It really isn't my problem. I'm sorry, it's not my problem. It isn't my problem at all. Like, if you have a genuine issue, with my community, you know where to fucking bring it. We not only, we have an email you can email. We have mod mail you can contact. We are very open about who works on our team and who doesn't. You can reach out to me via DM. I am not a hard person to reach. But no one ever does that. And I have to wonder exactly why. Yeah. Well, I don't wonder. I know exactly why. It's because they don't actually care. It's because the current phase of the internet right now, the current phase of like Twitter, liberalism, nerd shit, is basically concern trolling. It's perpetual concern trolling. They will literally sit there, these people who, like, this faction on the internet of like the internet libs that hate my guts so bad, they will literally follow somebody who freaks out on a random individual who will run a harassment campaign against a random person they disagree with, somebody they don't even know, they don't have any beef with. They just fucking freak out and start literally calling that person all kinds of crazy names and accusing them of lying, accusing them of all kinds of stuff. And then they'll turn and look at me and go, well, somebody that you know pissed me off, and that means you should be canceled. It's fucking stupid. Yeah. No, you know, it's funny. Killjoy, we'll see about that. I don't know that I need to do that. First of all, I don't think the essay is going to ever happen. Some people in chat are referring to a specific content creator, a content creator who's like literally like a sixth of my size, but really doesn't like me and constantly tags me into stuff that doesn't have anything to do with me. But I don't really care. Yeah. If he makes it, if he pays somebody, good. He's a job creator. Congratulations. Oh yeah, he made a whole bunch of those mixed Dizzy. I know, it's stupid. I don't care to narrow it down. That's the thing. I won't remember any of these people in a year's time. Yeah. So maybe we'll see. Can confirm that I'm the most toxic person in this community, and all I do is piss people off and make everyone feel uncomfy. Nah, no, you don't, Alora. Not even a little bit. It's funny that people think that we have like the it's funny that people think we have like a super toxic community. Our community is super chill. It's fucking wild. Like our community is the chillest place on the internet. There's like 2 beefs that have ever happened with our community whatsoever. It's absolutely wild. I don't know where they get this idea. They're just mad at me. None of the people who hate others online professionally will have careers by the end of the election cycle. Well, I don't know how many of us are even going to be around by the end of the next election cycle. Okay, that's Doomer. I'm just kidding. I mean, I will say, I think I personally am very toxic to conservatives, but I hate conservatives. Conservatives actively threaten my fans. They actively threaten my family. They actively threaten me. So yeah, I'm gonna be toxic I'm gonna be a little mean. I'm gonna be a little mean. I'm gonna be a little, cause I find them a little sussy. Yeah, conservatives fucking suck. In fact, one of the cool things I've noticed about life is that since we've started making fun of conservatives more, I've been having a lot more fun. I don't know about you guys, but I personally have been having a lot more fun since we started fucking roasting the shit out of conservatives again. Like, oh, you'll be happy to hear that I've got a couple of new sounds. Get fucked. Anyway, yeah, I have no problem being mean to conservatives. I have no problem being toxic towards conservatives. And the reason is that their worldview is actively threatening the lives of every person that I know. And so, yeah, I don't have any hesitation about being a little mean. The problem is that liberals don't like it when they're told that they're being conservatives. You want me to play the whole soundboard at once while making the no bitches face?
Bazinga. Bazinga.
Smoke weed every day.
There you go. Some of them are set to interrupt the other ones, so that didn't work so well. Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed every day.
That was art. I always do art on this stream. That's just how I do. I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. I did not. Would I ever do silly media debates during a chill stream? Of course I would, if it's something that I actually do. You should get the newest meme from Looney Tunes. It's cartoon sound effect. What the hell? What do you mean? Why is this thing is wobbling too much? Hold on, I think I can fix that. Hold on, I think I can fix that. Wait. All right. There's a sound request for the board. Oh, bonk it. Wait, that's the wrong one.
Shut up! Order!
Wait, oh, I don't have the bonk on here anymore. Hold on, I need to re-add the bonk. Hold on, I need to re-add the bonk. Give me a second. I got a bonk. Where's the bonk? Is this it? That is not it. That is not it. That is the wrong one. That is loud. Ooh, there's the Johnny Test whip crack. Delete this. I have a delete this and a Baba Booey, but I do not have, where is my bonk? Here we go. There we go. Wait. There we go. There we go. See, that's a good one.
That's my wife!
Bazinga.
I keep accidentally hitting this
That's
one.
my wife you're talking about!
I should set it up so that there's a row of sounds that are my sounds, and then there's separate ones. I do have the that's my wife. My wife! That's my wife you're talking about! Listen, I do that. I unironically use that sound effect. I repeat my own quote in real life multiple times. What's this sound effect? What do we got here? What do we got here? They're comical, but I don't know if they're goofy enough. We could use an awooga. An awooga would be nice. We have circumstances where an awooga would be better than a bazinga. Oh, I could get Homestar Runner ones.
The cheat. Cheat Commandos, rock on.
See, there's so many good ones we could do. The running sound is fun, but what am I going to use it for? See, you guys have funny sounds that you think is like, you have funny sounds that you think would be funny, but they have to apply to the stream, and only I know what applies to the stream. Like, you guys think it would be funny if I sat here all day and looked directly at the camera and just went like this. See? Okay, honestly, one that would be good would be a slide whistle. If I could get a slide whistle, that would be sick. Hold on, maybe I already have one. Do I already have a slide whistle? I have the Roblox oof. We made it up. That one's a really good one, but this one's too, we haven't made that one properly yet. Hold on, let me see if we have the, I have Butterdaw on here somewhere. We have a bunch of JLP ones that somebody sent me, but I don't really like JLP that much. What's this one? We gotta hit it, Joe. Oh yeah, I do have the skull trumpet. Oh, I do have a surprise motherfucker, but I don't have, what I don't have is a slide whistle. A slide whistle would be fantastic. Okay, I will have to figure out the slide whistle. A slide whistle would be great. Could be like boop, boop, wah, wah. That'd be a good one. And you would also be good. Bum 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 boom. Brr. The fucking Family Feud or whatever noise. Bum bum ba boom boom. Or Price is Right. Price is Right. Why say Family Feud? Price is Right. Yeah. Penis music. No, penis music doesn't have a place here. Get the wem 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 from SpongeBob. Wah, wah, wah. They're all the same show. Yeah, they are basically more or less the same show. I should get the a naked grandma. A naked what? That's a good one. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. That one would get me in trouble though. That would be very problematic. You see how I said today was going to be a freeform stream? Also, isn't it weird? Yeah, I do have the imp shut up. It's this one. Oh, that's not the right one. Hold on a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My screen's breaking. Yo.
That's my wife you're talking about.
Wait. Which was the one you were asking for? Imp shut up. That's this one.
Imp shut up. Order.
Order.
Imp shut up. Order.
That's the one I have. I do have that one. I have the other one too, the longer one. I also have Spibbity Spoo on here, but it's not bound to any button yet. We need to fix so much on this screen. You know what? Oh God, there's so much shit we need to do. I need to actually use our new sub goals. I need to do I need to clean up my soundboard properly. Silence, heretic. I could do that one. Silence! Silence! I can do that myself, though. I need to do a spring cleaning. Yeah, you're right. A horrific scream. No, I don't want to give people nightmares. My stream is supposed to be chill, not nightmarish. Okay, sometimes it's nightmarish. Order! Yeah, I could do that. Is that a 40K reference? No, it isn't. It could be, but I didn't mean to. Bring back my gwirls. My gwirls. Okay, by the way, you don't want to know what movies I watched recently? I watched 2 movies recently. I watched, and both of them had the same basic theme, which is that English people are bad, and killing white people is often okay. That was the message of both of the movies that I watched. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's a joke, everyone, on this comedy stream. Please don't kill anyone ever. That was just a joke. I watched The Hateful Eight again, and I watched a film called The Nightingale. The Nightingale is a incredibly good film, but I will warn you, it is ridiculously graphic. It is shockingly graphic. It's a movie about it's a movie that takes place in Tasmania in a penal colony, and the main characters are a indigenous guide and or Aboriginal guide and an Irish woman who is an indentured servant. And oh my God, it was wild. It is a very painful film to watch, but I had a really, really good time with it anyway, and I really like it. It's called The Nightingale. Was the first movie I watched. I definitely recommend it. Just keep in mind you're gonna need an iron stomach. There's literally infanticide depicted in the film, and it's very graphic. But it is a pretty blunt look at what it looks like to live on a place where everyone except for the military is either a enemy combatant or a indentured servant. It is a really, really grim movie. It's very dark, but you get to see a lot of slavers get killed, and that always feels nice. Yes, a lot of white fella die in it. Fucking good ass. Yeah, a lot of white slavers get killed in that movie. Unfortunately, it's not like yeah, crackers, a lot of crackers. In fact, there's a part where the main character, a guy whose name is Mangana, also known as Blackbird, Mangana, like, he gives there's this moment where basically him and the Irish slave, like him and the Irish indentured student or indentured servant character, they have like a disagreement because they really distrust each other because they're both kind of like prejudiced against one another. Understandably, there's a lot of racial tension, and there's this one scene where Mangana like goes on this. He's basically just like, you don't understand why I fucking hate people like you. You don't get it. And then they get into it, and then she talks about, and then she opens up about how like she's like, no, like I'm fucking Irish. I'm not English. I'm not fucking. Don't call me English just because I'm white. And of course, like she is a racist as well, like for at least a good chunk of the movie. Like she struggles with a lot of fucking racism herself, but like one of the main parts of the movie is that they both realize that they're both colonized people, and that even though like their skin color is different, that they both have functionally a very similar experience. Anyway, it's very good. And there's a part where he's just like, you motherfucking crackers come here and steal all my shit. Anyway, it's really good. It's fucking good. But yeah, it is a very, very good movie, just very intense. Then we also watched another really intense movie called The Hateful Eight, which is a Quentin Tarantino film. Very, very good. Yeah, it's really anyway, Nightingale was very good, but again, just a warning: if you go see The Nightingale, it is fucking intense. Hi, Demon Mama. I asked before if we could talk about some stuff brought up in your VeganGains debate and or maybe other stuff related to veganism. Does now work for you? Yeah. You know what? It does. It does work for me. Do you want to, mods, can you please help Intraspecies get onto the Discord? We'll talk about it. As far as I know, from your comments, it seemed like you were really chill about it. So I'd be totally down to talk about that. Yeah, we're doing call-ins on and off today. I figured one of the fun things we could do was like unscheduled call-ins and unscheduled, I guess, debates if people want to debate or talk or whatever. I think this is going to be a positive vegan talk. So yeah, we're going to probably be doing that. Why is hell a banned word? I don't control those banned words. There's a bunch of them. It has to do, the banned words is based off of YouTube. Like we base it off the YouTube rules, so. And it doesn't block it in the actual chat. It only blocks it on the screen. That's it. Only on the screen. I actually didn't see the VeganGains debate. How bad was it? It was hilariously stupid. I didn't expect it to be as stupid as it was, but yeah. No, you guys can say whatever swears you want. It only blurs them on screen. It only does it because YouTube has been harsh about words appearing on screen. So, yeah. Now that one isn't for some reason. Why are those not blocked? That's weird. Maybe those don't count. No, I didn't. Oh my God, you fuckers. All right, let's see what we can do here. Hold on, let me get this all set up. Give me a second here. All right, we're gonna change the stream title real quick here. All right, for now we're putting it variety chill stream. do that. All right, I'm gonna go hop in real quick, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, and we'll talk. Here we go.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Test,
hello.
test, test. Can you hear me?
Yes, let me just turn you up for a bit. There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Let me just adjust this audio just a little bit. Can you give me a quick test, test, test?
Test, 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 test.
Okay. One more time.
Test, test, test.
Okay, that should be hopefully good. I'm hoping everybody that our voices. I just got a new mic, so I apologize if the audio levels are imperfect, or if you're having trouble hearing me, just please let me know. I have a lot of little tweaks to do still.
That's my wife you're talking about.
Whoops, didn't mean to press that, guys. Sorry, I just hit a sound effect. So I'm not roasting you. That was a literal accident.
Okay.
I should honestly turn those off anytime somebody comes on, but it's such a hassle to turn off my soundboard every time. So you go by Intraspecies?
Yes, that's correct.
Pronouns?
She, her.
All right. She, her. Well, welcome to the show. Happy to have you on. I saw a couple of your comments, and you seemed like you were down to have a cool conversation. So let's have it, shall we? Do you want to introduce yourself to the chat real quick? Let them know what you're all about.
Oh yeah, sure. So I run a YouTube channel by the same name, Intraspecies, and I do talk mostly about veganism, but I also like to delve into other topics, particularly like empirical and epidemiological topics. And I am working on like a trans rights series.
Hell
I just want to look into everything a bit more before I speak on it, because I think you should always make sure that when you speak about those things, you're informed. And I also enjoy
I can
talking.
certainly give you some good references and resources if you need people to bounce stuff off of, and also my DMs are open as well. So
yes, that would be awesome.
They're pseudo-open.
Actually,
they're open on Twitter, but they're not open on Discord because of If you want, we can add each other as friends after this. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, that's really cool. But there's I'm trans myself. I talk about trans issues a lot. My Discord is full of resources. So if you need any help, seriously, please come by the Discord and just let people know. I'm sure you will get a abundance of valuable resources.
Oh yeah, I would appreciate that a lot, because I think with something like this, it can be difficult to know where to even start with compiling resources. So that sounds like something I would definitely take advantage of.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles. It all depends on what you're trying to, what sorts of resources you're trying to get all in one place. If you're doing sort of a catch-all document, there's so much you can grab. If you're looking for specific types of resources, like if you're looking in building a guide on how people can get HRT or whatever, then that's a different question probably. But yeah, anyway, I'm sure we'd be able to find people who could help you with that a lot. We're really we try to be as supportive as possible to any trans advocacy project. So
yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Well, welcome. So you wanted to talk about certain issues with the conversation with VeganGains, which yeah, that was a conversation for sure. Yeah. I've had a number of I would hesitate to call them debates. I've had a number of inflammatory conversations with different self-proclaimed vegan activists at various points. I generally tend to agree with a lot of vegans' ethical claims and a lot of their reasoning for those claims, but I tend to disagree with a lot of vegans on how we go about making the world better and for animals, and how we actually accomplish convincing people of various things. So we have a lot of disagreements, and sometimes for some people that means that I'm a bad type of animal rights person, or because I don't have a whole completely meat-free diet yet, that's disqualifying. And I get that, sure, but I think that limits I think that having it be based around more or less moral policing, a almost religious type of system, I think is very off-putting to a lot of people, and I think that it stands in the way of greater accomplishments towards animal rights, animal liberation, and what we really care, or I presume that most people really care about, which is making the world a more just and accept and I guess better place for animals to live in.
And I think that because I'm also recording on my end, so I think it'd be good to I think it'd be good to make it clear from my audience that you are pretty supportive of veganism, and
Very
you think that Right. And you think, I mean, I'm assuming you think the world would be better off like vegan than like non-vegan, especially if we could account for like everyone, make sure no one's really left behind in that change.
Absolutely. Like I love animals. I think that factory farming is disgusting. I think that by and large, the way that like humanity engages with animals in the current world is beyond disgusting, but it's also been that way for a long time. I don't have any illusions about like the idea that people were better or were significantly better to animals in the past or whatever. Some societies, yes, but yeah, by and large, I'm very supportive of vegan efforts. I spend next to no time taking down vegan arguments or anything like that. The only thing that I've had this sort of repeated issue with is I get very mad at like the moral police type of vegan activism. One example that one of the debates that's like that has gotten a lot of people mad at me is I had this debate with somebody who came into my chat and was making fun of me eating because I was
the murder burger person.
The murder burger, yeah, murder burger was one of those.
I remember that.
Yeah, and it really pissed me off because I was like yeah, I get it. It's not like a vegan meal. I got a chicken sandwich from my partner who brought me it when they went out to eat. My partner isn't vegan. And I'm like sure. Is that, you know, probably not the best thing that I could have eaten? That's true. But I'm also on like hour 7 of my stream and it just so happened to be my partner brought it. Again, I don't know what benefit anybody gets from freaking out about that or making fun of that. And I also find it rude. I didn't ask for any feedback and I don't. But yeah, that's something I've found conflicted. I've bumped into a lot. But at least as far as I'm concerned, like I have been making a concerted effort for some time to drastically reduce my meat consumption and to avoid any sort of animal products that I can. It's not super easy because I have a big house of people and not everybody is on the same page with me on that. But that doesn't mean that we haven't made like a lot of progress. I eat significantly less meat than I used to, and I think that's a good thing personally, and it's something that I care about. Also, you know, I talk about on here a number of different forms of liberatory politics, and I do believe that animal liberation is one of those types of liberatory politics that I actually consider quite valuable and important.
Definitely.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's something that I appreciate a lot because I think that for myself and my audience especially, which is why I wanted to clarify your position, I think we can become very used to hearing that someone's on the left and they're not vegan and start projecting a lot of views onto them when that's not fair, because you do view animal liberation as important.
I do, very much so. I mean,
yeah.
I there's only so much. The thing that I hate to do is I hate to like try and like to sit on a stream and like be like, oh, I do this and I do that, because it always sounds like super copy and it doesn't really do anything. Like everybody has their own things that they can do, and even the most stringent vegans aren't like perfect, and they're also, and one of the things, oh god, this is one of the things that gets to me. As you probably noticed in the VeganGains argument, I'm assuming that you and your audience are familiar with that conversation. Maybe not. It got spicy pretty fast, and that's largely because I think VeganGains came in looking for a fight, and when I wasn't immediately putting up a fight, I think he assumed I was being like dishonest or something. But I was doing my best to just really honestly say the things that I believe, which is that like, I don't think it's that just telling people that they should stop eating meat because it's bad, because it's morally bad, necessarily solves anything. And the reason why I think that's the case, and one of the things that I will point to frequently is the fact that like, I mean, hell, just on my screen right now is an uncountable amount of extremely unethically produced products. The screens that I'm talking on the screens that I'm using to do my stream right now, the computer that I'm using to do my stream, these have rare earth minerals that were almost assuredly mined using child labor, which is extensively used across the world to sort of fund general capitalist products that we consume every single day. And I care about that, but I also can recognize that there's no feasible way for me to remove all products that are produced like from egregious locations from my life at a moment's notice. That's something that has to be done on a long-term basis. So and I feel very similarly about changing one's diet. I think that it's something that I've personally counted. And again, I'm trying not to, I don't want to project any of this on you because our conversation so far has been great. I just want to set out where my issues with the VeganGains one came from, which is that one thing I encounter frequently is not just directed towards me, but directed towards other people as well. This idea that like, becoming vegan is super, super easy, and that you must be stupid or illiterate or lazy or a fat American. I've heard all of it. That if you don't immediately become vegan upon recognizing that there are moral issues with meat consumption and with animal products. And I think that that's like an absurd argument, and I think it unironically alienates a lot of people from who would otherwise be very open to animal liberation, to veganism, and even to making reductions in their daily consumption of animal products or their participation in animal in animal consumption. But anyway, that's sort of a long-winded way of me saying that, like, I don't really like the way that a lot of people go around it, and I think that it fails and also discourages people. And personally, I've talked about on my stream a couple of times what my like sort of ideal solution would be if I was to be in charge of vegan activism, some of the things that I would put into place that I think would be more effective. But I being that I talk about, most of my channel is talking about, leftist politics, it irks me when I hear people on one hand, well, I don't think that VeganGains is any sort of leftist, which is, whatever. But when I talk to other leftists, it irks me to hear people say, oh yeah, like, one of the big problems we acknowledge about our society is that people have very little control over their lives, that they're living paycheck to paycheck, buying whatever they can get from the nearest store, that like food deserts are an increasing problem in America, and food deserts do not, in food deserts, you cannot get vegan products. It is incredibly difficult. Most people are, who live in food deserts buy pre-made food, like frozen food, that those are not vegan at all. And I think telling somebody like that, which is a lot of people in America, that like, oh, you're just stupid because you don't know how to cook or whatever, I think that's really insensitive. Yeah.
Yeah,
and also
I mean,
fails.
I definitely think that personally, I tend to have a little bit more empathy for non-vegans, certain non-vegans, than maybe some of what you've seen. And that's like conditional. Like if it's someone who's like non-vegan and you're like, well, would you be okay with like killing humans, like stabbing them in the throat? Like, yeah, I don't care about other humans. Like, I'm not gonna have much empathy for that person. But I also understand that like some people are maybe not aware, they haven't thought about it, especially because we're sort of born into a society that conditions you to actively like not think about this issue.
Meat,
and I think
like meat culture is obscene in America. It is, especially like it gets worse in like certain areas of America, like in Texas. Like there is, in some of the places I've been in Texas, there is like literally open and active like anti-vegan agitation at every corner. You go into you go into a shop and it's like they've got their beef jerky wall, their barbecue sauce wall, and then they have a wall of like anti-vegetarian meme shirts. I'm not kidding you. It's very silly. Like, so some places there's like a ridiculous level of meat culture. But in America in general,
definitely.
like, there's a lot of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to take over.
No, it's okay. And I think maybe for the purposes of our discussion, we can maybe talk about, like, the expectation, or I guess the morality, or obligation or whatever, for people to go vegan whom we can both agree have, like, the access or the accessibility to go vegan, the resources.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. And I know you had concerns sort of with like how everything basically is produced unethically, right?
I mean, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say everything. Okay, if we want to go full on like Marxist here, yes, I would argue that everything in our current system is produced with some degree of unethicality, because every single product produced under the commodity form is reliant on an incredible lattice of exploitation. And so in that way, yes. I do.
Maybe we can say at least most products.
Yeah, then. I would say most products, and I think some are more egregious than others. Like obviously, I think that like our reliance on phones and computers means that the vast majority of people in this society are literally dependent on a product that uses metals that are so rare that unironically we're boring huge holes in the earth just to get what we can. And like those are really unethical. Not only just they're bad for animals, they're bad for the planet's environment in total, and they also tend to lean on the most exploitative forms of child labor we've seen in the world. But yes, by and large, I think that there are some, I think a lot of products are produced unethically, and that we have to, think about that, but also keep in mind what we're contending against and how we solve the underlying problems there.
Right, like the problems associated with like the production of those things. Like, how do we best address the people whom we're concerned about, or like the
Yeah,
victims of
exactly.
that production? Yeah, definitely. Um, so when you talk about how a lot of these things are produced unethically, just to make sure I'm clear in your position, how does that specifically relate to like whether or not people should go vegan? Just to make sure I'm clear.
Oh, because I don't think that like a consumer focus or consumer activism is generally, and I say this generally because there are, I think, certain circumstances where this isn't the same, but is like generally effective, nor does it make for a coherent moral argument. I think that if we're going to make like I think that morals are in a lot of ways very arbitrary, but I think that if people are going to try and make moral claims that are like this is a good or bad thing, that generally they should be coherent and understandable, and most of all useful. For example, I grew up super Christian. And in the Christian worldview, everybody is a sinner. You're a sinner from the moment that you're born. Everybody's a sinner. And the only real use that this worldview has for morality is to distinguish you between being a Christian and not being a Christian. Being a sinner and being morally wrong doesn't actually have any real like meaningful impact or guidance. It exists to pressure people to fall into a overarching religion. In a lot of cases. And so I find that if you have a moral definition that would make everyone in the world guilty, that doesn't really work well. I mean, you can make that claim, but I don't know that it's going to help anyone actually fix the problem, and I don't think that it's going to actually meaningfully communicate. Like, it's not going to make sense to other people, nor is it going to be actionable by anybody, which at that point, are you really even building a moral at all? Are you building anything that is actually able to impact. Sorry, there's a fly that just flew in through the window. I'm trying to get it to go away. But is that moral structure actually serving to guide anyone in any direction, or is it just serving to sort of create a miasma of guilt? And so when I say that like people should or shouldn't go vegan, I think that if it's possible for you to reasonably cut something like a bad product out of your life, you should do so. And I think that the pressure is especially good, or is definitely there when it comes to food consumption, especially if you're living from a position of some sort of privilege. However,
Okay.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry, I'll follow up on this after that. I've already talked.
Okay, so so to be clear, you hold the position that those who can go vegan should go vegan?
Yeah, I think that it's generally a good idea. I guess that sometimes this comes down to, I've heard this argument. There's like an argument come down to whether whether you believe it's morally obligatory or morally supererogatory, I think is the term that I've used. I don't really use this sort of philosophy terminology very frequently. But
Okay.
the way that I would talk about it is I would say that I don't think that people are bad if they don't go vegan, but I think that it is a good thing to go vegan. And this would be, I sometimes will draw a parallel to like an average person in like living in the South. You know what I mean? Because often comparisons to slavery come up. And so if you talk about the average person living in the South, it would be basically impossible for them to boycott all things that were the product of slavery. They literally live in towns that are kept alive because of slave plantations. Everything in their town might be produced on a slave plantation, and it might not be possible for them to get anything anywhere else. And so it'd be a great thing for them if they were able to find a way. If you can find a way, if there's some way that they can do it, that they can get that stuff out and not support those, that's a good thing. That is a very good thing. But I wouldn't condemn somebody for finding themselves in that situation and not being able to make that decision, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, and that actually echoes the sentiments of a lot of vegans from what I've seen.
Yeah.
And so I think when we go back to this idea of like, you know, pretty much everything we purchase will be produced through unethical means. If I remember correctly from your debate with VeganGains, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because it's like been a while since I watched it,
It's
but
fine.
Was the point that you were making in that debate that everything we produce is, or everything we purchase is produced through unethical means? So the precedent that like vegans are setting by calling for people to boycott meat or other animal products would sort of have the consequence of placing that same expectation on boycotting pretty much everything else?
I would say that it's less okay in that particular on that particular subject. It's less about calling for the boycott and more about how the boycott is called for. I don't think condemning people as a murderer or implying that they support cannibalism is a rational response to somebody going, I am not convinced about this thing. I'm not ready to do this thing. If like okay. When it comes to the like consumer boycotts, I'm of a couple of thoughts about it, which is the first thing is I do think that consumer boycotts tend to be very ineffective, meaning that or I should say effective only in certain directions. A consumer boycott can basically only generate a sort of weak pressure towards alternative products. If your approach to fixing meat consumption is to basically challenge it on the level of like individual grocery stores or voting with your wallet, you're only ever going to be able to generate an alternative product at best. And I think that there has been some victory on that front. And that is a good thing. I think it's great that there are more vegan products, for example, and I think it's good. But I don't think that there's been, and I could be wrong about this, but to my knowledge, there has not been a significant dent in the actual consumption of meat since like the vegan movement started having some wins with regard to like vegan products. Instead,
is it okay if I get clarification real quick? I just want to make sure I'm following.
Please, absolutely,
okay.
Of course, yeah.
All right, so when you're talking about like, oh, everything we purchase is produced through unethical means, the point that you're trying to get at there is really about the efficacy of individual boycotts.
Yes, precisely. Okay. It's the efficacy of individual boycotts, and it is to oppose the idea that there is value in moral condemnation of people who aren't currently or don't participate in a boycott.
Okay, and what's informing your view that individual boycotts are ineffective?
There's a number of things that inform that I would say that I would go towards that. The first of which was what I was saying there, which is that to my knowledge, there has not been like a significant impact to meat consumption, even with the rise of the vegan movement and the successes of the vegan movement. There have been a sort of setup for alternative vegan products to exist, and I think that's good. That's very good for vegans, for already existing vegans, and it does make it easier for people to become vegan in the future because there's alternative products. However, a lot of those vegan products are produced by the exact same people who are the parent companies, I should say, that are involved in animal exploitation. And so I don't really know how much of a victory towards the actual goal, which is of course ending the suffering of animals, and ending the imprisonment and mass farming of animals. That I don't know how far that's actually gone. And I think this is something that happens frequently with consumer boycotts. Consumer boycotts are, at least from what I've read, relatively highly criticized among anti-capitalist and anti-corporate organizing because they are so indirect, because there are so many ways for a company to just go, okay, well, we're just going to make an alternative product and sell it, and we're just going to play both sides of the war, so to say. So while I think there is some things that can come from it, I think that we have to be realistic about what can be accomplished with individual boycotts, and I don't think that should be the focus of advocacy. That's usually what I'm talking about when I'm talking about that.
All right, I'm also going to turn my mic sensitivity down real quick because I can see it picking up on my typing. So
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine.
There
I
we
mean, a
go.
little bit of typing sounds is fine. Yeah.
Okay, I was just like writing down the points so I can make sure that I can adjust them properly or
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely. No, that's really cool. Thank you.
Yeah, because I forget and I'm a little nervous to be on the stream, so I just want to make sure that everything's cool. All right, so when you're talking about why you view individual boycotts as ineffective,
Mhm.
one of the points you brought up is that you don't think that there's been a significant impact on meat consumption. Is
Mhm.
that just you like not being convinced that that's happened, or have you looked at like specific data regarding meat consumption and then you were like, okay, yeah, so looking at this data, it looks like meat consumption hasn't actually gone down or whatever.
Yeah, and of course, my info may be out of date, and I'm perfectly willing to be corrected on that. But the last time I was reading on this and reading like studies and whatnot, it seems like there's been pretty steady meat consumption in the U.S. All across the board, and factory farming is again pretty steady, at least last I checked. Now I could be wrong. There could be new information that's come out. Studies are apt to change, but the last I was reading on this, and the last I like did like a big research onto this, which admittedly was a while ago when I was doing more like initial research for my positions on veganism. Yeah, I wasn't aware that, at least as far as I know, there has not been a significant decrease to meat consumption. Now, again, I could be wrong, but
Okay, I mean, I've actually seen similar data that's indicated that like per capita meat consumption has gone up. And I
Mhm.
think that looking at that figure can be pretty disheartening when we're trying to like argue that like individual action is effective against the meat industry. But
Yeah.
I think one thing that's important to consider when we're looking at data like that is that it can both be possible that per capita meat consumption is going up and also that veganism could be having some sort of impact. Like the increase in meat consumption doesn't necessarily negate the effectiveness of veganism. And the reason
Yeah.
for that is because it's totally possible that without veganism, it could have been worse, right? Like it could
That's
be
definitely
going up.
possible. Right.
Sorry, what was that?
No, that's definitely something that's possible.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but
Um,
but like again, it's really, this is why I tend to focus like my thoughts on veganism are again, I don't find the angle of the boycott again, and this is not only just because of only meat. This is me saying other industries where consumer boycotts have done nothing. There's a number of industries where there's just no incentive whatsoever to respond to consumer boycotts. I mean, entertainment is one of the best of these, where it's like a consumer boycott at best might result in them shifting around a couple of scenes in a movie at best, and then nothing changes. So a lot of these very entrenched industries, they tell you to vote with your wallet because they know that the votes are going to go to their bank account no matter what, more or less. If you're voting with your wallet and choosing the alternative product made by one of their subsidiaries or even their competitors, it doesn't matter because their industry is still moving forward. So when I tend to talk about like what I think is good, what I think is a good approach is I think basically a intense culture war is required, and one that isn't fixated on morality, but one that's fixated on like material change. How do we address the things that are standing in the way of people becoming vegans? Because the truth is, I think a lot of people like animals. I think a lot of people would feel better if they weren't eating as much meat, or if they weren't participating in animal consumption to the greatest degree. But I just think that most people, they either aren't convinced, or the bar to entry is too high for them to make that jump, especially in our extremely time let's just say what's the right word here, time deficient society, where more and more people are jumping between multiple gig jobs, running Lyft, Uber, whatever. That's like an increasing amount of the workforce is working working multiple jobs. So they might not even have a lot of control over their diet to begin with. They're probably not cooking food for themselves. They're probably buying from fast food places,
I would definitely agree with the sentiment that we should make accessibility to a healthy vegan or plant-based diet like more of a possibility for people.
Mhm.
And in a perfect world, I think we would redirect subsidies from animal agriculture towards like plant agriculture and create that option for people.
Mhm.
And I think on the topic of, you know, a lot of these meat companies producing the meat alternatives,
Mhm.
that's actually interestingly a very contentious topic within even vegan communities, is whether it's
Yeah.
okay to buy those things. And for me, I guess I'm just not convinced that buying the vegan products from these companies necessarily goes into support for the meat products. And further, that the idea that people are buying meat alternatives, I think I'm a little bit unclear as to how the idea of buying meat alternatives establishes the idea that individual boycott is like ineffective.
Sorry. Can you repeat that last bit again?
Yeah, I'm a little bit unclear on the connection between people purchasing meat products like or meat alternatives, excuse me, and individual action being ineffective.
Oh, I mean, that's just a personal call for me. I don't think that like uh, a, a movement, in which, or I should say, I guess it depends on the activist coming at me. Like, if, I would say it is applaudable that like most grocery stores now have vegetarian and vegan sections. That's good. I think that's a win. I don't know if that is if it's a win that's big enough for me to say this is like a huge success, because I can just as much imagine
Oh,
10 years from now, all like if we continue having the sort of the sort of economic downturn that we're in, which I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon, I could just as much see grocery stores just ditching their vegan departments entirely. In fact, I've already started to see it. Some stores that previously had robust vegan departments are ditching them now because it's inconvenient. And like,
okay.
so
So
yeah,
sorry, is it okay if I jump in real quick?
please. Yeah.
Okay, I just because like I think I you know got clarity on what you're saying. I just want to make sure before the thought
Mhm.
loses my or escapes my mind. So
Yeah.
when you're talking about like meat alternatives, is the point you're making with that it's not that people buying meat alternatives like in and of itself makes individual boycott inaccessible. It's that you're saying I think um the only real progress we're seeing with veganism is the introduction of meat alternatives. And you don't think that this, in and of itself, is enough evidence that veganism is having the impact that we want?
Yes. I think that's
Okay,
more
okay,
accurate. I wouldn't say it's the only victory, but I would say it is the biggest one. It's kind of like,
okay.
in fact, it's funny. This we usually never get to this type of. I never usually get to talk about this sort of thing, with people because it usually gets angry. I'm very happy that we've been able to have a great conversation about this so
Me
far.
too.
But like, I make similar critiques on other issues that are just as important to me. For example, I talk about like the corporatization of pride events and how a lot of times when there's a huge push for a genuinely good like moral cause, a lot of the result is we get sort of appeasements. So you get things like, oh well, you know, Visa and Coca-Cola put their floats in a pride parade, and I'm like, okay, does that really is that a good thing? That's great. I'm glad to see that some corporations are willing to show up at a pride parade and they're not ashamed to be seen around gay people anymore. But that's a pretty low bar. And also, what is it actually accomplishing? They're advertising in our event now. Who's making money from that? Oh, well, they are. And they're just kind of now stealing the zeitgeist to, I don't know, make a little more money for Coca-Cola. And those sort of things are like, well, yeah, it's a good thing, but is this really what we're aiming to do? And I think that a lot of times, and I don't think this is just with veganism either. I think this is with almost every like consumer focused activism that doesn't like take the step further to take a look at like how capitalism and consumerism operates as a system. I think that they get hung up on this. There's stuff like a great example is like, God, I'm trying to think of the name of the company. Like a shoe company. There's like a shoe company where it's just like, okay, so they have a problem with like slave labor being used for shoes, so they made a no slave labor shoe company, and that's great. That's really good that there's no slave labor using in that shoe. The company, of course, is still capitalist. They're still buying some of their supplies from supply lines that are using slave labor, but they're not using slave labor to make the shoes anymore. And it's like, okay, well, that's a step up, but have we really succeeded by making this sort of offshoot product that now everybody just goes and buys that product and then they're turning their brain off to the larger issue? And I just don't think I don't think it succeeds. When I think about, and I've had a lot of conversations about veganism, both online and offline. In fact, it's funny because right in the same week that I had that murder burger conversation, I had a conversation where I was arguing very vehemently in favor of animal liberation and towards people becoming vegan. And the reason for that is because I think that the general arguments that are put forward by vegans and by animal liberation people is fucking rock solid. It's just there's a lot of I have a lot of disagreement about how we go about making the world better. And I think some people interpret that as me being like, I don't know, this is one of the things that I get irked when I get a little ranty about vegans, is because it seems like it happens with vegans the most frequently, where if I say, you know, I don't know that like drilling down on every person you talk to and quizzing them about stuff that's very personal to them is like the way to do it. And I get a lot of pushback on that. So here we are. Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting to think about you also having experience with arguing against the same people that probably myself and other vegans argue against.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So you understand our pain a little bit.
For sure. And I mean, I like, there's a lot of like arguments that people use that are just, in my opinion, really, really bad. And I think that some of them even, or at least sometimes take the shape of an argument that I'm going for when I talk about people being like, hey, like we live in a society where meat consumption is a big deal. I think a lot of people who come into the vegan debate make the argument that, oh, well, everybody's doing it, so that means it's okay. Whereas I'm not, I don't give a shit about what people are doing. Obviously, I think slavery was bad, even when it was, even when everybody was doing slavery. I think that it's easy to come to that conclusion. However, what I tend to talk about is like, well, what's the difference between a person who is trapped in a society where everything is produced by slavery versus somebody who's actively like running a slave plantation? Those are two different experiences. And I think that our moral anger should be set on the people who are causing the most harm and the people who are most morally culpable, and not the people who are sort of dealing with the fallout of it.
Like I definitely think that between like the CEO of Tyson and like someone who like bought like some McDonald's, like the anger should be focused, or we should be more angry with like the Tyson CEO.
I think we should be like considerably more so. Like I look at stuff like there was a tweet yesterday because it was Earth Day yesterday. So there was a tweet that went out yesterday from, I think it was the Sunrise Movement. Is that the one? Sunrise Movement? I can't remember. They're they're big anti-climate change movement. And they put out a tweet. They were like 90 companies are responsible for 60% of the world's global emissions in the last 200 years.
I think is it the 100 companies are responsible for 71% of greenhouse gas emissions?
There you go. There's various permutations of that number, like what the slogan is, and it's that sort of thing. Yeah.
I'm actually familiar with that report, and a lot of what it's saying is that those emissions can be traced back to 100 companies, not necessarily that they're emitting them. So like Exxon was one of the companies, and so if someone filled their car up at a gas station at Exxon and then drove it and they created those emissions were attributed to ExxonMobil. Another important thing to consider with that report is it actually excluded the agricultural sector, so it like completely excluded like animal agriculture.
Which I imagine would make the number of responsible parties actually probably smaller. So but I mean, I take this approach with climate change. Like I unironically believe that like we should, like the amount of societal ire that should be directed at the people at the top of these companies and even the people in the top leadership of these companies should be significantly higher. And I think that like that there are I don't just mean like go knock at this person's door and yell at them, like, although I mean, you know, it's you know, these people are people. They own these companies and they make these decisions to kill our planet. But no, I generally think that there's like the way that we have to deal with that is by not playing the game by their rules at all, and by being incredibly aggressive in our organization and prescriptions. For example,
Also,
go
sorry.
ahead. No, please go ahead.
There was a point we were touching upon earlier, where you were talking about, again, like the efficacy of individual action, because I feel like that's pretty pivotal to the discussion of like whether people should go vegan.
Yeah.
It sounded, were you saying that like a lot of what we're seeing in response to veganism is just like appeasement, like companies just sort of being like, oh yeah, we like veganism, here's like some vegan chicken burgers, but that this isn't necessarily translating into outcomes that would show like a tangible positive impact of veganism towards the individuals that we're seeking to help, like the animals?
Yeah, I think that that's one of the big issues that I have, is that I do think that there's a lot of that goes on. And again, this is not unique to veganism. I think that there is a lot of containment or what's the word? It's called there's a term that people use. It's called recuperation. And this is something that's used in all kinds of activist spaces, a term that's used for when the sort of target of the reformative efforts basically takes over the reformative effort, or at least makes themselves a part of it. So you see this kind of thing like when like organic stuff. There's a big push for organic stuff, and then all of a sudden you've got Nabisco organic Ritz, and you're like, okay, so now they're pretending they care about GMO while simultaneously selling GMO products, and then at a 50-cent markup selling an organic product. They're just making money by recuperating the movement itself and pretending that they're a part of it while not actually fundamentally making any changes, you know? I think that's a huge risk. It's just something that is like it's one of the fundamental like issues that like leftists grapple with in looking at capitalism, because capitalism is so good at recuperating genuinely radical movements and turning them into non-radical movements or wastes of time. I mean, there's all kinds of examples of this. You don't even have to go to veganism. So I am concerned about those sorts of things, and I do think it happens sometimes. I think in the murder burger argument, I may have at one point said that like vegans like you will be clapping as your skin melts off from a melting planet because you got a new flavor of fucking vegan Ben and Jerry's, and like that's a very mean way of putting it. And I try to not get that angry most of the time, but like sometimes I do feel that way, where I'm like, I've had literal hours of conversations about whether or not me or other people are doing enough to reduce meat or to not eat meat, and whether it's easier or not. And I've had next to no conversations about like, how do we actually effectively help people who are struggling to become vegan but otherwise want to be, because I think there's more people like that. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I definitely understand the concern with like companies sort of co-opting social justice movements and using it to like continue making profit. But I feel like the idea of like meat companies exploiting veganism to provide meat alternatives can coexist with the idea that veganism is still having a tangible impact. Especially, are you familiar with the paper called Against the Inefficacy Objection that sort of goes over this?
No, not immediately.
Okay. I have a breakdown of it at some point. I could probably send you if you're super interested. But it tackles the empirical issue of like individual action, because that is a contention a lot of people have, is like, I'm one person, how could I possibly have an impact on these large corporations? Yeah. And it goes over ideas pertaining to things like threshold purchases, which basically refers to like a grocery store will order a refill of chickens or whatever once the 40th chicken is purchased, and how this can have impacts down the line of production that has like a probabilistic chance of someone actually having a tangible impact. And they provide calculations like over someone's entire lifetime, if they consume the average amount of chicken, they'll have through their threshold purchases been responsible for like X number of chicken deaths and things like that. It is super interesting because I wasn't even aware that data existed on this.
Yeah, that's one
but
of the
it
things
does.
that I run into a lot is that when I point out that while like for the record, I don't think that there's no efficacy in consumer boycotts. Obviously, I think that there is some, but I think it's very hard for the first of all for the average person to parse that, and secondly, I think that a lot of systems are very resilient to that sort of thing at this point. But that sort of data is very helpful towards that end. Even though I do still think it falls into the problem of like, how do we make that make sense to the people who are like only who aren't super motivated to do, you know, to stop eating meat, but that would do so if it was easier. You know what I mean? Like bringing it to somebody who's like, hey, like I want to stop eating meat, but like I have this dietary issue and it's a big headache to try and learn a whole bunch of new recipes. What should I do? You can't exactly break out like the statistics of like what the likelihood of you adding to like directly to a death of an animal is. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to them, which is fine. I mean, again, there's all kinds of things like that. I mean, there's all kinds of interesting bits of data that aren't as helpful as they could be in advocacy. I just, yeah. What I should say is that I'm not I'm not opposed to people taking consumer action. I think consumer action can have value. I just don't think it's going to solve the problem. And I don't think that making a moral issue out of people's like participation in a consumer boycott is the best approach, personally.
So
Yeah, that
I
makes sense.
feel like I take sort of a similar position, which is that like practically, if we're looking at how things are implemented in the real world, we're probably not going to get to a point where enough people go vegan such that we can like abolish these industries. I think the
Yeah.
actual abolition of these industries probably has to come from like government or whatever. But I do think that, or it's my intuition that we can still go vegan in the meantime and sort of mitigate this issue as much as we possibly can. And I feel like there's a pretty strong imperative to do that when you actually consider what the issue is. Because first of all, I'm sure you're aware, like these animals are treated pretty horrifically,
Yes,
but
I
also
agree.
it happens on like a huge scale. Like we're slaughtering over 100 billion animals every single year. And that's pretty close to the amount of humans that have ever existed on Earth. So I feel like if there ever were an issue that we should address via our choices, it's probably that. And I don't, I'm not saying you're saying this, but just
I think the argument can be made pretty. I mean, I think a strong argument can be made. I mean, again, that's where I was. You know, I started thinking about veganism years ago, and you know, there's been various times where I've completely eliminated meat, and then you know, maybe it came back, or you know, maybe I end up eating it again for whatever reason. But yeah, no, I think you're right on that. I think that like there is a heavy imperative. I think that the way that we mistreat animals is horrible. I don't know if it's like the most important. I don't know if you can ever determine what the most important issue is. I mean, it's really hard to contend with what forms of suffering on the planet are like the most important. But I do agree with you that it's very important. And
I can elaborate on that if you're interested.
please, yeah.
Sure. So I think there's two things that are informing my decision, which is first the scale, and second the type of suffering and oppression that we see. Like I mentioned before, we're slaughtering. When you factor marine life into it, we're slaughtering like more animals in a single year than there have ever been humans to walk the earth in the history of our species. And I can provide you with the sources for that if you're interested.
No,
that's very.
I believe you. I believe you 100%.
Oh, okay.
Sources are always helpful, but I don't doubt you even a little bit. Like,
okay.
yeah, the scale of like animal farming. I mean, again, like I have not shied away from confronting like how chicken production is done. You know what I mean? Where there's just like a grinding machine, and like I don't disagree with you on. I believe your stats 100%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And so it's like one thing is the scale, like, you know, all of these animals. And then this is also compounded by the fact that you have to consider what exactly it is that they're enduring. So pigs, for instance, killed in gas chambers, baby chicks ground up alive in the egg industry, mother cows impregnated over and over and over. So it's like the fact that we have such a huge scale of these animals that in numbers alone far outpaces anything human related. And then in addition to this, it's like also the just sheer amount of horrific and violent suffering that they're enduring. And I'm not saying this, of course, to argue that like, oh, well, what humans go through is like unimportant or whatever, because I think we should be concerned about human rights, and that just because animal agriculture is so significant doesn't suddenly invalidate human rights issues. The only point I'm making with this is that when we're determining what sorts of products we should or should not purchase, obviously you have to consider the ethicality of purchasing those things, what the ramifications are, who the victims are, how those victims are being treated. And then numbers and type of suffering is obviously going to inform this. So if there ever was like an industry that serves as a very, very clear starting point in terms of like what we should boycott, it's probably the one that's like actively torturing over 100 billion animals every single year.
Well, see, that's where this is one area where I think that it the argument generally goes further than a boycott, because I agree with you that this is atrocious, but I also think that if we're going to be real about how atrocious it is, the action required is significantly more than a boycott.
Oh,
And,
yeah, definitely.
like, I mean,
definitely.
a lot more. And I am not going to drop any names of organizations that might be out there doing interesting things, but there is an interesting, there's an interesting cartoon character, and he shares a name with an organization that did some pretty extreme stuff back in the day. You might have heard he's an alien from outer space. His name's Alf. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
there's been some, well, let's call it ecological trolling. But eco trolling. But I mean, the thing is, like, I do think that there's like a genuine, like, I think it goes beyond like the need to just boycott. But the reason why I think about that is like, I don't know, like, I do think that the average person, a boycott is good. Again, I'm not in disagreement. I don't think that people should not become vegan. I just don't know. I don't find the moral argument convincing generally. Because I when I look at like, okay, so what are my actual alternatives here? What are my options? What are the things that I'm looking at that I need to think about to this level of depth? And you run into a lot of obstacles to that, but I don't think those shouldn't be overcome. I just, again, this conversation that I've had usually gets hung up in like whether or not it's whether or not somebody's moral, or whether you're good or a hypocrite or whatever. I don't really care about any of that. What I care about is how do we fix the problem? How do we meaningfully, if I'm going to be telling people to do something with their time and effort, I want it to be as efficacious as possible. I don't know. Personally, I don't know how I feel about like the idea that the government is ever going to do anything about the meat industry.
I think that's. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say that, like, because I think that the government at the moment supports the meat industry, and I don't know how we fix that outside of extremely aggressive forms of activism that are focused on the politicians who are backing these, and the companies that are lobbying politicians in that way. And I don't know if America's at that point yet. I don't know if, like,
I'm not sure either how, or like whether the government would ever take like meaningful action against the meat industry. But when I consider that in relation to the idea of like individual action, well, as a first point, I'm not convinced that like establishes in any way that like individual action is somehow like ineffective or whatever. And I feel like in some respects it could even be in like an argument in favor of individual action, because it's like if the government won't take measures to dismantle the meat industry, then we should do what we can to mitigate the issue as much as possible, if that's like our only option, right?
Yeah, I should be clear and distinguish what I mean when I say individual action. When I say, I mean, everything is individual action at the end of the day, because people have to do things for anything to accomplish. The government is made of individuals who make decisions.
Yeah, that's true.
Et cetera, et cetera. But what I mean when I'm generally talking about individual action, I'm talking about actions that don't necessarily have any connection to anybody else doing the thing. Like for example, personally choosing to abstain from meat. While you stop putting your money into that industry, you stopping doesn't necessarily stop anybody else, and it doesn't necessarily stop the production of that product. So that's what I talk about when I'm talking about individual action.
Right.
Which
Okay.
I think is different, because I do think that, like, obviously what I would advocate would require individuals to take action, but I think that there are types of actions that aren't like individually focused. For example, the one I always bring up, my sort of go-to thing that I would do if I had a fuckload of money, which is get together a group of researchers to basically go around America and figure out what the most popular dishes all over America are. Find out get a bunch of cooks together who are good vegan cooks. Figure out a sort of like a sweet spot between how flavorful you can make it, how realistic to the original dish you can make it, and how and to make it as affordable with the cheapest and most easily accessible stuff available. Pick all of America's favorite dishes, make a cookbook or a website that has all those things, 100% free and open source sort of shit. Get that out there and just get that shit out as far as you can, so that tons of people can say, oh my God, I can make a X meal at home. I can make a pasta at home that's vegan, that's cheaper than what I would have bought before, healthier for me, and doesn't hurt any animals. Like that, to me, that is not it's an individual would have to undertake the beginning of that project, but the goal is to provide a tool that's designed for collective use, a tool that's it's not just one person removing their peg from the board. It's one person doing an action that is with the express purpose of getting lots of people to remove their peg from the board.
Okay. I think that is an interesting. I think you brought up a similar point in one of your other veganism discussions, and I did have points to bring up in response to that. But I think right now I'm sort of interested again in how you're defining individual action, because I feel like personally the relevant thing isn't whether our choice to not consume meats would like have an impact on other people's choices to not consume meats or like resolve the issue. I think what we should look at is like the outcome of our choices and sort of use that to inform what our choices should be. So in the case of something like meat consumption, I think when we consider the data, like the inefficacy objection paper, for instance, we have a reason to believe that there's a probabilistic chance that even as individuals, we'd have a tangible impact on the amount of animals being killed. And if we sort of expand this to like a lot of individuals, like a collective of individuals, like a lot of people choosing not to consume meats, I think it's difficult to argue that that also wouldn't have a meaningful impact on meat production, because the product in this case is the victim. It is what we're taking issue with. So if that product isn't produced, then there's fewer victims to experience that suffering.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's by and large true. I don't know how that holds up in the like broader scale, and I don't know that it really necessarily matters all that much. I do think that, like, I mean, there's a problem that we run into with like actually I guess multiple industries, like I said, where yeah, if you take your peg off the board, you're buying something that's like an animal that would have died, but how many more people are being added to the board when you step out? You know what I mean? So like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, at least from my perspective, every single day there is a number of we all make choices every single day, right? We choose where we get coffee, we choose all these things. There is a vast plethora of decisions that we can make, of moral decisions that we're engaging with. And while I do think it's good to pull your peg off the board, to no longer participate in that, that I think that's a perfectly fine thing. I just, at the end of the day, I don't think it's a moral requirement. I don't think it's imperative, and I think that's true for a lot of things. Personally,
can I clarify something real quick?
Sure.
So if it was the case that an individual refraining from participating in these industries did have like an actual impact on the amount of animals being killed, would you also maintain this position that like people still shouldn't be expected to not participate in them?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And the reason for that is that, I mean, there's all kinds of other products that are like that right now. We have and ones that are I would argue are more directly impactful, where your purchase is a statistically significantly larger one. For example, choosing not to buy phones that are produced in what's it called, Foxconn, Apple's factories that are known for having suicide nets outside because the work conditions are so bad that literal children kill themselves by jumping out of the factory. And like this is a known, like, not buying an iPhone statistically by the number of iPhones in the world is, you're probably having a bigger impact on that outcome than you would. But I don't think I would ever spend any time telling people not to buy iPhones. And
Okay.
even though I think that some good could come from it, and that's because, again, I think, and maybe this would change if we lived in a system that was a little bit different. If we lived in a system where there was less alienation between, the buyer and the product, but at the moment, everyone is alienated from everything. None of us have any real say in any of this production. The way that we have to look at this, the way that we have to look at how we stop bad things from happening, has to be more than voting with our wallet, in my opinion. I don't think that voting with our wallet is like a thing that I don't really hold anybody's consumer decisions outside of, like, I don't know, if you're going out of your way to commission something bad to happen, sure. But I just don't think that you can draw that comparison between even purchasing meat. I think there's a lot of decisions that are bad, that are functionally buying something bad, but that aren't actually like contributing to the moral calculation going on there, or at least a moral calculation. It pushes the point of the moral calculation, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this touches upon the idea that there's a distinction to be drawn between like unethical production and unethical consumption, because something being produced unethically in and of itself, I don't think entails the idea that it's therefore unethical to purchase it, right?
Right.
And so I think instead what we have to look at, one of the things at least, would be like the outcome of our actions. Do we have a reason to believe that in not purchasing these things, it would actually have the outcome that we're looking for? Like in the case of meat, would it have the outcome of reducing the amount of animals being killed or tortured? In the case of like the iPhones, do we have a reason to believe that not purchasing an iPhone would reduce the amount of people living in like these bad conditions, experiencing these things?
I mean, and the thing is, though, I think that answer is yes for a lot of products, for a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I could say that you could come to the conclusion that it would be beneficial in some way, in some maybe even tangible way. I mean, hell, we all know what like reduction of even a few cars on roads can do to pollution levels and noise pollution levels, rate of accidents, but we're kind of stuck with a world full of cars until we figure out how to undermine the need for the cars. Because the problem is that even though it's a terrible decision to climb into your car every day, statistically, you're very likely every time you climb into your car to kill someone else when you go out to drive, or to kill yourself. And, actively, there's a lot of bad things that are involved with car ownership. Everything from, the production of a single car, which is bought by an individual and driven by an individual, and maybe a small household in most cases, is like not just, it's like nested layers of exploitative labor, of horrific mineral extraction. If it's a green car, it most likely has slave mined lithium of a significant degree in it, which is like, those are impactful. Those are material things that if you choose not to purchase that, you might be making the world a better place. You might be, improving the outcomes on the world. But I don't know that calculus is incredibly hard to work out on the fly. And when you have pressing needs, like I need to be able to drive to go to work, I need to be able to drive to get my medication, whatever things, all of these other things, I think that it muddies it to the point where I don't think you can make a clear-cut moral statement. And, morals are generally valuable because they can guide our actions. But
I've actually,
yeah, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I remember even when I first went vegan, I had similar concerns. I was like, well, now I'm not purchasing meat. What about all these other things? Like, am I going to have to remove myself from society, like basically to be consistent? And the point that was brought up to me was like, well, I think it's not necessarily a question of whether, like, if we boycott these industries, like, would they close? But we also have to consider, like, would the victims that we're seeking to address actually be in like a worse off position? Which could be possible. Maybe it's not true, but it could be possible. So like the people, we could even use sweatshops as an example. The notoriously bad working conditions, low pay. But also it could be possible that without that job, they'd be forced to take on an even worse job. So maybe in a case like that, it's less about individual action, because individual action could even potentially make it worse, and maybe more so about actual systemic change being the only thing that could address it. So I think with things like sweatshops and with things like, iPhones, whether or not we should refrain from purchasing those things would sort of open up a discussion about like perhaps empirics, like what do these working conditions look like? Do we actually have a reason to believe that refraining from purchasing them would have the desired outcome? Do we have a reason to believe it would make things worse? And a lot of these doubts, I don't think, are present in the case of animal agriculture, because I think it'd be difficult to argue that these animals would be in a worse place if the meat industry was abolished, because they wouldn't exist. They wouldn't even exist to like be killed or be tortured or whatever. So just to clarify, I'm not saying definitively like, oh, like we should purchase sweatshop shit or whatever, because obviously they're going to be.
I mean, that's that argument is the one that, like, all of the sweatshop owners like to use. Well, they wouldn't have a job if you stopped supporting them. They'd be a peasant still. And I think those can be like really, really meaningless conversations, because you'll just get wrapped around in a forever what if situation with somebody who's sitting on top of the fact of
just
making
to
money.
clarify, so my goal here isn't to be like, well, what if this, what if that? It's more so like if we want to like say, well, this also applies to sweatshops or applies to iPhones. It's like, well, maybe, but it's not necessarily the case. And in order to establish that, we might actually have to open up an empirical discussion that isn't really necessary in the case of animal agriculture.
Yeah, I guess what my conclusion on this generally is that I encourage people to reduce meat as much as possible. I don't spend any time whatsoever morally condemning people for not participating. And I don't care to police people's personal diets in any way, shape, or form. What I care about is if I can encourage people to even reduce a little bit of meat, I feel like that is that is probably going to have, or at least when I look at that calculation of, okay, so if we get people to reduce meat, well, then that will reduce the amount of animal suffering. I think that is one of the most effective ways, at least personally, to get people to think about it and start reducing meat. Whether or not they go full vegan or not doesn't really matter to me, because if we're focusing on the outcome, I care about that outcome. And so what I want to do is I want to encourage as many people to have the positive impact in the world that I want to see. I want to encourage them to do so in the most effective way possible. And I think when it comes to something like food and diet, the easiest way to do that is to help people realize the easiest way to do so. And for many people, the easiest way is just to become more conscientious and start reducing meat, even if they don't cut it entirely. And it can be good to cut entirely, but I just think a lot of people balk at that. And I know, because I've had that personal experience. I've had points in my life where it's like, oh, there's no way. Like, if I go home and I've been working all day and my family's cooking food and they cook meat in it, I'm going to eat my food. I need to survive to go to the next day. It sucks, but I'm going to do it. So yeah, I think that's like, when it comes to this sort of thing, that's my general approach. And also I advocate for people to seriously consider, this is a goal that is larger than any individual action, but for people to spend a lot of time thinking about the systems that we exist in and the way those systems force us into certain decisions or limit us from being able to make better decisions about our lives. And I do think the food and meat industry is a prime example of this. I think that like
Sorry.
No, go ahead. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. I think both of us ultimately have the same end goal of wanting to advance veganism in the most effective way possible. And I think specifically in terms of like being concerned about the standard we set when we expect people to go vegan because of the consequences this could have on things like iPhones or sweatshops. Again, I think it's important to consider like whether there's any symmetry breakers between something like veganism and something like sweatshops or iPhones. And I would just sort of reiterate the point that the symmetry breaker there would be the certainty with respect to how it can meaningfully address the victims. Because I think we have that in the case of veganism. I'm not convinced that we have it in the case of iPhones or sweatshops. I'm open to the idea, of course. I'm not going to say it's not there. But so I think that's like the main differentiating factor there, is that we do have a pretty big certainty that like boycotting animal agriculture will have the outcome that we want, even if it's not necessarily on the scale that we want, because we both sort of agreed earlier that individual action can only get us so far. Practically
Right.
speaking, probably going to need government intervention. But
Or
that the
other
differentiating
forms of
factor is
intervention.
this.
Yeah. I mean, I have big concerns about, you mentioned the government intervention part. I've brought this up many times, that I have a lot of concerns about the efficacy of even being able to get governments to participate in this sort of thing. And I think it's very hard, because I think in our, you know, our current systems of liberal democracy are sort of married to corporations, and corporations are very, very reluctant to change. They are extremely resistant to change, especially if they've got something that's working. And what I would say is that, like, at least from my perspective, America especially, which is, you know, where I live and where I talk about the most, is addicted to meat. And not just, and they've got trenches dug. There's meat subsidies that ensure that meat is a price tantalizing option that's easy to access. There's fuckloads of advertisements that encourage people and make people think about it and tell them that it's the best food around and that they're never going to get anything else elsewhere. And I do find those things hard to contend with when you have systems that traditionally and historically show that they tend to side almost exclusively with corporations in the long curve of liberal democracy, which I do have concerns about that, because of course that's the, you know, I always want to avoid, you know, getting blackpilled about anything or just dooming out. But there are a lot of things where I'm like, I don't think we're going to see any meaningful change unless we get a level of passion and commitment to living that goes beyond us just trying to sort of, you know, win over small victories. I don't know. It's a hard, that is a hard conversation, because I think there are multiple things. I mean, I feel very similarly about a lot of trans rights issues in the United States. I don't think the government's going to save trans people. What I've seen in my lifetime is I've seen incredible fickleness from the government. It changes every 4 years whenever somebody new is in, and sometimes even in between. That you will have a small victory that will disappear almost immediately after the next person takes charge, and then it's a cycle of panics and relief, and it doesn't actually change much. So I worry about that, and I recognize that as a sort of internet politics speaker, I only have so much airtime to talk about so many things, and a lot of what I focus about is, again, less on you know, convincing people to make, you know, changes to their diet or whatever, and more of getting people to think about the need for coming together, the need for taking bigger steps to elucidate how these systems operate, so that people stop falling into them, as opposed to, you know, trying to fight from within. Because I do think that is the predominant narrative in politics, is a very pardon to all the liberals in the audience, but a very liberal approach of, you know, you vote, you got to vote with your wallet, and you got to vote every 4 years, and that's how government is going to change, even though we see that there's all kinds of issues that get in the way of that. And there's also a lot of stuff that ends up being energy sinks, where, for example, tons of activists, hundreds of thousands of activists, dumped fuckloads of money into nothing, something that disappears, and the money just poof.
Yeah, I definitely think that speaks to, like we were talking about earlier, the larger issue of like effective activism. Regarding the what we were talking about before, this seems like it was kind of like a big point of contention within your VeganGains debate, and also tends to be a big point of contention just within veganism specifically. So I just wanted to go back to that a little bit and ask if you disagreed at all with my sort of response to that, this idea that the difference between the iPhone and animal agriculture would be like the certainty we have in terms of like our actions actually addressing the victims in the situation. Also, sorry, one more thing. I have to go soon because I have to be somewhere. But okay. So if I have to dip out, I just want to make it clear that I'm not trying to like avoid the discussion. I do have to go soon.
I don't even have a single worry about that.
Okay.
I totally understand. I did not even originally have this stream planned. This has been a free for all Saturday, which has been wonderful so far, honestly. But yeah, no. You know, I actually think there's a pretty good argument to be made there about certainty of outcome for the victims, and that's something I'd like to think about more. because I do think you make a good point there. I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know how much it's going to really change my outlook, but it's certainly something to consider more. And I think it is an effective argument. A positive argument could be made from that pretty easily, which is to say, hey, here's some easy ways to reduce meat, and here's some cool statistics that you can know that you're having an impact right away. And I do think that's a pretty strong argument. I tend to prefer positive arguments like that. Like, hey, do you care about this thing? Here's what you can do pretty easily to make that change. I mean, that's a sort of fundamental part of activism, right? Is convincing people that a small change in their life could have a good outcome. So I think that's a pretty good argument. And
if you wanted to look at the paper I mentioned earlier, I could send you it, and I have a discussion of it in my Discord server where I go through like the quotes, what they mean, the data, etc. I could send you that as well if you're interested.
Yeah, I'd be totally interested in having that sort of resource.
Yeah, and maybe we could even like on a different stream, we could have that discussion again.
I'd be totally down for that.
Off.
The thing is, I like talking about vegan issues. I just hate getting bogged down in, well, the VeganGains type discussions or the murder burger type discussions, where like it's emotionally agitating, in addition to being, in my opinion, like generally frustrating. But also, I've had so many conversations like that, and that's one of the things that when I've been really mad at vegans in the past, which I think, like, one of my previous rants about vegan activism was what got VeganGains mad at me in the first place, because he came by saying that I like I don't even remember. I don't know if he remembered what he was saying exactly. Like, he said that I said something about him. I don't believe I did. And he never provided a clip for me. But I did talk about vegans a couple times in the past, which has gotten people mad at me, which is, you know, me saying that, like, guys, I'm fucking tired of having people come to me, and when I push back and say, oh yeah, like, I'm reducing meat. I haven't reduced all meat yet, but I'm doing my best. And also, you know, I've literally had people tell me that when I say that, hey, like, what are you supposed to say to somebody who's like living in a food desert and doesn't really have a whole lot of options, which is, by the way, not a statistically small amount of Americans. It's like a pretty large amount of people increasingly. I'm like, what do you say to that? What do you say to people who don't know how to cook this because they've grown up eating meat? And I've literally had people tell me they should stop being stupid. And I'm just like, is that really, like, and it's infuriating to me, because these are people, like, the people I've literally had people who I otherwise respect on these issues say things exactly like that. And I'm just like, I hate this, and it drives me nuts, and I encounter it enough that it's like agitating. And so, you know, I don't actually really have all that many, like, I don't really even have major arguments against vegan positions outside of maybe I would say that, like, I don't think that, like, the moralism really helps, and I don't really care for consumer-focused politics, which I don't think you are, by the way, at all. Even though you've made a pretty strong argument in favor of you know, individual consumer action here, I don't think, like, I wouldn't categorize the conversation we've had as being overly focused on that. But I have had many conversations that are, and I think that those are super ineffective. And yeah. And I don't think they have, like, the same, I don't think they have I think sometimes, this is unrelated to anything we've really talked about here. I think sometimes vegans get this, they see like people railing against racists and stuff, and they go, damn, I want that. I want to be able to just, like, call my opponent ontologically evil because they're a racist or they're a transphobe or whatever. And so they go, okay, well, we'll do carnist then. But it doesn't really apply in the same way, because the relationship between an individual engaging in racism is very different from the engagement of somebody interacting with the food that they have to eat to survive. I think those are just very different. But again, I just want to say this has been a great conversation so far. So
yeah, I think so too. Definitely, as we started talking, I got way less nervous to be on the stream, so that was good.
Well, you shouldn't be. You've done not only have you presented your points well, like your audio sounds great, and
that's good to hear, because sometimes when I hear it back, it literally sucks. So I'm glad.
No, you sound like a I don't know if you stream or not. I don't want to sound condescending, but you sound like you do streaming stuff. Like, your audio quality is great.
Yeah, I mean, I record videos, but I don't really stream lots. But yeah, I think I think that discussion about the like animal agriculture versus like iPhones or whatever was good, and we can definitely pick up on that, and we can go through the data a little bit if you're ever interested.
I'd be totally down if you ever wanted to do a stream discussion specifically focusing on like not even like comparing between two things, but just talking about, okay, here's the impact that you can have from taking these certain actions. I would be totally down to have that conversation.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
that's the sort of thing. That's the
great.
sort of thing I fucking love. Like I am totally here for encouraging people to take action, political action that's like from a position of look at what we can accomplish. Like I think that's like the best way to approach things. So yeah.
Yeah. And I also think too, if you can demonstrate to people that their efforts aren't in vain and that they are actually having an impact, that can boost morale and sort of encourage people to be vegan. And of course, the more people that go vegan, the more of a tangible impact we can have on these industries, which I think is a must.
Yeah,
When you consider how bad these industries are and how they like the need for lots of vegans is super important. And yeah, I think I should probably hop off now because I have to go soon.
Please, before you go, can you please shout out your channel to everybody in the chat and maybe your Twitter? I don't know if you use Twitter or whatever, but whatever you have that people can follow you at, I can tell by the chat's response, a lot of these people are going to want to follow you. So we have a lot of vegans in my community, so I'm sure they would be very happy to have another content creator to follow.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you're interested in like what we went over in this discussion, you'd probably be most interested in my YouTube channel, which is also called Intraspecies, spelled the same way it is on Discord, and that it's spelled on Demon Mama's stream. And yeah, I really enjoy delving into the empirical topics pertaining to veganism and more nuanced philosophical topics and response videos and all sorts of stuff. And we actually have a video in the works of going through Diana Rogers' book, Sacred Cow, and sort of trying to debunk that because I'm not even going to get into ranting about Diana Rogers, but long story short, she's like an RD that makes super inflammatory comments about veganism all the time. And anytime you try to criticize her, she goes, read my book, and then like blocks you. So
sick.
Yeah.
I love that. The old classic, the classic book grifter.
Yeah.
I'm going to make an inflammatory comment, plug my book in the comments, and then mute everyone. Damn,
Yeah.
classic book grift. I gotta get on that book grift. I gotta do something. What could I irritate? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it is annoying when people say inflammatory stuff and then you try to respond like, just read this 300-page book before talking to me. It's like, why?
Read my book that's gonna put money in my pocket. Pay me to have an argument with you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, not gonna happen today. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we acquired her book through extremely legal means to go through it.
Yes. Listen, we don't over here on this stream. We definitely don't approve of anything extra legal. No gray markets. No, none of that. We are very good over here. We're always extremely good. All angels, definitely not. That's why my name is Angel Mama and not Demon. No breaking the law, everybody. That's against TOS.
Yep.
Anyway.
Only in Minecraft.
Well, thank you so much, Intraspecies, for coming on. I hope everybody will follow you, and I hope we have another conversation again because this was a great conversation.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me on, and I hope the rest of your stream goes well too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye for now. All right, looks like we got some other call-ins. Do we want to bring in the next call-in? Damn. This has been a successful call-in stream, and we've only had one call-in so far. What a great conversation. Yeah, we'll bring in another call-in. I'm having fun with the call-ins. We can do Cooking Mama after, once we run out of call-ins to do. Hello, 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 hello. Who am I speaking with? And what are your pronouns? Oh, can't hear you. You might need to toggle your mic there. Gotcha.
Good day. Sorry, I just
Hello.
turned off your stream so I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, that's okay. Real quick, can you just give me a quick audio test for your mic?
Yeah, I'm talking right now. I don't know.
Okay.
Is it loud?
All right. No, it's not loud. It's sort of varying a little bit. Just make sure you're talking into your mic. It sounds like you might have been like talking to either side of the mic for a second there.
Yeah, gotcha.
What's your name and pronouns?
Thomas, he, him.
Okay, Thomas. All right. Classic pronouns. Good ones. All right. Well, welcome to the stream. I don't know if you are, have you been watching my show long or are you a newcomer? Welcome. Glad to talk to you.
I have not watched your streams before. I'm kind of a newcomer, I guess.
Okay. Well, what did you want to talk about?
I was curious about the reasons why you're not a vegan.
Just because I'm not good enough. I've not gotten good enough at reducing meat. I sometimes grab fast food. That's basically it. I reduce meat pretty significantly in my diet, but yeah, sometimes I grab a fast food and I'll grab a burger or chicken or whatever. I do like being a streamer is, I mean, it's a pretty good job, but it is stressful. And I have 5 people in my house, so food doesn't always work out to be perfectly vegan. So I think it's unfair to call myself a vegan if I sometimes grab fast food and even though we've like significantly changed our diets, a lot of our meals that we cook here at home don't have any meat anymore. Started doing that about 2 years ago and started converting a lot of our common meals to vegan dishes. But we haven't fully. And also, I struggle with cheese. I fucking love cheese, and I know it's not vegan, so I don't call myself a vegan for that reason. Even though I do very much agree with reducing meat, and I think I love animals, and I greatly support defeating the meat industry and reducing meat consumption. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree with like the ethical positions and the ethical reasons to go?
Yeah,
go
more or
vegan?
less. Yeah. I don't always agree with the way that it's presented, but yes, I generally agree with the ethical claims that animals deserve to not live lives of torture, that they deserve to live freely, that they shouldn't be imprisoned, that like we should value animal suffering just like we value human suffering. Barring, I guess, very specific situations, like I'm probably gonna save a human over an animal just because of most animals. If there's like 2 people, if an animal and a human are tied to a train track, probably gonna save the human just because I think the human probably has a little bit more capacity for memory and whatever else. But that's about it. Other than that, I more or less agree entirely with most vegan ethics that I've heard presented.
Okay, so you do grab fast food sometimes, you said, right?
Yeah. I mean, lately I'm ashamed to say a little more frequently than I'd like, but yeah.
Okay. You know what? I think I just leave it out there, actually. 'Cause I thought maybe you disagree with the ethical position because this is something that you've said previous in this stream, and it's what I've heard.
No, I don't. I said explicitly I don't.
Or that it's not compelling. That's what I meant.
Oh no, I don't agree with that at all. I just don't think that I don't know that it necessarily forms a moral imperative. But that's that's a broader conversation. I tend to be a little bit picky about what I declare something being a moral imperative. I am very careful about that. There's a couple of reasons for that. There's personal and political reasons, but I generally think that if we're going to claim something on the level of morality, the case for it has to be such that the moral claim being made has to be both clear and actionable, or else it doesn't really mean anything to like criticize some or to like have it be held as like a moral standard. Morals are, in my opinion, a construct, and they serve us. The morals serve us to guide us to make better decisions to build a better world. So while I do agree that like the vegan arguments for why animals should be treated well are rock solid, they're ironclad, I don't necessarily think that means that like not eating meat is an intrinsic moral imperative that we should treat that way. I just think that it means it needs to be weighed more carefully. That's basically it.
If you have the means to do that, why would you not put the burden on a person to do it? Actually, if the person already considers veganism to be a morally good choice, or the opposite of veganism to be morally bad, then why would we not burden that person to actually change their diet fully?
I think that you can if you know that person personally. Like if you're talking to your brother or your best friend or whatever, and you know their life, and you go like, dude, like, I know you could do better, and I know you care about animals. That's one thing. But the truth is that policing people's morals and pressuring them to do things is generally ineffective because I don't know any of the people's lives. Like, people don't know mine either, and here's something that I really hate. I'll just be honest, like I've told this to my chat a few times. I hate when I'm grilled on my diet because I'm missing an organ. I talk about this occasionally, usually in my chill streams. I usually don't talk about this in like my big videos or anything like that. I don't have a gallbladder, which means that like my diet is extremely, extremely difficult to get right. I have stomach aches all the time. Now, for me, that doesn't directly impact my meat consumption, although it does sometimes put me in a position where I have to choose between, you know, food that's going to irritate me or food that's not. And, you know, if something is like has meat in it but doesn't have a lot of cheese, I might go for the meat option because it's not going to give me a stomach ache. I am a very, you know, I have a particularly comparatively easy situation with my dietary restrictions, but there are a lot of people out there who have really extensive dietary restrictions, and I really feel like it's not helpful to like put them on the spot and make them discuss their dietary restrictions because you feel like you want to grill them on their morality. If you have like a personal friend that you know really well and you know their lifestyle really well and you know like stuff like that, then you probably are in a position where you could probably make a meaningful moral argument, but the vast majority of people aren't in that position. So I'm not interested in trying to police people's diets because I think it's invasive, rude, and makes you less likely to convince them of your position. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more or less my position. That's why I don't fixate on like on diets and whatever, and why I don't think it's very helpful to like impose it as a moral imperative. I will always tell people, hey, like totally, you should totally consider reducing meat, and I'm very excited about it. When I've talked about on here on stream, like I've showed off some of the vegan meals I've eaten just to get people excited about it. I think that's great. Getting people excited is great. But yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Okay. And I think I agree.
No, cool.
Okay, I guess I appreciate the combo. That was not a long one.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm more than happy with people like asking me for clarification. It's especially hard when there's a conversation like I don't know if you saw the one with VeganGains. That got really intense really fast. It's hard to have a conversation like that and have my positions come out clearly. But you know, I've held this position for a while, like basically that I just don't think that diet policing is helpful, and it usually is kind of offensive because like, I mean, what am I supposed to tell people? Like, hey, if I eat too much fat, I get diarrhea for like 3 days. You want me to just tell you that to some random vegan person on the street? And I've literally had, VeganGains tried to do that. He's like, well, what's preventing you? I'm like, bro, I have 5 people in my house who all have different diets, and my body can't digest fat properly. So like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You want me to get into details? You want me to tell you like all the medicines I gotta take? Nah, come on. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Well,
I appreciate it. I'm not gonna hold the line,
problem.
I guess.
Yeah, no problem at all. If you ever have any other questions, just feel free. I do these call-in streams every once in a while. Thanks for coming on. Seriously.
Okay. Have a
Bye.
nice one.
You too. All right, next caller. Next caller. Let's bring the next caller in. Damn, I love call-in streams. They're so much fun. Next caller. Hello,
Hi.
hello. Hi. Real quick, what's your name you want me to list and pronouns?
Bink, B-I-N-K, and
Okay.
my server, not my server, fuck. My pronouns are, my pronouns are she, her.
Yeah, classics, good ones. All right, well, welcome to the show, Bink. Great to have you. What did you want to talk about?
Oh, I wanted to talk about, stereotypes and,
Okay.
biases.
Okay, absolutely. Sounds great.
Okay, so, I guess I'll start, I don't know.
Yeah,
So
please.
I have done a research paper
Okay.
on the stereotypes that in particular Black women face.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to talk about how stereotypes are kind of by default perpetuated in society, and how
Yeah.
they can cause biases and create a negative prejudice against some a specific group of people. And just talk about that because I know
Please.
women and trans people have stereotypes against them too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, there's even a term for the unique intersection of being a trans woman. It's called transmisogyny, and it's a type of. It's basically an example of this is like where say, and this is something that's happened to me, but most recently I saw it happen to another streamer, where on one hand you have like a lot of men who will say that you're not a real woman, and then at the same time they will also sexually harass you exactly like they would a cis woman, and that's what we would call transmisogyny. It's a simultaneous denial of your real status, of your status as a real woman, and then also treating you with the same type of discrimination that you would get if you were cis. So yeah, I think that these things can have severe impacts on our society.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's funny how it's like that, like kind of like double speak, like that back and forth of like the way that they interact with people. So just to relate, there's a thing with um there's there's a thing with black women that in society, because of like slavery and Jim Crow and the whole 9 to 5, they basically emasculated black women, um um or more so made it so that they aren't feminine as femininity is defined by white women.
Yeah.
And they are also more they're more masculine than black men because of their status. So for the people who don't know, like black women, they were only women when they were sexually assaulted on plantations and were bred. Because even if they were carrying a child or if they had a baby, they were still forced to work in the fields, which is, working is considered masculine and traditionally masculine in like society, as modern day society, because the gender thing did flip with housewives. But yeah,
isn't that wild? This sort of thing speaks to the speaks to some of the conversations I've had about how gender is used as like a tool for control. Like for example, notice that like in this case it is pushing somebody out of the sort of or a group of people out of the pedestalization of femininity that exists in like white patriarchal society, and saying like, no, like we're going to deny you and you're going to be forced into this gender role except for when it's convenient for us, and you have to be trapped, not even in a binary, you're going to be trapped in a single system where your ability to identify as feminine, your ability to even participate in the binary structure is limited because this is a structure of control. Because and it's interesting how that works, how what is femininity is ultimately policed by the same forces that control the expressions themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh,
yeah,
like
100%.
you're not womaning right. Well, you're not womaning right, therefore we're going to write you off from being a woman. And if you have a situation like this where racism comes into play, it's like, no, well, we think that femininity, having access to femininity, because it's considered it's like I said, it's like worshipped or pedestalized in a certain way. We're going to deny people of other races access to this type of femininity. It's so fucked up.
Yeah, so to kind of touch on like the implications of this, because I know trans people get sexually harassed, and with the whole like trans misogyny thing of how it can cause like active harm on my part. I did a paper actually on how the stereotypes of Jezebel and Sapphire caused caused active harm onto black women. So Jezebel is the stereotype that was in slavery that basically said that black women were inherently sexual beings and that they were demons. because white women were considered feminine and innocent because of Christianity.
Yeah.
And Christian men used that justification of black women being inherently sexual beings in order to sexually assault them and justify their affairs.
Yep.
So that continued to transform in throughout society. Jezebel was countered with Mammy. Everyone most of the time know what Mammy is. Mammy is the house slave that's overweight and caters to children.
Yeah.
That's what Mammy is.
The stereotype.
To summarize. And then not Jezebel, but Sapphire. Sapphire being the angry black woman. That's the name of it, the academic term for it. And now basically the analysis for my paper was that due to these being preconceptions, they allow the assault and the torturing of black women because they come with the preconceived notion that black women are inherently violent, inherently sexual. Thus the assault, whether it be sexual or not, is justified because that is how black women are, period. There's no
it's
nuance.
An essentialization that's used to
right.
dehumanize.
So I would just be curious if you could I know this is kind of on the spot, but if there's anything that would be reminiscent of to like how those stereotypes and stuff play out.
Oh, well, I was thinking about recently we actually watched a okay, so it's interesting you bring up the term Jezebel. We brought that term was brought up because we were reacting to this was like a couple of weeks ago. I don't know how frequently you watch my stream, but a couple of weeks ago we did we spun a big little board and we just picked random people. People threw out names of different content creators and I put them on a board and I spun it and I went and reacted to it. And one of them was this guy, a conservative guy, who was talking about Disney's homosexual agenda. And then we also saw one of his videos was about the Will Smith slapping situation. And he kept calling Jada Pinkett Smith of Jezebel. And I had to explain to people like, oh, well, like, first of all, like, this is it comes from the Bible. There, it's a term for like a woman who's like, it's basically an evil girl boss was the way I described it. Like, I was joking a little bit because I wanted to be funny, but it's like, it's a girl who she has lots of sex. She's violent. She's, she's bad manners. She breaks the rules just because. That's the stereotype of like a Jezebel. And a lot of people haven't heard that term. But yeah, it's used really frequently. It's used really frequently against like black women of any level of success whatsoever. And yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of like, I would say there's all kinds of parallels to other groups. I mean, and of course, there's all kinds of intersections. Black trans women get this shit a lot because of course trans women are, have masculinity, projected upon them. It's really wild. There's this wild thing, like the way that like, so no matter what, if you're a trans woman, no matter what, or trans femme in general, no matter what you do, people who are hostile to you will always attempt to frame it through your supposed masculinity. That like, oh, like for example, I do debates a lot, or I used to. I don't do them as much anymore. And I used to get called like aggressive and masculine, and that, oh, you 100%. Could tell. There was literally people would leave comments on my videos that would be like, oh, you could tell that the anger is coming through because of the testosterone. It's like, bitch, first of all, I literally don't even have any balls anymore. I haven't had testosterone in my body for half of a decade, so I don't know what you're talking about. But secondly, it's like that's just the way that it is. It's like trans people, and this is something that is shared, I think, between trans women, black trans women and white trans women, but also with black cis women as well, which is this idea that if you that no matter how feminine you are or not feminine you are, if you have anything that could be portrayed as masculine, it will be. So like, for example, if you play sports, oh, there you go. See that you can see the aggression coming out. You can see that sort of shit. If you like shooting guns, oh, well, that's because of, it's the manliness coming out. It's fucked up. And And there was another thing that I was going to mention that I thought of while you were talking about it, which is I think I may be getting the name wrong, but Caster Semenya, I think her name is, where she was discriminated against, and the people who jumped on her. They said, like, a lot of conservatives were saying that she was a trans woman, even though she's not. She's a cis woman who has slightly higher than average testosterone. Was not doping, just has passively slightly higher testosterone, but not outside of the statistical range of other people from the country she's from. Like, it's literally medicalized racism that plays into this exact same thing. And even when you're cis, it falls over onto trans stereotypes because of that attempt to try and, like, dehumanize, defeminize, black women, trans women. It's this goal of, like, no, we get to control your access to femininity, whether or not they actually have any say in it or not. It's fucked up.
Yeah. I'll say two things because I really like this conversation. It's really giving. So so to touch on the sapphire real quick, the reason why it is harmful for black women is because of how, and a lot of people are not going to like this, but black women, including black trans women, carried the civil rights movement.
Hard carried,
capitalized, carried,
hard carried,
carried. And it's like a thing where I'm a like I would go really passionate on this one. The passion that black women, including black trans women, have, and the intimacy with these issues are neglected because of the respectability politics and the idea of demeanor. So
it's so gross.
So for even if, so for instance, me, right? Even if I were to, like, talk all, like, proper or whatever and be like, hi, my name is Bink, and we should have equal rights. If I was to sit there with a straight face and, like, do the whole, like, feminine voice and everything, I could still be negated off the fact that black women speaking about their issues or speaking about issues in general is seen as an act of aggression and an act of being bitter and wanting the downfall of other people. So it's really weird how it these, like, sentiments translates over to one another and being like, well, I don't know, your hair color is different, so you're going to be seen different. Like, it's just so weird how that's the thing.
I think part of it speaks to sort of the the way that, like, how arbitrary a lot of, like, these sort of conservative hate movements really are. They're never even based on, like, even remotely true things. They just pick whatever prejudices are most common in the society that they're in. They choose those to act on. This is why, there are in certain pockets of the internet, there's, like, femboy Nazis and gay Nazis and stuff, and you're like, what the fuck? And it's because, well, in that space they can just shuffle aside the gay hate, and they can pick up something else. It's literally, they will use anything with seemingly no connection between them to try and act on prejudice. Oh, your society has a history of racial tensions? Well, that's what we're going to fixate on. We're going to fixate on subjugating people based on those racial tensions. We're going to bring out all those old stereotypes. We're going to bring out this shit. Like, it's really fucked up. And as a result, you see marginalized groups get marginalized on similar with similar reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's no surprise to me that, like, that, like, there's a fixation on like, bathrooms. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even for trans people, and there used to be for gay people as well. Not so much anymore because that seems, like, ridiculously outdated. But where did a lot of the early forms of segregation come in? Bathrooms, water fountains, things that you have to use day to day. These are these are jumped upon because they're points of vulnerability. They're points that have historical context that conservatives can grab and use to reignite hatred and to reignite marginalization. It's very fucked up.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1 with the whole trans sports thing. Like they had the Negro leagues.
Yes,
You feel
literally.
me?
Yes.
So it's just really weird how people do not tend to see the parallels and the consistency. I'm a history nerd, and I think that one of the funniest things ever is to like read Black history and not come out as a commie, or like to like read history in general and not come out as an anarchist, because
I
like
know.
very high key it's like constant critique of like government systems and how like government is shit a lot of the times. Like, and then like the funniest thing ever is because I had to do an essay on like the Red Scare and everything.
Yeah.
Guys, they were like, dang, you guys, y'all wanna do solidarity with the immigrants and the Black folk. Damn, I kind of gotta admit, like they literally said,
right,
like, I gotta mess y'all up. Like
we talked about this. We talked about this some time ago with we were talking about how Amazon was like tracking locations that had like racial tensions and using that as an avenue to target union organizing, to split up the staff, basically by going in and being like, you don't want to get involved with a union. Didn't you know that unions used to discriminate? And then they would get people fighting about it. It's like, yeah, unions used to discriminate. Yeah, there's all kinds of shit like this. This is like
Right.
the idea of splitting people, like splitting different marginalized groups against each other while using the exact same type of discrimination is like a tale as old as time. And honestly, we shouldn't fall for it anymore.
No, literally, and I would just like to speak on this. So, when we interact with, like, okay, bring it back. The reason why I'm talking about these is because I think it's very important to understand how to interact with people as we convert, or shall we share these ideas. One of the things that I would like to touch upon is like homophobia and like transphobia in the Black community, because it tends to be I will not say specifically about Black women, because Black women can be on these shits too, but a lot of the times it is a thing of people like hoteps, for an example. They will see LGBT people as basically like the effects of colonization, instead of realizing like what Africa and other indigenous groups used to do about gender and sexuality before. They see the development of like gay men or trans people as the effects of colonization, because they see it as, well, that's what they did to us during slavery, or that's what they forced upon us, when in reality, you know, as much as slavery was crap and a whole bunch of sexual assault and everything happened, the gay people and trans people and LGBT people have been here for millennia. So
right,
like,
and it wasn't it's not like it's wild to me that people come to I understand how it happens, you know what I mean? I understand where the narrative comes from, but it is still wild to me that people think like, oh yeah, because there was emasculation during slavery, which was like a huge thing. I mean, that's a thing that still exists in torture and in militaries now, that like emasculating a male combatant, quote unquote, or a male opponent is like a common thing, you know what I mean? Like, because it's humiliating and whatever. But like the idea that like emasculation of slaves was because of gay people doing it wasn't fucking gay people. It was slave owners that were doing that with the purpose of controlling people. It wasn't gay people trying to push an agenda or anything like that. It was done because they could, because it's already considered bad to be gay in this society. It wasn't like the slaveholders were pro-gay and trying to give gay things to other people. No, it's used again, like we said before, as like, it doesn't even matter that it's like, it's just, this is what we can use to make you feel bad. Are there currently existing cultural stigmas against being gay. Well, we'll call you gay then. Oh yeah, look at this, you're fucking gay. We're gonna emasculate you in front of your friends and make you feel bad. That's how it's used. It's not used to like, there's no agenda behind it in the way that some, I think there's like a movie out there. I watched this movie on a stream. I think it's called like Buck Breaking is the name of the movie.
Yeah.
And that movie, first of all, incredibly offensive movie. Holy fuck.
Yeah, 100%.
And it talks about a real phenomenon, which is the use of sexual violence and the use of emasculation to hurt people as a psychological torture tactic, and instead equates it to gay people, when in reality like those same tactics are used against gay people and were in the past. Like gay people are like, not all gay people are, first of all, not masculine. There's lots of masculine gay people, and they would be emasculated and treated poorly and mistreated and sexually assaulted because they were gay, as a totally separate phenomenon to why, not even separate, for the same reasons that these tactics were used against black people in slavery. We all have the same fight. We're all fighting the same fucking struggle, which is to stop groups of people from putting themselves above one another and enacting supremacist worldviews.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and that's why I said that we should. I'm glad we're having this conversation, but
Me too, yeah.
Explain these things, because it is a thing where, say that let's say you are a person who I don't know, let's say something, I don't know. Say you are a person who experienced racism on the day-to-day, and then like that one last racist person, bro, you go all the way to the left. Like you're like, I'm a separatist at that point, like all of these things. And what I'm trying to describe is that it's trauma. A lot of what we go through is trauma, and it's good to understand how to interact with these people without contributing to their marginalizations. Like, for an example, right? Notice how the language that I'm using with in this conversation is that I understand that the same that there's a certain level of bigotry that crosses over between cis and trans people, because it is a thing of, is how dare you do that as a cis person, right? Because they view trans people as an inherent bad thing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so there's certain language that we have to understand in order to interact with one another, and I think it's a beautiful thing that we're having this conversation, because it's just so fun and like I'm living.
Yeah, me too. But I think you're touching on something that's like super important. Like, I do think that one of the things that happens, I think some of this is like a social media thing, is that like sometimes people unintentionally get involved in like oppression Olympics. And I don't mean that in like the way that right wingers say it, because they mean like any time that anybody says anything. I mean like it, the way that a lot of these conversations unfold, it's like things will be phrased such that it almost like unintentionally minimizes other people's sufferings. And what that can do is that instead of like leading people to realize shared sufferings, it can actually have the opposite effect, where some people see that and go, oh, like this other person who I'm supposed to have shared goals with doesn't see my perspective and thinks that I'm like, that my issues are made up. And I do think it's important that we're careful against that. Actually, it's funny because I was talking about a movie that I watched earlier this, I don't know if you caught the early part of the stream. I watched a movie called The Nightingale. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, so it's a really good movie. It takes place in Tasmania in colonial British like rule. So the two main characters is an Aboriginal man whose name is Mangana, and an Irish indentured servant whose name is Claire. And at the beginning of the film, like a bunch of horrible stuff happens to Claire, and she's like sort of the character that you meet first of all. It's a very, very graphic movie, but a bunch of terrible stuff happens, and basically she goes and seeks out a guide who's Mangana, and when she meets him, there's like a lot of tension. Like she's really bad to him. She basically treats him like a somebody who's gonna try and stab her in the back at multiple points. And they have like for the first like hour and a half of the movie, they fight a lot. Like they go back and forth a lot. And there's a point in the movie where they're both singing, and they're both kind of roasting each other singing. One of them is singing in I don't remember the dialect of the language that Mangana has, but they're both singing in their sort of native language, and they're both like kind of being mean to one another about their singing. And then they have a moment where they both realize that what they're singing about is the same thing in different languages. They're both singing about how they, like, one of them is an indentured servant whose entire family was pushed into poverty and criminality in Ireland, and then she committed a crime and got shipped off to a penal colony. And then his story is like he was displaced from his family by British invaders and doesn't even know where any of his family is, and his only family member is like an old man from a completely different group that he's befriended. And this whole conversation that unfolds, this is kind of a long side thing to talk about, but this whole conversation that unfolds in the film really reminded me of what you're talking about here, where there's like a moment where it almost feels like their oppressions are competing with one another, and then they have this moment where they realize, like, wait a second, like, we're literally on the same side of things. Like, no matter what we've been told, no matter what like our feelings are about one another's groups or white people or black people or whatever, they both have a moment where they are singing a song of their people, speaking specifically about being free from the people they're both fighting against at that moment. And there's this great moment of like realization where it's like, oh, we both have to kind of like change the way we talk about this. And from that point forward, their conversations totally change. It's the reason why I like the movie so much, is because I think they pay a lot of attention to like, it's a way of illustrating a form of intersectional analysis that doesn't use any sort of social justice language whatsoever, because it takes place before any of these concepts were like, written about. It's really good.
Yeah.
So
that sounds very delicioso.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I will say, I will warn anybody, it's very graphic film, and that can be a lot, but it's a good movie in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I think that first of all, oh my gosh, thank you for having me on, because like
no problem,
call and stream, oh my gosh, yeah. But like also but also it's a thing where like not only are these conversations very good to have, but they're also good to have in like a understanding tone, like how we're like, dang, that's pretty wild, and we're like, yeah, I feel the same way too, like, oh my gosh, like that is such a valuable vibe. Oh my gosh,
it's a good vibe. It's a good vibe in general, but I also think it's like super important, like in general, because I think a lot of people like I think most of us online these days spend a lot of time, no matter what circles you follow, I feel like we spend a lot of time watching people fight on the timeline. There's a lot of tension in the air, so it's good to have some just like, let's be chill, let's hear each other out,
Yeah, like literally, oh my gosh, I'm just so glad. And I know like I'm being like a little bit like a Twitch actor or whatever, Frank, but like no, seriously though, I'm so glad your chat isn't dragging me right now.
Oh, come
because
on.
like
My chat's
I was
so
in
chill.
like no, because I was in some shit like last week or like the week before, and I was just like, thank you, y'all are being nice to me.
Nah, listen, don't ever let them listen. They chat has a memory of like 5 minutes. They have goldfish memory. You can make them as mad as you want, and then they'll just, don't worry about it. You're all good. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I do have a couple of other callers waiting now. So
Yeah.
I don't want to cut you short because this was a great conversation, but oh my God, the waiting room is literally packed. I guess this is just going to be a call-in stream then.
Thank you. Like for real, thank you.
No problem. Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for talking with me and everything.
Of course.
You're really
Thank you for
sweet.
talking with me. It's been wonderful. This was a super good conversation, and I hope next call-in stream we'll talk again.
All right. Later.
Thank you so much. Bye for now. All right, everybody. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play the bathroom song, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Don't get mad at me. I need to use the restroom. If you're here and you haven't liked the stream, please press the like button on the stream and also subscribe. We are trying to grow the channel, And it's really hard to do that if people don't fucking subscribe. So please subscribe and like the stream. I will be right back. Enjoy the bathroom song. And then I'll do more call-ins afterwards, but I gotta pee first.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little limbs, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. How you doing?
Hello. Hold on a second. I just got back. Hello. Welcome. Welcome.
Shoot. Hello.
No, it's okay. I wasn't expecting a new guest to come in that quickly. But welcome to the call. Welcome to the show. It's
Thank you.
Canoon.
You can put me down as Miles.
Miles?
Miles.
All right, Miles. There we go. Pronouns?
I know. He, him. I know.
All
I
right,
picked around like 7 trans man names.
Hey, but that's a good name. Miles is a great name. Listen,
Thank you.
I understand. Everybody likes tails, okay? That's where it came from, right?
So
Should we
true.
get the name? No. What's his name? Miles Prower? Isn't that Tails?
I
Look, I
think
don't know.
so.
People keep wanting me to get into Sonic stuff, and I never do it, but
Oh,
anyway.
Sonic's based, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Sonic is great. I just never gotten into it. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. What did you want to talk about?
I am a classics and archaeology student at the moment.
Ooh.
And I wanted to talk about, partially about my dissertation on my coined term of gender metamorphosis in ancient Greek literature, but also about reclaiming the ancient world from the right wing.
Hell yeah. Please. Fucking please. The idea that all of, oh god, I could complain about the way that people talk about history so much.
Don't.
Yeah.
I'm very lucky to have quite a progressive department at my university. But even when researching things for my papers and my dissertation, it's really hard to find articles that aren't by just like cishet white men
Yeah.
who are like in their late 50s. And like I'm writing my dissertation on transvestism in initiatory ritual.
Ah. Yes,
I
you're going to
originally wanted to
discover quite a
focus-
lot, as it turns out.
Yeah, I wanted to focus on trans stuff in the ancient world, but it's really hard to find sources for that because there haven't been many queer archaeologists and classicists thus far who have gained a lot of prominence.
Barely been any queer focused
Oh,
people,
yeah.
let alone people who are queer themselves. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Oh yeah, it's a really hard thing to study because obviously classics is a field in which a lot of people are very ideologically motivated to study it.
Of course.
A lot of the the Rome nerd kind of stereotype,
or the
Yeah,
World
yeah.
War II nerd people who's
exactly, it's that
have
kind of
some
stuff.
pretty questionable motivations and fans. They're fans of some interesting factions during World War II. They're like, oh yeah, I'm really interested in German history. It's like, okay, bro.
No, I'm listening to Erica as a meme, man. It's ironic.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so obviously in classics you have to contend with that like older white guy loves ancient Rome type.
Yeah.
But also the people who, when they're studying these kind of things, they'll go, oh, but it's not relevant. It's not relevant to the study of ancient history. It's not relevant to the civilization as a whole.
Oh yeah, totally.
And,
well, isn't
'cause
that interesting
right-wing...
how they define civilization too?
Exactly.
That's something
that
interesting.
Right-wing...
Yeah.
Yeah, that right-wing narrative is that, ancient Greece especially, which is what I focus on, it was a kind of ethno-state, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Where it was all white dudes with long beards wrestling naked in the gymnasium, but not in a gay way.
Doing philosophy while talking to each other and pointing their fingers in odd directions.
Exactly, it's the idea that they'll sit there and go, if I was in ancient Greece, oh my god, the world would be so much better if it was ancient Greece. It would only be white people. It would only be men in power. And I sit there and I go, but you as a person right now, if you were to go back to ancient Greece, they wouldn't be like, oh my god, another white guy.
Yeah.
They'd sit
like,
there and
they'd
go, who the fuck are you? They'd go, you're not a citizen, therefore you're a barbarian, and that was a lower class. They didn't have this idea of race as we would have it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was definitely like class and nationalistic thing.
There's a book that my partner has been reading lately. Right here. It's called Seeing Like a State by James C. Scott. And my partner, you may know her, Doe.
Yes,
Doe has been reading quite a bit of this book to me at various points. And there is actually a part where they talk about how ideological the idea of a citizen really was, and it has its roots, and it talks specifically about Greece and Rome, and how the idea of a citizen is absolutely class is a form of making a class to be controlled. It was a way of basically documenting people and convincing them to sign on to whoever the conqueror was. It was saying, okay, we need to count you. We need to know where you are so that you can, so that we can build reliable supply chains, so that we can fund war efforts. You're now a citizen.
Yeah, it's a kind of census.
Yeah, exactly. If you're a citizen, that's good, and it means they can control who gets to become the accepted class and who doesn't. It's a very convenient method for social control.
Yeah. But yeah, this idea that the right wing have of classics as a study and the ancient world as a kind of homogenous kind of thing, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people online kind of coom post over ancient Greece, and they'll sit there and they'll say like, oh, their traditions were amazing.
Oh, totally.
We need to go back to those traditions. And I
Death
sit
by
there and I wonder if they know what those traditions were.
Delicious. What a great tradition. Death by exposure. Love it.
Love it, but also, do you know what Xenia is?
Not off the top of my head.
Xenia basically is an idea of a host-guest relationship, right? So, think of, someone turns up to your house and they go, yo, I'm cold, I have nowhere to go. You, as the host, have a certain set of responsibilities.
Yeah, like hospitality.
Yeah, hospitality, yeah.
Yeah.
You, by this, like, kind of, it's like a Homeric kind of law that went on to Hellenistic Greece. You can't turn this person away.
Right.
You have to give them the best seats at your table. You have to wash their feet. You have to feed them the best food that you have. You have to give them a nice place to sleep. And only then can you ask about why they're here and ask for their story.
A lot of people wouldn't do so well with that.
Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of my classics professors and a lot of international politics professors about this, because there is kind of an intersect between the people who love ancient Roman Greece and the people who like love to talk about right-wing politics and especially immigration.
Yeah, I was gonna say immigration. Interesting. Yeah.
Exactly. So these people will be like, I love ancient Greek tradition, and then I'll go, okay, so asylum seekers, you're gonna bring them into our country if we consider our country, our state a home, right?
Yeah, exactly.
A place that we live.
Oh, yeah, this is your homeland?
So you're gonna,
yeah,
your homeland, the motherland. Oh, lovely. So these people who are coming over here, you're gonna open them open them with welcoming arms. You're gonna give them the best seat at your table. You're gonna make sure that they have something to eat, a place to stay. That's lovely. And they'll go, no, not like that.
No,
not like that.
No, I just meant the
Not like
racist.
that.
I just meant the racist stuff. I meant the stuff that I could be racist with.
Yeah. And the idea of barbarian and citizen as a whole as well, that they like to harp on about on the right wing.
Yeah.
Because it is obviously quite a nationalistic, oriented ideal, right?
Right.
And they'll go, yeah, we should bring back this idea of the citizen and the barbarian. And it's the fact that the barbarian wasn't always a bad thing, and the terms for being a barbarian was so weird, right?
Like what
being a
determines
barbarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, having a huge cock was something that, like, the ancient Greeks were like, that's a bad thing, because you're thinking with your dick and not thinking with your head.
Oh, because it takes
Right.
blood. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why if you look at, like, all the ancient Greek statues, a lot of people
all
have like
tiny
asked me about
penises.
this. They all have tiny dongs.
Yeah.
It's because having a huge horse cock is associated with being a barbarian.
Damn. Sucks to be a barbarian.
I know, but yeah, also being a barbarian could be anything from just having different farming practices.
Yeah.
Like, you farm in a different way than the ancient Greeks in this one specific area. Psh, no, you're a barbarian, bro. You're not a citizen anymore, even though you're the same color, religion, creed. It's the same shit.
Oh, it's okay. This is slightly unrelated that you mentioned about the farming thing, but in this in this book that I was mentioning before, there's a part. I wonder if I could even find it. There's a part where they talk about how when like colonial powers came into contact with oh yes, right here. Holy shit, I got it right here. So these are two drawings, okay? So on this side you have the sort of well, this is, I think, hold on, is this the key? Yeah, this is the key.
It looks
So
like
this
a
is
key,
like this is like a key. But here's what this is like, a drawing of what some of the gardens in certain areas of, let's see, this is in Guatemala. So this is a Guatemalan garden. This is a cultivated garden, and it looks at first a little bit like disorganized by the standards that we're used to. When you see a farm, you're used to seeing lots of plants of the same type in rows. Well, as it turns out, that is the sort of like row monocropping or having single crops in a single field was a agricultural technique that was popularized by states. It's not even it's very inefficient in certain areas of the world. And in this analysis, they go in and talk about how even though there's actually right near there's another picture. They have a picture of like a farm of like a plot of vegetables that was used by a group of indigenous people in Guatemala. And when you see here, I'll show the picture. When you see the picture, it doesn't look like a farm plot at all to like what we consider a farm plot. Like, you can see the picture there. There's like a stick here, and there's like these little clumps of plants, and nobody these days would look at that and go, that's a farm. But as it turns out, if you actually go and investigate it, they're incredibly, incredibly efficiently planted. And when colonial powers came in, they were like, this is super inefficient. Like, why would you do it this way? And they would replace it with like standardized, easily calculatable crops. And they would be like, this is fucked up. Like, you people have no understanding of agriculture. But then it turns out that those crops that over the course of the coming decades would die out. And the reason being is that the tactics that were used for farming was designed to keep soil in place. And it actually goes into great detail explaining this. Like those little, in that one picture, it's a little bit hard to see because I was showing it to my screen, but in the one picture, you see these little clumps of plants. All those plants grew together and they would hold soil in place for decades. They could use the same soil and the soil would continue being replenished. And it's not easy to like walk in a line and chop it all down. But what is destroyed by changing over to this like easily understandable, calculation, citizen accounting focused of thing where it's like, okay, we have 10 farms with 20 rows of corn, which are tended by 10 people. And that makes it easy to calculate for a state that's trying to operate an empire 100,000 miles away, because they can calculate it easily. It's mathematics. But what it does is it completely flattens the local ecology and actually leads to starvation, famines, lack of soil quality. So when you mentioned that being like, they would come in and just be like, barbarians, what the fuck are you doing farming? Like, what the fuck are you doing? This is all wrong. Like, that's a very huge part of how like states imposed.
It's a huge imperialistic mindset.
It is, yeah, but it's not even efficient. It's the only thing that it's efficient for is directing power. That's the only thing it's efficient for. It's very good to have standardized farms with standardized vegetables, with monocrops, with certain number of people on each farm, with a nuclear family. That is very easy to account for on paper, to do mathematics, to do calculations when it's time to go to war. But it's not good for everything else. So yeah, it's super interesting. It's super fucking interesting that you bring that up in this context, because it was something I was recently reading about. So
yeah, legit. Speaking of power, I'm researching a lot on mystery cults and liminal rituals. So specifically, I focus on the Dionysian. I focus on the Dionysus, the Bacchus. I focus on the crazy queer shit, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, so basically, I'm looking into how transvestism and queer identity forms in the communities of mystery cults.
Wow, that's fucking awesome.
Because the idea of gender that was had in ancient Greece was wacky compared to the one that we would have today. It was still very much if you wear clothes considered clothes for a woman, then you are almost a woman in that place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also it was the idea that masculinity is a sliding spectrum.
Yes.
But that's all thrown away as soon as you get into the rituals of Dionysus. It's all thrown away. The rituals of Dionysus, especially the mystery cults of Dionysus, were attended by slaves. They were attended by women, queer people, and it was a space which rejected the power, hierarchy, and authority that the state of Athens actually employed.
That's fucking amazing.
It was
super interesting.
When
you finish this article, can you send it to me so I can?
I will
read
do,
it?
yeah.
Because I would love.
I can send you my primary and secondary source analyses already.
Hell yeah.
I was reading one of the reasons I came on here because I was reading a source called "Riding the Phallus for Dionysus: Iconology, Ritual, and Gender Role Deconstruction."
Incredible.
Which is, and I love classics because you get titles like that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna. Do you mind if I read out a little quote?
Sure, go for it, please.
Okay, the quote is, "Liminal rituals dissolve social boundaries by rendering them ambivalent and paradoxical, confusing things with their opposites, until the social status distinctions between them appear artificial and meaningless. Its real community solidarity can only exist in the most elementary pre-civilized social formations, where all really are undifferentiated and equal. A divided society will employ such expedients as ritual of status reversal to bolster its sense of community when its social divisions threaten to tear it apart."
That's super interesting. Okay, so this actually has some parallel. Wait, what is this from, did you say?
Riding the Phallus with Dionysus. I can send you the link.
Yeah.
It's on JSTOR.
There's a parallel to this in... Fuck. Is it in Deleuze? I feel like it's in a Deleuze piece that I was being read, where no, maybe it was Tikkun. Fuck, now I can't remember. It was an anarchist theorist. I was reading about an anarchist theorist where he talks about one of the most, it must have been Tikkun because he talks about mysticism, and he talks about how at least, or they talk about from their perspective that one of the most important things is specifically confounding the arbitrary social impositions that are used to sort of build society. So gender, sex, race, that these things should be actively confounded. Yes. Like we should aim to not just challenge them, but to make them useless. To make them
useless, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Because then they can't be used. First of all, it brings people together so that they begin to look at what things actually what actually connects them versus what labels they're sort of like performing based on. It gets people to think, but also that it forces it breaks the systems that are used to sort of regiment and organize people and control people, because a lot of these are sort of arbitrarily created social classes that don't really have meaningful, coherent definitions, but that nonetheless are imposed upon us.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So basically, the reason why I'm looking into mystery cults of Dionysus in regards to transvestism and initiatory ritual is because transvestism in a lot of rituals, which are associated with like gods that hold power and associated with the state, transvestism is seen almost as a comedy. It's seen as a comedy and a rejection of the feminine, right? It's seen as I'm wearing these women's clothes and then I'm taking them off symbolically to show that I can be a woman too and hold the low status that women have, but I can also have the higher status that men have. I'm
wild.
rejecting the femininity of being a child, which they considered, feminine.
right.
They're rejecting that and embracing that masculine role, so they take the women's clothes off and then put on armor, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the rituals and rites of Dionysus, there was none of that. It was you wore women's clothes because fuck it, you wanted to wear women's clothes.
Yeah.
You wore men's clothes because fuck it, they're comfortable. Fuck it, you want to wear men's clothes. Slaves would often wear the clothes of their masters just to piss them off. And, because they'd all be up in a forest.
Yeah.
They'd be up in a forest, getting high, getting drunk, and sitting there,
about life.
and just having a great time, right?
Yeah.
The whole point of Dionysus, because he was a later addition to the Hellenistic pantheon, but he is a very, very old god. He goes back to Minoan Greece, so pre-Dark Ages. He's found in Linear B, in Minoan Greece, under Diwonuso, because it was a phonetic language.
Oh, interesting.
So basically,
this stuff is a little over my head, but
okay. So basically, he was a really, really old god, and then he fell out of history, and we're not sure why in the Dark Ages. But then he only comes back at the middle to the end of Hellenistic Greece, and we think this because as the state started getting prominence again, and city-states, which are called polis, Poleis, polis, started to form. They wanted gods of power, like your Zeus, your Poseidon, your Athena, your gods of power and smarts and wit, and they didn't want any revolution.
Yeah, so you don't want gods that are whose purpose is
the gods
chaotic
who represent madness.
Madness, chaos, or what's the word I'm thinking of here? Or God, why am I blanking on the word? Like undermining it.
Yes.
Fuck, I can't. Like enemy. Like a god that teaches you to challenge. They don't want. They don't want. Yeah, exactly. I can't think of the word
so
that I'm
they
trying to
didn't
think of
want
right now, but. No.
Yeah, I know you know what you're saying. So they didn't want that. So the running theory is that they just added him later and got rid of Hestia. Hestia was the god of the hearth, kind of god of the home. So they kind of got rid of Dionysus for a while they were setting up this political structure. And once they were sure enough that they could give these slaves kind of like a purge day, like a cheat day.
Yeah.
These slaves, these women, these people who
let them get
they
their frustrations
subjugated.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, let them get high, let them get drunk in a way that didn't threaten them, because obviously it's a state sanctioned holiday. Then it's a state sanctioned holiday of rebelling against the state.
Yeah, exactly. That's the recuperation thing that I was talking about in the vegan conversation, which is like, states are really good at doing that. They're really good at making containment things. Like, oh yeah, you get to have your state holiday of drunkenness, but don't you fucking dare do anything outside of those lines.
Yeah,
and we're gonna make sure that you never have the time to take off. You get your federal holiday, and that's it. And it's the minimum that we can do to keep you from going fucking hog wild.
Yeah, because there were even women-only festivals in ancient Greece.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people know this. There were women-only festivals, and one of them was called the Thesmophoria, right? And women would basically be able to have just be able to gather without men there, which obviously they weren't really allowed to do without a chaperone or without having to talk to their slaves. So it was both a class recuperation thing and a women recuperation thing, right? So all these women be able to meet up, chat shit, drink, and have a good time, but also they engaged in politics and philosophy and discussion, which they weren't allowed to do with the men in their lives.
We're going to shut that down.
What?
I said we're going to have to shut that down.
Yeah. But basically, there's a. I thought you said you were going to shut me down. I was like, whoa,
No,
whoa,
we're gonna have to
what
shut
I do?
that down. I was gonna say, damn,
My bad.
fucking.
But there's,
But is there not a parallel between what you're saying there, like, and exactly how, like, we look at, like, the way that gay bars, the purpose that gay bars served at one point?
I was about to draw that comparison,
Yeah,
bestie.
right. Yeah.
But I was also going to say there's a play called Thesmophoria Zuzai, Women at Thesmophoria, and it embodies male fears about women's spaces and male fears, or specifically the fears of those in power, about those who are of a lower power, lower class, socially, politically, and it's basically this one playwright, who is like the main character of the story, saying, "Hey, I'm going to dress up as a woman, and I'm going to infiltrate the Thesmophoria, this women's only festival, because I think that they don't like me, because I've been making fun of them in my plays, and I think that they're all plotting against me." And so it's this idea of he's dressing up as a woman to gain access to the one thing that he's not allowed.
Yeah.
So just like that, it ties into the queer theory that I'm writing about in my essay as well.
Right.
So just like this guy is dressing up as a woman, not for, obviously it's not an allegory for being trans or anything.
Right.
It's a social status thing, and it's a political thing. He's gaining access to the one space that he's told he's not allowed to have.
Right, as from the
Whereas-
position of being a extremely
Exactly.
like a playwright and it's being able to sort of flex your ability to have no bounds. That's a power
Yeah,
analysis and a
and
half.
I'm
right
drawing
there.
parallels in my dissertation between this and the act of straight people coming into queer spaces and being like, "Hey, I know that this is a queer space. It's a space for you guys to feel safe, but I have all these other spaces and I'm kind of bored of them, so I'm gonna come in here."
I'm gonna come in here and then ask you to make exceptions for me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what happened. But the ending of the story of the Thesmophoria Zuzai is the women were actually plotting against him, and he did get kicked out and assaulted. And I'm not saying that queer people should do the same, but straight people in queer spaces is inherently dangerous.
Sorry, I just had to hit a sus there.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, so, well, damn, holy shit. You've got so much cool shit to talk about. Fuck, I'm really excited. I hope that you will remember to send me your final product, because I'd love to read that.
I will
I'd love
do.
to. That's amazing.
Well, one of the reasons that I was so adamant that I was going to get on today, even though it's like 3 in the morning, is because we were talking on Twitter a couple of weeks ago. I sent you my new tattoo.
You sent what, sorry?
My new tattoo.
Oh, yeah. I think you DM'd that to me, right? Yeah.
Yes, I
think
did.
I responded to it, yeah. I get so many DMs. I apologize if I don't respond quickly.
It's all good. It's all good. But I think that the intersection of queer identity and ancient history is something that needs to be more readily studied. And I think
agree.
that in order to deconstruct the idea, this myth of the West and myth of the ancient West, we need more people of color to be in the field. We need more queer people to be in the field, and we kind of need a shift in how we view the ancient world, not as a foundation for the quote unquote West to form, but as a kind of a lot of people think that it's like you're building a building from the foundations up, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit more like a professional artist has drawn a really cool picture of a lion, and you've taken some transparent paper and kind of just scribbled on top of it and made it your own. We have these certain ideas from the ancient world that we like to think are the ancient world, but they're not. the ancient world is fucky and confusing and gay and inclusive, and there's so much going on. And
I have a feeling
It's-
that you would really like reading some Deleuze. I'm just gonna say.
I'll
I
have
don't
to
know if
get
you're
on
familiar.
that.
Listen, it's
But
I think it will be very valuable. Deleuze
based.
like Anti-Oedipus is the book that I'm thinking of right now, which I
Oh,
the one that
that's
I've read the
sick.
most of. Yeah, Anti-Oedipus talks about a number of things like this. For example, actively there's a large portion that's devoted to actively challenging the idea of an arborescent view of human history, which is what you literally described almost word for word a section from Anti-Oedipus, where Deleuze talks about arborescent versus rhizomatic worldviews. Like
Yes.
an arborescent worldview is one that's iterative, where everything is viewed as a previous version of what currently exists or as a foundation, and that's a huge mistake, because as
It's
it turns out,
reductionist.
like it's reductionist, but also societies, they branch outwards. There are like strange blooms at one point in history that is not yet to appear again until later. It's disorganized. It's not a strict line. There's no and the attempt to in the attempt to simplify history down to sort of like an iterative or arborescent lineage of society presented to this society, produced this society, gives you such a distorted view of history that it can hardly be considered truth. And that's like one of the things that's discussed about in Deleuze's work, which is why I recommended it to you as somebody who's interested in these fields. He talks a lot about anthropology, he talks a lot about history, and one of the other things that's sort of focused on in this is analyzing societies as analyzing societies and aspects of societies for the purpose that it served in that society, as opposed to as a representation of something from another society. So, for example, this happens a lot with with people projecting modern understandings of the state onto societies that were pre-state. This happens all the time. Yeah, exactly. Onto the ancient world. Exactly. This idea that like, oh, well, yeah, they were doing it for this reason. Well, no, that they like you're saying that this is like a primordial version of something we do today, when in reality it actually serves a different purpose. And it's really important to understand what purpose this aspect of society served in that context, because it could be, and often is, very different than the way that we use something that might even look similar. And we can learn more better if we do it that way. So
No, I
yeah.
totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's super interesting that you bring that up, because I've got a lot of mates. Obviously, we're classic students, so we're gay nerds who are also stoners, right? With that being illegal here, it's
Based.
But basically, one of my mates is doing some research. He's going abroad to the Middle East. I'm not going to say what country because
fair enough.
various reasons. They're doing some research on the role that weed played in ancient societies, and they're doing some active archaeology in trying to recreate the most primitive and the first like literature based weed
Wow.
that they can find.
It's funny you mentioned that. I saw a post recently, that was from an Indian historian who was talking about the plethora of terms for weed that have existed in India.
So many.
There is
No,
so many. Like, I mean, there's literally like hundreds of different terms that are popularly used all over the place. It's so wild. Like, oh god, it's so fucking wild.
It's
like,
insane.
Our understanding
'cause
of
it's
history is
so
so
demonized.
fat.
The idea
Yeah.
of the idea of drugs as a crime is interesting, because
There were
in the ancient
Christian
world.
sects in early Rome that like were literally drug cults. They would go they would go crawl into the catacombs and fucking do LSD to see God, and that was Christian. They were like, yeah, we're Christians, bro.
heroin,
We
I think,
love
actually.
Jesus.
I think it was heroin, because poppies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Heroin's common. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy shit. Obviously, LSD was an exaggeration, but like, because they couldn't
that was
produce
used
it at
in
that time.
a mixture of like heroin, like through poppy seeds, and undiluted wine. Basically, it's just like they got drunk as fuck and high as fuck in the Eleusinian mysteries. And they were like, oh my god, I've been seeing God. I've had all these visions about God. It was just them hallucinating because they were high as fuck.
Incredible.
And it's kind of thought that a lot of early Roman Christian thought was, or you know, a lot of people said like they've seen God. In the modern day, a lot of people don't say they've seen God. They've heard God, they've felt
Yeah.
God, but they haven't seen God, right?
Yeah.
In the ancient world, they said that they'd physically seen the gods.
Yeah.
A lot of modern day Christians that I've spoken to who are also like classicists or whatever have said like, yeah, they were just more connected to God back then, but they were just high as fuck, bro.
I feel like it was
Just
either
off
high as
the
fuck,
nut,
but
dude.
also realistically, probably a very different cultural understanding of God.
Yes.
It's really interesting you mention that because I have a family member who also claims to have heard God, never seen. I don't have a single family
Only
member, even
heard.
though growing up in a cult. Yeah, only heard. It's interesting, the voice of God being portrayed as sort of like a nebulous thing as opposed to something you see. That is extremely interesting. By the way, I just wanted to say thank you so much. And if you want to shout out anything, I do have to get. I think I'm gonna have to bring in another caller soon. Just
No,
because I
of
didn't actually
course.
set any
No
time
worries, man.
sets. But yeah, if you want to like promo your Twitter or whatever so people can follow you, this has been a super fascinating conversation. And Miles, I really thank you for coming on. This has been fascinating.
Yeah, of course, dude.
So yeah, fucking if
yeah,
you
my
ever want to talk about
Twitter-
this shit,
my
let me know. And yeah.
Yeah, shit. My Twitter is noon KN0ON_. Like the thing, not the word. But
There we go.
But yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Of
It's been
course.
great.
Thank you for coming on and telling us all this stuff. And I hope that once you finish your article, I would love to read it because that sounds fucking amazing. So thank you so
Yeah,
much.
sick. I will do.
Have a great
See
day.
you soon.
Bye
Have
for
a great
now.
day. Bye bye.
Yay! Okay, hold on, everybody. I need to pick a game to play while we're talking. Wouldn't it be interesting if I played a game while we talk? Should I play what should I play? It would be fun for me to have something up on the screen while we're talking and chatting and stuff. No, I can't do Pathologic. I can't do anything storyline related. Hold on. 1 second. Let me pick out a game. I should play Webbed? Not feeling that type of game. Let's take a look. Hold on. Let's see what I got. Elden Ring. I could play. Oh, I have Dark Souls 3 installed. Do you guys want to see what I'm doing in Dark Souls 3? I could also play Peglin. Peglin comes out in a couple of days. Peglin would be good. And it's cute. All right, I'm going to play Peglin. Fuck it. Let's do Peglin. And then I'll do Dark Souls 3 after. We're just going to do Peglin for now. All right. Let's get the next caller in. Peglin. No, it's called Peglin. I'll show it off as the game goes on. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How's it going today?
It's going good.
All right.
I just wanted to come on and talk about my workplace unionization effort. I'm actually working to organize Card Kingdom, which is the largest singles reseller for Magic the Gathering.
That's fucking amazing. Real quick, can I just get the name you'd like me to put up on the screen and your pronouns?
Yeah, Chloe, she, her, it.
Oh, based.
It's rise
All
up.
right. Fucking based. Sick ass pronouns. Love the idiots. Love the
Yeah.
she it faction. So welcome, Chloe. It's wonderful to talk to you. We spoke a bit on Twitter earlier, I believe. So yeah, please hit us up with all the info. I'm going to be mostly listening here because I want to hear what y'all have been up to.
Yeah, of course. So we've actually been organizing, probably since like 16 months now at this point.
Damn. That's a long
A lot of it's been
long
pretty
haul.
sorry, just trying to find words to like
No,
describe
that's
it.
okay. Take your time. There's no pressure
Yeah, of
or
course.
anything. Yeah. Would you say so how involved in the unionization effort are you? You don't have to give away any info that's like that it puts you in any position, but like would you say like are you just sort of are you passively involved? Were you in charge of organizing it personally or what?
The latter.
Okay. So you were
I,
very much involved in the organization.
I do know like a lot of stuff that's going on with it and like stuff we're doing, and I'm like really like on the pulse of everything.
So you're unionizing or attempting to unionize. There's a unionization push for a workplace that is for a games and card store, and you've mentioned that you have a pretty tight crew there, right? Y'all
Yeah,
are
no,
pretty close
everyone there fucking rules.
How hard was it to get people to like open up to the idea of a union?
Not very.
Not very. Yeah. See, I've heard mixed stories.
Like remember we're talking about the Pacific Northwest, so
true. Okay, true. Yeah, you do have that advantage. Being a P&W company, I've actually heard a lot of people say that like the process of convincing your everyday person in a workplace to unionize is actually not as hard as a lot of people think it is. I think that like maybe we're finally reaching the point where like all of the anti-union propaganda is coming back to bite people in the ass because people just don't buy it anymore. They're just like, yeah, whatever. Fucking workplaces lie all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I think a lot of it too is just the fact that unions are getting a bit wiser to the tactics that places like Littler Mendelsohn, which is like probably what most it's probably the union avoidance firm that most workplaces that are like really huge, like Amazon was using like Littler Mendelsohn.
Yeah, sorry, what's the name of that again?
Littler Mendelsohn. They are I'm pretty sure the largest union busting firm in America.
That makes sense. The union busting is a booming business right now,
It really
and
is.
They're eating shit. As it turns out,
It's awesome. I'm loving everything that's going on with Starbucks
sick?
Workers United, with the Amazon Labor Union.
Yep, I was gonna say both Starbucks and Amazon have been fucking handing out L's to these fucking union busting firms over and over again, and it's wild. I haven't even been able to do like an update. I've been wanting to do an update on all of the union wins, but there's been a lot, and I keep getting information that's then out of date. So I'm gonna have to do a big catch up at some point. But it's actually so satisfying to see fucking union busters eating shit in the modern day. It's just so great.
Yeah, it's incredibly satisfying. Like I really can't describe how good it feels.
So what are the big things you're focusing on winning for your workplace? Like what about the union is like calling your workplace together? Like, is there like a single benefit that you're aiming for that's like most important to you? Is there like an incident that occurred that motivated it, or was this sort of a like long time coming type thing?
It was a long time coming type thing. We were pushing for pretty broad demands.
Okay.
If you'd like, I can go ahead and read off our demands list.
Please, yeah, that's totally reasonable. Mm-hmm.
And this is divided into 4 sections: compensation, flexibility, transparency, and opportunity.
Okay.
So under compensation, 1, we demand a living wage. We demand a commitment to future wage increases. We demand the removal of wage caps and pay bands. We demand meaningful raises, and we demand to share in the financial success of Card Kingdom. So with a lot of this, we're talking about like the wage caps. There have been instances where people will actually get performance bonuses for our production department, which is the department that actually pulls out all these $1,000 cards and gets it like mailed to, like gets it like packed together and ready to be mailed to you.
Make sure it doesn't get lost. Make sure all the address is correct. Keep it safe and everything like that.
Yeah. And so what happens a lot of the time is that a person will get a performance bonus, and that person may end up like applying to become like a department lead or something like that. And when that happens, we're talking about like sometimes their pay actually goes down because of the way that the pay bands and the wage caps work. So you get a promotion and you get paid less to do more work.
You know, that's funny. That was a reason why I stopped. Well, it was a contributing reason to the reason that I left my sales job when I used to do sales long before I was a streamer, was because in order to access management, you would have to take a pay cut for a year and then go to a management training program where you would they would hold you to sales numbers, but you would stop getting commission. So you would take a massive pay cut and you would need to work just as hard for a year plus while they figured out whether they wanted you to be in management or not. No, they don't match your former wage. They just literally force you to do that. It's so messed up.
And with the wage caps, like once you hit the performance-based wage cap, they just won't pay you anymore. Like that's it. That's all you get. Have fun.
So messed up. Okay, so those are really super reasonable demands, and also I think it would be remiss to note, remiss to not note, I should say, that like card game companies are by and large ridiculously profitable. If you can,
it's insane.
Yeah, especially
admittedly,
up here,
it is kind of more difficult because like we're like kind of a middleman company where people sell their cards to us and like we just sell them back at like usually higher rate.
Right. Yeah, you take a collectible and yeah, you run like a sort of, you have a market or whatever where people can browse what stuff they want. But I mean, Magic cards, especially up here in the Pacific Northwest, are very lucrative, very much still to this day.
Oh yes.
And depending on, I mean, if you like, for example, I'm a fan of channels such as Alpha Investments and stuff like that, where I like going and hearing about like how the business breaks down of it. And these are like, there is a lot of expectation placed on employees to have know-how, to have niche know-how that doesn't necessarily have applications in other jobs, and for there to be large profits made on the cards that require the people there to know the cards, to know what's popular, to keep track of a whole bunch of information, to be able to sell them. And these skills aren't necessarily applicable elsewhere. You can't take your knowledge of like a popular but still niche card game and take that to a job where you're going to be selling software necessarily. You know what I mean? So like
it's not really like a skill that translates anywhere else. Like
which you would expect.
It's just like handling $1,000 cards all day.
Yeah, it's not like it's something that like, oh well, like this is a cool skill, but it's not something that's like, I'm not gonna be able to boost my income because of this skill. This is something I have to learn for this job. So you would expect there to be, well, like you mentioned, profit sharing and better pay and not so many restrictions, especially in a collector market where there is a lot of money to be made. It's a lot of money to be made off of collectible items that aren't like that again, there's a lot of knowledge that has to go into them. So I think it's good to hear that this is being pushed for, especially because like a lot of times in conversations about labor, there is sometimes a sort of frivolity that's placed on industries like, well, gaming, entertainment, film, that like, oh, well, you're working in a cool industry, therefore why do you care about like labor rights? Like, aren't you lucky to be working with something fun? And it's like, it's not fun once it's your job. It's like, and you can't just, that's a horrible
working 8 hours a day, like what does it matter if it's like fun or not? Like you're still having like a third of your day zapped away. It doesn't matter if like the job's like quote unquote fun.
Yeah, right. And so like I think it's important that like, or rather I should say, I'm happy to hear that there's a lot of people in industries that aren't just like Amazon, McDonald's, and Starbucks who are also thinking about unionization, because it's important everywhere. Being able to have something like bargaining chips against your boss changes your life in every industry. Does not matter what industry you're in. But unfortunately, people tend to fixate a little bit on like manual labor industries, coal mines, manufacturing, and then other like sort of very large industries like fast food or logistics or whatever. But then of course, when conversations come up around this, it's like, hey, this is just as important. People work here. So yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm actually going to be pulling up a copy of our employee handbook just so I can actually find out what I can and cannot say on stream.
Absolutely. Please don't put yourself in any danger, though. Of course, if you don't want this posted beyond this, we can absolutely make sure that doesn't make sure that this doesn't go out or whatever like that.
Yeah, basically the main reason I came on was just to promote that we are doing this and like to like just do what you can to support us.
Yeah, do you want to shout out the name of the union effort and the location again for people who are in the same place?
Yeah, it's just Card Kingdom Union. We have a Twitter, @CKUnion_. Just putting that out there now because I still do want to go through the rest of the demands and talk about like conditions at the job and all that.
Please tell us everything. Hit me with everything.
So you did mention bargaining chips earlier. One bargaining chip that I believe I can talk about. One sec. Let me just make absolutely sure before I do. Beyond that, let me go ahead and read off flexibility. We demand an employee wellness benefits program. We demand the ability to take unpaid time off. This is actually one that I've been pushing for really heavily, because what Card Kingdom does is they don't give you unpaid time off. You just don't get it.
So you just can't call in sick, basically?
So what they do is, like, they'll forgive it if you have, like, a doctor's note or something. But, like, if you just feel like you're not going to have a good day, or if you, like, feel like you have brain fog or just a bad mental health day, you have to get a doctor's note, or they'll, like, after that absence, just start, like, engaging in disciplinary action.
Well, those things are always very convenient for employers too, because if first of all, if they can lock you behind needing a doctor's note, half the time when you're sick, you're not going to be getting a doctor's note, so they can squeeze that out as well. However, also, like, in the without having the ability of people to, like, take time off and when they need it, it just means that basically your schedule is controlled, whether they say it or not. They might say that they have flexible scheduling, but if they don't allow you to have a day off when you need it, and, like, even if you'd have to take a pay hit to that, that's in my opinion unreasonable and very controlling.
Yeah, their idea of flexible scheduling is if you have to take, like, a day off, you have to make it up within the same week.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's their idea of flexible scheduling. By the way, to the chatter, Frightman, don't call in sick during a pandemic. That sounds like a very healthy policy. Sarcasm. So they actually did have a COVID policy, but they revoked that, I believe, last September.
That happened to a lot of places. A lot of places adopted, for at least to make, like, a big, like, motion of it, they adopted some sort of, like, COVID policy that they dropped almost immediately after, despite the fact that we've had 3 spikes since the initial restrictions were put in, and each one has been worse than the last. It's like, there's so much of that. There's so much sneaky behavior. This is one of the reasons why unions are important, by the way, because every day you go into work, like, you're probably not going to interact with all of the sneaky shit that your boss is going off of, but when you all come together, you can tell each other about it. You can find out all of the little sneaky bullshit that they put in there that might catch one person, and then that person just goes, well, I guess I'm just shit out of luck, and then they keep it to themselves. And then you find out, oh no, there's actually 3 other similar ways that other people in the company are getting their arms squeezed to do more work for less.
Yeah. Also, another thing to talk about with benefits is the fact that we only get 4 paid holidays. It is nice that we get paid holidays, but 4 per year, and 3 of them are in the holiday season, and the other is July 4th.
That's extremely bare bones.
So you get no holidays from, like, January all the way until July.
That's terrible. That's terrible. That's like Kmart level.
It's like
policy.
Regular retail level shit. And like, when I got my, they do, like, yearly, like, performance reviews and shit for, like, just updating your wages and shit. They tried to. I didn't realize it until I actually looked at, like, Washington State minimum wage laws, because I wasn't really paying attention to that. But all they called it a cost of living raise, but all they did was raise the required minimum wage.
Isn't that amazing? One time at my job, I got a less than 25-cent raise for a cost of living yearly. They called it the yearly raise, and it wasn't even enough to adjust for inflation over the previous year. And yet they call it a cost of living.
Half of inflation.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Oh God. So see, this is the thing. This is the way a lot of companies will get away with doing stuff. Like, they'll say when you get hired, oh, we offer yearly raises. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, because they could give you like a 2-cent rate, not that low, obviously, but they can give you like a 10-cent raise, and then they'll be like, that was your yearly raise. It's like, I'm not making functionally any more than I was.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. to every single person in chat, if you ever like organize or if you ever like talk to your boss and find out that your raise is below the rate of inflation, you are taking a pay cut. No other way about it. You are taking a fucking pay cut.
Yep. And by the way, it doesn't matter like what type of job you're in. You can you have a right and you have protections to be able to ask for a higher wage that adjusts for inflation or for cost of living increases. And people should, it sucks that it always has to be, again, this is why a union or other forms of workplace advocacy are incredibly important, even if it's just communication between you and your coworkers. Even if you can't get a union together, but you just start talking to one another, it's super important, because this is the sort of stuff that, like, I don't know. This is the sort of stuff that where people will literally they'll lose money year to year and then keep working just as hard or work harder, and they don't even realize it because their job just conveniently avoids giving them cost of living adjustments, even though the cost of living in the area is realistically probably going up, as it tends to do almost everywhere.
Especially in the Pacific Northwest.
Especially in the Pacific Northwest, where the cost of living has skyrocketed so fast that everyone's head is spinning.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I can actually find there's actually like a bunch of like IWW agitprop that actually covers like the idea of like your employer. Like, I don't really like that it uses the term gaslighting, because like I feel like that should really be like confined to like situations of like relationship abuse, not really.
I will say though, there are certainly times where bosses can gaslight people. Like,
oh yeah, 100%. Of course.
Especially if you've been
like
in a
interpersonal
job
gaslighting is absolutely a thing.
Totally.
But I think that like a lot of people don't really reckon with the fact that like a lot of the time, what they're probably doing is like trying to preserve their own income. So
yeah,
because a lot of time they get told to do this stuff, and like. Yeah, it's bad that they do it.
It's just following order structures sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a big thing. A thing that if you ever work a job that has like significant corporate involvement, my sales job was like this, where we're always getting information from corporate and whatever. You'll start to see that like management is calculated to a science. They put a lot of middle managers into painful positions where their pay is directly reliant on that manager undertaking, like, let's just call them shady decisions in the workplace, and those managers have to do that or else they won't make their pay that they need. And it's literally pitting low-level employees versus middle managers so that the upper level people can just sit back and collect.
Yeah. And just to go on and talk a little bit about pay and benefits, bit of story from someone else that is organizing. He was told by HR that it was his lot in life to make minimum wage because this was his chosen career path to move $1,000 pieces of cardboard around for the rest of his life.
That would be, for me, a moment of genuine extreme rage. I would very much struggle to not quit on the spot if somebody told me that sort of thing.
He asked how many days per week our management and HR work from their homes in like a little bit away, no Docs or Reno. It's most of the week, and how much they pay in rent. They own their own home.
That's fucked up. I would see that is the sort of like boss treatment that pushes into the like, oh, we're being cruel for fun. Oh, that is so fucking bad. And
just 1 sec. Sorry, I'm like going through this while also like trying to like have this convo.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, reading off the rest. Flexibility. We already read that off. We demand flexible schedules and hours. Ties into what we were talking about earlier in regards to like,
flexibility.
Yeah, real flexibility. Like we suggested 4/10s as like a potential option, because like basically the only scheduling option we have is 40-hour weeks, 5 days a week.
That's terrible. So that was something that we managed to get in a workplace I used to work at, was pushing for 4/10s, and we didn't have a union or anything. We just got everyone so mad about it that we were like, no, we're really pissed. Fucking fix this, or else we're just all gonna be shitty. And they were like, oh, fine, we'll move to 4/10s. And it was okay, if you've ever had to work 9 to 5, listen, 410s is such a nice change up because you have a whole extra day of the week that you can do whatever the fuck you want, which includes being able to go to the doctor or go get groceries or everything else. It is.
Yeah, no,
like,
it's wonderful.
Literally, it's yeah. So it makes me feel like my job ain't so bad. Never ever let that feel that way, because every job sucks in America. Just
every job sucks. Every single fucking one. I don't care what job you have, even if like you enjoy like every aspect of it. There's probably some like middle manager or something that's probably going to end up fucking you over.
Yeah. I've had jobs, like, obviously there's been workplaces I've really enjoyed, but I don't think I've ever really I don't think I've ever enjoyed I don't think I've ever felt comfortable in a with a relationship with a boss, because of how passively normalized fucking your employees over at every opportunity you get really is. And in fact, in a lot of corporations, honestly, there is an active culture of unspoken culture of celebrating fucking over your employees. Like, literally, I've been invited to events where there was where it was expected that I'm climbing up the ladder and that they're letting me in on stuff. And the way that some bosses talk about their employees is straight up like they're talking about slaves or worse.
There's a reason it's called human resources.
Yep. Yeah. Human resources, you are the resource. They're not helping you. They're helping control you. They're helping make sure that you don't do anything that's going to make the company look bad. Keep that in mind.
One of the most important things to remember is that HR does not exist to protect you. It exists to protect the company.
Excellent advice. The adage that every worker in America should understand, although I don't know, maybe we're moving so quickly into gig economy that HR is a thing of the past even. But I will say,
so
yeah,
bad.
It's so bad. But yes, HR, don't trust
just
HR.
The fucking, have you ever seen the fucking I hate the Antichrist. I hate the Antichrist thing. That's me, except with I hate human resources. I hate human fucking resources.
Yeah, I love the I hate the Antichrist. I hate the Antichrist. The people with the guns coming in, the little, what are they, Wojak faces, rage faces?
Yeah, it's like the fucking UN helmets or whatever.
Yeah. I love that meme in general. But yeah, don't trust HR, everybody. Yeah.
Don't trust HR and don't trust managers. If they promise you anything, always remember that you organizing can get that and more.
Yep, absolutely true. And
anything
always get it in writing. I've been promised so many things. I've told this story on stream, the time where I took on a bunch of holiday shifts. This was when I was much more naive. I took on a bunch of holiday shifts being told that I was going to be given that I would get a huge bonus for it. As it turns out, there was small print that stated that if you're a part-time employee, the maximum holiday bonus you could get was $50. But of course, I was not made aware of that, and my manager was conveniently also not aware of it, quote unquote, until after I'd already worked the shifts that they really wanted me to cover so that everybody could go have a nice holiday, which I was fine to do if I was going to get paid for it, but I wasn't. I got my maximum $50 bonus, and then I sat in a kiosk for 16 hours on Christmas doing a double back-to-back shift. Yep.
Jesus.
So, yeah. Anyway, continue. Go ahead.
I might be able to talk about this, actually.
Okay.
I just have a few more things I have to read through, and I can let you know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to put yourself in that.
Yeah, I don't want to reveal too much information such that I can actually get in trouble. I'm being very smart about that.
Good.
Yeah. So transparency. We demand a policy re-examination and overhaul. We demand the ability to have input on future policy changes, and we demand transparency on long-term plans and goals for Card Kingdom. So we actually have a public petition for showing support for us. We don't think it's actually going to do anything to have a fucking change.org position. It's largely just to show support for us.
Please post that link though, because that's a free and easy thing we can do to show off some support. Yeah.
There you go.
Excellent. Everybody, right in the chat there is a petition. If you want to help out this union, get some signatures on there. It takes no time to sign this little petition. Let's fucking show some imp love. Can we get a raid love over there for a fucking good ass unionization effort? That would be fantastic. Please, I will certainly be signing that after this stream.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Let's see. And there are just so many fucking stories on there of like ex-employees who've had really shitty managers. Like literally the top fucking reason for signing has a person talking about how their manager just harassed them, dismissed them, and reprimanded them for like really petty or non-existent reasons, and just gave like white cis straight dudes second and third chances on everything.
That's unfortunately common, but terrible. That you get fucking managers that play discriminatory favorites.
Yeah, sorry about the game.
Oh no, that's okay. I you went quiet for a second there. I was like, oh, did we lose you? But yeah.
Let's see. Let's see here, and it's just all over the fucking reasons for signing on the petition. It's
Excellent.
everywhere.
That's that sort of thing is super helpful because we can get a lot of people over there to sign that.
Yeah,
we'll plug that throughout. Okay,
and
good. People are posting in live stream. Okay, great. So I'll be on our Discord as well.
The last bit of the demands are opportunity. We demand access to professional development programs. This ties into a lot of what people in the reasons for signing are saying, because there are just a bunch of ex-employees talking about like how regular employees will get terminated like at a rate of like 12 to 1 for managers.
Holy shit. That's a lot of rotating staff. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's the turnover is insane.
That is really, I was gonna say,
especially since we get paid minimum wage, so nobody actually like applies.
That sounds like a brewing disaster. Like truly,
it's horrible.
Once you get for people who haven't worked, like I don't know, for people who haven't worked jobs like this, like when you get to a point where employee turnover is really high, pay is really low, and you stop getting like reliable applications in, that's when a workplace starts to become truly hell, because the managers can't get the tasks done that they need to get done, and so then you generally get managers who just yell at you for everything and blame all of their problems on you, even though there's literally not even enough staff to get it done. It's the worst type of workplace to work in.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yep. That makes sense why there's such a push for that. Anyway, sorry, please continue. I don't mean to keep cutting you off. I just want to provide some commentary.
I think I actually can talk about it.
Okay.
So there's actually an employee stock ownership program with Card Kingdom. And if you know anything about employee stock ownership programs, you know that these are often used as ways for a company to transition to a cooperative. But the issue with ours is that there is a clause that specifically forbids you from participation in the ESOP, the Employee Stock Ownership Program, if you are a member of a bargaining unit.
That is so dirty. That is so dirty. So they're literally not only just locking you out of the future, future co-op ownership, but also it's an anti-union tactic built into the employee benefits program. That is very slimy. Wow.
Yeah, it's not great.
That is like I've never heard of that particular type. I'm sure it exists elsewhere, but oh my god, that's so dirty.
It's actually a lot more common than you think. Often like ESOPs within companies will actually end up being just like anti-union measures or like.
Yeah. Well, I know that the principle behind them is that you get people invest in the company and they're less likely to sign up. But I've never heard of it being that outright forbidden like that. That's wild.
Yeah, no, it very explicitly says that if you are a member of a bargaining unit, you cannot take part in the ESOP. And like even then, the ESOP takes I think 5 years to pay out, and you can't benefit until like after 1,000 hours of work in your service year, which is like just. If you like joined the company in like late 2021 and like you got hired in 2022, you wouldn't even be able to take part in it until 2023.
At that point, on a minimum wage job, is that even a benefit? Can you even call that a benefit? That's how I feel about jobs that put like vacation time behind a year. Like I find that to be like I can't even believe that we allow that as a society. They
also do that too. So
That doesn't surprise me. At this point, like I can see the tactics of the workplace. You know that you've successfully illustrated what type of workplace you're dealing with here, and it's that type. Yeah, the type that says, "Oh yeah, you can't take any vacation time until you've done a year's work for me." Like, fuck you. God, that is so bad. Well, I mean, I'm very happy to hear you've been having success. Then, I really hope that you're able to get the union set up the way that you've been hoping.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful too.
Yeah.
Just because like it's been a hell of a time organizing this.
I can imagine. It sounds like you have a particularly a if not openly hostile environment, and an environment that is very entrenched and has a lot of reasons or a lot of ways to discourage people from ever getting involved in the organization process, which, by the way, is what a lot of workplaces do. They will aim to make it so that people just kind of sigh and go, yeah, well, whatever, I don't care enough about this job to like go do that. But then you're in the job, and then if it's your only job, you're stuck with it. But by then it's all about exhausting people so that they don't actually, stick up for themselves, basically, because you just want to keep your head down and don't cause any trouble. But the truth is that a lot of times that's what gets you into trouble in the first place, unfortunately.
Yeah. And like just everything about it is terrible. God, I was going to say something else, but I completely forgot what I was going to say. Shit.
Oh, it's okay. But oh yeah, if you don't have anything else on your mind, that's okay. Thank you so much for coming on here and telling us about this. Like, this is super good, and it's local to me, and I would love, if you're willing to, if you keep me updated, I can have you on again to talk about it more. I'd love to get more eyes and support onto your stuff. I don't know if y'all are in a position where you're prepping for any sort of funds or anything like that, but if you do, just know that I will do what I can to assist you.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
No problem. I'm happy to.
Yeah,
I know that like work is
cool
hell.
if I go ahead and link just socials.
Please do. Yes. Yep. Go right ahead.
So here is the actual union's Twitter. They are this same @ is, I believe, on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok.
Okay. So there we go. There's the CK Union. Everybody, there's the CK Union in chat if you'd like to follow and keep up with the Card Kingdom Union. The Card Kingdom is a local card company around here, and
I promise you, it's not local.
Well, okay, but I should say this is a local branch. And yeah, so if you want to give them some support, please follow them. And if you imps, listen up. This is something we've had a nice, easy, lazy day. Go click that change link and sign that petition. It's literally free for you to sign that petition, and you can help a workplace get better. So
I'll leave a link in again.
Do that. Please do. There it is. There's that link right in chat. Grab that. Same thing goes for you, future video watchers. Click that damn link and go give some support. This is a little way that you can do something from the comfort of your computer and actually help people out a lot, and it's completely free. So, yeah. Well, Chloe, thank you fucking so much for coming on and talking to us about all this. That was a lot of information, and I really, really hope your workplace has success in this unionization push. You will be.
Thank you so much.
You're not alone in this struggle. There's a huge push for better labor standards in America, and the more of us that are pushing, the more likely we are to succeed.
Yeah. Oh, before I go, that's what I was going to say.
Please.
I was going to talk about how all of you can get involved in organizing your workplaces, because that's a very important part of this, is we all organize.
It's incredibly important. And actually, can you bring this back to me in a few minutes? Thank you. Yeah, it's incredibly, incredibly important. And just so you know, if a small team of card sellers can unionize, so can you. And it is possible, and it isn't as much effort as most people think. And guess what? Like we discussed earlier in this conversation, just talking to your coworkers alone can start to change the environment in a workplace. We were able to, even without being able to unionize or anything like that, coordinate both raises and better schedules just by opening up communications between workers that was solidarity between workers. So, yeah.
Yeah. So probably the best way you can get early information on organizing, there's a video on YouTube by a guy someone by the name of Another Slice called "How to Unionize Your Workplace." They go over security, contacting an organizer, talking to a trusted coworker, lists and maps, planning one-on-ones, AEIOU, which is an acronym for agitate, educate, inoculate, organize, and you can either have the last bit in the acronym be unionize or the big push with like a capital U.
Yeah, the big push with a capital U.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, and
That's
probably
amazing.
if you're interested in organizing, the number one thing you should do is get in contact with your local IWW branch. They offer an organizer training 101. It's an excellent fucking training. I've been through it myself. I'm going to be taking probably their OT 102 at some point, just to round out my knowledge and make sure that I like have everything I need in my toolbox. But the best thing you can do is get in touch with the local IWW. They should get you set up.
Excellent. Yeah, the IWW has really, really good, like sort of traditional workplace organizing resources. Maybe not as many resources if you're in gig economy, but nonetheless, if you're in a traditional workplace, tons and tons of readily available organizational tips and also just general bargaining tips that are valuable for you as a worker outside of any sort of organization effort. So, yeah.
Especially when you consider like just how militant the IWW actually is, they're gonna help you. I promise you.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially these days. Also, a lot of the older union organizations throughout COVID have actually managed to have some pretty big wins. For example, I'm sure you're probably familiar with the huge victory that the Teamsters Union has had recently here in the Pacific Northwest. Teamsters have been doing like a statewide strike, and they got their demands. So sick as fuck to hear.
I actually haven't been following the Teamster stuff very closely just because like of everything going on right now with my workplace.
I can imagine.
But also an important thing to note is that part of why the Teamsters is actually why the Teamsters are rather actually pushing for a lot of this is because of the change away from Hoffa leadership. Because the internal politics of the Teamsters historically have been pretty, let's just say, not great.
Yeah, they've had some issues. Yep, there's been some
it's not quite as bad as like the AFL-CIO, but
of course, AFL-CIO has a lot of issues recently, and they also started accepting police unions, didn't they? Wasn't that very recently that they were just like, yeah, we're not going to speak out against police unions? Which
I think so. But also the AFL-CIO had a pretty big hand in American imperialism in South America.
It doesn't surprise me even a little bit, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, Chloe, thank you so much for coming on. We got to bring on some other people. I didn't expect to get this many calls in, but thank you so much for coming on. And drop your links in chat again, if you will, and then and hopefully we'll hear some updates from you in the future. I truly wish you the best, and I thank you a lot for coming on and talking with us today, because it's been super informative, and also just generally great to hear from somebody working on this stuff in the field.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. What a wonderful conversation. What a fucking great conversation. You got to watch me play some Peglin. By the way, the game I'm playing right now on stream is Peglin. It is a well, not an RPG. It's like a roguelike Peggle game, kind of. You get items and stuff like that, and it's really, really, really cool. So check that out as well. I'm going to be playing more of it on here. Hello. Amphy? Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
what are your
correct.
pronouns, Amphy?
I came on here before once, I believe.
Oh, cool. What are your pronouns, by the way?
He, him.
All right, cool. Sick. Classic pronouns. Excellent.
Classic pronouns.
Yeah, well, welcome to the show. What did you want to talk about today?
So, I wanted to come on during the trans call-in stream, but I think you would only talk to like one person, I think, that was like not a content creator, so then
we got
here.
so swamped. We got way more calls than I thought I was gonna get. I was honestly expecting like half of the people to not show up, and then it was booked from end to end.
You got like more people than was expected. Like I think what you were streaming for like 8 hours or something, right?
Yeah, we ended up going for I think we went like for like 8.5 by the end. It was a really long stream, but good. It was good. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't blame you. I was just like, oh, okay. Like,
yeah, no worries.
I'll come on another time.
I feel bad. I feel bad anytime I do call-ins and then I don't get to everybody because I know people are patient, but it's just very hard to organize them any other way besides because conversations, flow. Anyway, go ahead and hit me with whatever you want to talk about.
So I guess it's like, so I'm a sort of like a binary, just like trans guy, and I guess I was having some issues lately just because I almost feel like I've been transitioning for nearly like 3 years now.
Okay.
And I still don't even really know what it like means to be trans, or I always feel the need to like justify my own like existence in some way, or it's like I always feel like I need to have the right arguments, and I almost feel like I'm kind of stuck in this like toxic thinking of, oh, it's the performative theory. Oh, it's because I am on testosterone and people think I'm a man, so therefore I'm a man. And I don't know, it always felt like whenever you talked about it, you always kind of had this better grip on gender, while I'm kind of stuck in this binary, I have to act this way, and I have to, be really binary, and I need to justify my own existence. And
well, I'd certainly be able to talk to that to some degree. I mean, it's something I've thought about to a large amount for some time. For a lot of my time during transition, I did consider myself binary, although I realized over time that I hadn't really given much thought to what that really meant to me on a larger scale. And it's really, so there's a couple of things I should say. First of all, it's extremely easy to feel, or I should say it's very common to feel like binary pressure. I feel binary pressure constantly. Even still, even given the fact that I'm like very, very happily non-binary now, there is a lot of just passive social pressure to express yourself a certain way, regardless of where long you are in your transition. So like you never feel bad about that. It's something that's like that's sort of the purpose of a binary system existing, is to create a passive pressure that makes people behave in a certain way. That's sort of why it formulates. I hesitate to call it like its purpose, because it's not like it was designed by one person, but it does serve an ideological role of basically creating a foundation for socializing, a foundation for thinking about things that pressures you one way or another. But so when it comes to the question of what makes you X thing, like I think that isn't like, one of the things that's been most helpful to me is realizing how bullshit everyone else is about it. And what I mean by that is if you go ask a cis person randomly, or if you even listen to go watch videos of like cis people talking about what it means to them to be a woman. A great example of this is, we've watched on this show a couple of times, like Abigail Shapiro, like what she thinks a woman is. We also recently did like a dive into Girl Defined, which are they are the most unhinged, the most nonsensical, like they're like, yeah, being a woman is, it's really, God just really wants you to be able to bring the Holy Spirit into your husband's life through your womanly femininity. And it's like, what?
So
none
ridiculous.
of that, it doesn't mean anything. It's literal nonsense. And Vermin in chat says, the other day I saw someone point out that many basic self-care activities that cis women talk about are explicitly gender-affirming behavior. And I've been thinking about it since in regards to access to makeup, hair care, salons, nail care, how it's considered degenerate for trans people to pursue when otherwise it's very normal and expected for cis people, especially women. Right? That's another, that really does apply to this sort of conversation in general. so people's understanding of like what womanhood is and what manhood is totally bullshit. The thing that once you realize that everyone is basically bluff checking perpetually and they don't even realize that they're doing it, it becomes a little easier to feel confident in your own validity. When I know that that if right now I was to declare myself woman or man or whatever, my claim to that would be just as strong as my neighbor who was born cis and has never had a gender non-conforming thought in their mind that they know of. And like I realized that, like, oh, if you ask them about it, they probably wouldn't be able to answer a single thing about gender. They wouldn't know about it. They wouldn't know why they came to these conclusions. So it's the way that gender is like granted or removed in our society is totally arbitrary. And it's not just arbitrary in the way of like the way that gender is in general, which is that like, okay, there's like a bunch of cultural signifiers. It's genuinely, it changes so much so rapidly, and it's so poorly defined by the average person that like no one, not even the most staunch cis person on the planet, they're super strong in their cis identity, really knows what it means to be whatever gender they are, because you can't. It doesn't have a harsh definition. It's from its get-go, it is a even in the most strict binarist model, it is still very, very, very liquid. I mean, just again, think about the way that what is considered like good Christian dress and behavior has changed for women or for men, has changed in the last 50 years. There are people alive right now who currently would think that the most staunchest Christians around are like doing some sort of degenerate dress patterns. Like, I mean, it's relatively common among Christian groups for them to fight about stuff like that over like whether it's okay to wear a band t-shirt or not. So like,
oh, completely.
Yeah, so it's these sorts of things that make me go, okay, gender it's all bullshit, and nobody knows what it is, and anybody who claims to know what it is just lying because they're coping. So once I realized that, I realized, okay, I don't really care. Like, I don't have to feel bad about any claim, because I know with 100% confidence that if anybody wanted to really test me on whether you're a real X, I could do the same thing to them, and I would know that they would fail. That the only thing they're banking on basically is confidence. That's it. That's the only thing that cis people have, is they're very, very, very confident because they've been built up in it. They don't have any more actual claim to their gender than any trans person. They don't have any more truth to their gender than any trans person. They don't even have more verifiable aspects. They just think they do, and so they act like it. And once you realize that that's the case, it's like, oh, I don't care then. I can play with gender however the fuck I want. And also, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a lot on this. This is something, again, that I have a lot of thoughts on. I hope they're helpful. But
no, that's fine.
Another thing about this is, another aspect of this is like, so first is realizing like, okay, that all of gender is just a confidence check, like that cis people they basically just feel super confident about it, and so they'll double down, and that means that like that's really what it is, what it boils down to at the end of the day. And you don't have to feel bad if that's all that you have at the end of the day, is just, no, this is the way I am and I don't care. That is a perfectly valid response, and lots of cis people, that would be their actual response. But secondly, I think another thing that's very helpful is spending time, spending time engaging with celebratory aspects of queerness and transness, because it is very, very easy. This has been you've probably, if you pay attention to Twitter discourse at all or whatever, you've probably seen this around a little bit, like people who there's sort of been some discourse lately about like whether you can choose to be trans or not. And inevitably that sort of conversation will almost always lead to a discussion about like whether or not being trans should be celebrated, or whether it's like a miserable experience that nobody should wish this on their worst enemy, or whether it's something that's like can be celebrated. And I think that like having experienced this myself, I think that if you spend a lot of time only fixating on the strictly negative aspects of being whatever you are, it doesn't matter what it is, but specifically since we're talking about being trans, that tends to, it starts to warp your focus. And if all you're thinking of is the negative aspects of being trans, it no longer, like, you're only going to be thinking about your transness with regard to how it negatively affects you and with regard to how it's a source of shame and pain. And I know this is like a little bit cerebral, and I'm talking about some sort of messy concepts here, but like, I genuinely think that a lot of people get stuck in always focusing on how their transness hurts them, how their transness makes them less than or whatever, and that can start to impact it just takes over, and that becomes your only frame of understanding it. Whereas I think that there are interpretations of transness that are much more positive and that are fixated not on like alleviating a pain or on removing a negative, but instead on making something good. For example, let me give an example of this that's really concrete, because I feel like I might be losing some people here. But think about it like this. Being trans means that you have the unique experience of stepping from one expression of gender to another expression of gender. That doesn't have to be tied to why you did it. It's just a truth. If you are trans, you have the experience of stepping from one gender to another gender. And that is an experience that non-trans people do not have, which is amazing. And when you think about that,
it's super unique.
It is super unique, and it's also really cool. And when you think about it, you can go, damn, like, I've actually had an experience that many humans will never have. I have a perspective that many humans will never have, and that doesn't necessarily put me above anybody or anything like that, but it is something that's unique that I can think about, that I can expand upon. And for me, like, part of the reason why I am very explicitly non-binary now is because as I got away from a lot of the discrimination and pain that I was experiencing from being trans, I was able to indulge in and analyze the positive aspects of being trans. And I realized, actually, I really like the fact that I'm not bound by a binary, even though I once sought refuge in a binary, in that I really want to be seen the way that I want to be seen. I want to be understood as a woman. I want to be understood this way. That once served as like a motivating factor, but it has its limitations. And I do think that a lot of discussions around trans topics fixate on the suffering, fixate on the pain, and what that can do is that can lead to a framework of understanding transness only as a thing to be hidden and mitigated, as opposed to something that should be celebrated and can be beneficial. Because I don't know about you, but I think it's beneficial to have, if we're thinking about, like, no matter what your view on society is, I think that it's beneficial to have people that have an understanding of gender that's different. I think that it's beneficial. Like I talk about this, I joke about how, in my neopronouns video, I joked about how my goal is to be the alien, is to be the human that the aliens select to talk to, because I'm like, oh yeah, like, oh, I already understand, like, oh, aliens have 14 genders. Oh, that's nothing. I've been, acceptant of, so they're like, yeah, come talk with us. We can make sense of things to you. That's the goal. I mean, and right? Like I'm like, oh wow, like there is a liberatory potential in being trans, that has nothing to do with mitigating a pain. And that changes the way you think about it. And it also changes the conversations you have with people who are opposed to it. Because if I'm bumping into a transphobe, and the transphobe goes, you're not even a real woman or whatever, and I go, well, look, I don't have a choice in this. My body tells me that it doesn't like me being masculine, so I'm a woman. I pursue this, like, because I'm alleviating this pain. That's one way you can interact with that, but notice that it does put you in a position of basically asking for approval, which it's subtle, but it sort of assumes that the way that the things that they're saying, the fact that they can deny you, is like okay. Like that's like an assumption that's made when you're defending yourself on that front. Another angle that you could go at that with is say, they say, oh, you're not even a real woman. You're not even a real man. You are as much of a man as I am a woman. Man and woman are concepts that are restrictive and we can move beyond them and challenge them, and we can be happier for it. Maybe that guy who's saying you're not even a real woman, maybe that guy in another world would want to paint his nails to look cool this Friday when he goes out with his friends, but he doesn't do that because this society told him that would be fucking gay, or that would be fucking trans, or that would be whatever. Like, isn't there value to be had in challenging these assumptions, in making ourselves happy, in pursuing the right to paint our nails if we want to? And there you go. This took a long time to get here, but there you have what I was trying to lay out. Obviously, a lot of there was a lot going into that, but the idea that there is two ways of engaging with it, that there is a way of engaging in it from a defensive angle of I'm protecting myself, this is why I should be considered valid, versus I am liberating. We should all be liberated, and I am simply taking what is mine already. The right to play with gender is mine. It's you get to do it, but you get to do it or actually, to be honest, they don't even get to do it. They don't. Just a lot of cis people don't recognize
they really don't.
what they've been robbed of, and it's interesting because I have had conversations with cis people where they've admitted to me once in private and once we're having like long conversations about things they would do different, ways they would express themselves different if it wouldn't have been frowned upon. Anyway, that's my long-winded way of explaining that. I hope that helps a little bit.
No, it does. It definitely does. I mean, I feel like, I'm kind of stuck in that framework of like the defensive, but also, you mentioned something kind of about like suffering and like the gatekeeping of gatekeeping trans through suffering.
Yeah.
And it's like, I started transitioning around the time that like Calvin Guerra was like kind of big, and like even like the people that are less toxic now still kind of had views of, oh, you need to have dysphoria to be trans. And it was so much around like the suffering of like, okay, I'm doing this because I medically have to, because I'm suffering so much. And it was just, and truthfully, the way that these people describe being trans, I honestly even feel like I was boxing myself into this idea of suffering, because I really only felt happiness. I remember when I cut my hair the first time and I looked in the mirror, I was like, I literally started crying from just like how happy I was. But I felt like, okay, well, because I need to justify this, I need to tell people that I have agonizing dysphoria. When really, like, I have dysphoria, but it really wasn't agonizing. And like, I mostly just felt a lot of euphoria from like changing, like taking testosterone. But it just, I was going somewhere with this.
No,
but,
I think you're making sense. Like, I was gonna say, like, I can remember. I mean, some of my first strongest memories with transness are not memories of pain. They are, as you said, like euphoric memories. I've told this story on stream that like one of the first moments of like, oh shit, I'm probably trans, that well, okay, I should say, oh shit, something's going on here. This was like when I was like in my senior year of high school, there was an opposite day. And I would never, like, I was the most repressed kid fucking ever in high school. But somebody else, a friend, brought in a box of clothes, a bunch of, like, different sizes of women's clothes, because they were damn sure they were going to get everybody to participate in opposite day. And so I was like, all right, fine. Well, I don't want to disappoint my friend who's brought all these clothes in. So I dressed up, and it felt fucking great. And I felt really confident and good. And that's one of the like most distinct things. That's not a memory of suffering whatsoever. It was in fact a memory in which I had quite a lot of fun unexpectedly doing something that I, being a Christian at the time, would have never considered doing if it wasn't for a friend being there and supporting me.
Yeah, it's like I feel the same way. It's like a lot of my memories. It's like when I got my first binder, it felt amazing.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of and cis people do this, but trans people do this too. But something that some cis people have issues with is the whole like trauma porn of like trans people. Where it's like people don't like to really recognize like how being trans is like actually, it feels pretty amazing. Like I've never felt, I just can't even imagine not being like this, because I was so happy before.
I mean, I've told people that myself, like where I'm like, oh, there is no amount. I can imagine essentially no amount of hardship that would force me back into the closet. Like I would I've prepared myself for all kinds of hardship, but like that's not because this is gonna sound weird. It's not because it's so bad to be the way I was before, although I didn't like it. It's because it's so good to live this way that why would I ever bother living a life where I can't live the way that I want to, that I can't express myself the way I want? It's because it does feel good. And like, I do think that there is space and room, lots of space and room, and I do think it can be valuable to discuss like the negative aspects of being trans. I know that I've suffered a lot of times as a result of being trans, but it's not the only part of being trans. And I think that there is a big push. Some of it, I think, comes from the fact that we live in like this horrible, like neoliberal, hyper Christian culture where we have to where we're made to feel guilty about every single thing on the planet. Like, you're supposed to feel guilty about, oh, you're not forgiving enough towards your parents. That makes you a bad person. You're not forgiving enough towards your boss. You're not working enough hours, you know. And we have this culture of perpetual dissatisfaction. You know, I think that that's like part of it that leads people to thinking this way. But also there's another aspect of politics, which is like, I mentioned the liberal part of like, oh, well, you need to have permission for everything. You need to have permission to gender transition. You need governmental permission because, well, you know, how else are you going to be treated like a human? And it's like, well, maybe the standard should be to treat people humane, and you should, maybe if you have to do something inhumane or you have to do something violent, there should be a justification for that, and the default should be, you know, everybody gets treated well and aren't not persecuted for being slightly different. But we have this weird system where we carve out like special, like, oh yeah, it's not like, oh, everybody has a right to you know, to vote. No, well, men have a right to vote, and now women have a right to vote. Okay, and now black people have a right to vote, and oh, fine, I guess we can let gays get married too. And all right, if you belong to these protected classes, and that means that that puts us in a position of having to constantly justify our own existence and why we need quote unquote protections, when those protections should be provided as a default, and we should understand, and it should be considered like, you know, socially unacceptable to attack people who aren't doing any harm for being different. That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I guess this is kind of like a side note or whatever, but it's like the idea of being stealth, you know, to get away from all this bullshit. Like, I'm pretty stealth, you know, but there's some people I know who are still in my life that I knew before. But God, I went to a new job after transitioning, and it was such an alienating experience. Like, it was just, people don't really talk about that, because that, from kind of like who I learned, you know, kind of the trans mass people that I used to watch when I first started transitioning were like, well, you shouldn't want people to know, because if you want people to know, then that means that you don't have dysphoria as much as I do. So, you know, like, it kind of felt like I had to be stealth.
No, you don't.
And it's like, yeah, and I don't, and it's horrible. It's like such an alienating experience. And I have a very physical job, and so I work with a lot of guys, and like, I have all these men around me that it's like I almost feel like I'm this imposter, but then it's also, there's this part of me that I'm completely alienated from the queer community, because I really just don't go into those spaces.
Yeah.
I'm just around all these fucking cis guys all the time. I feel so alone. Like, and I think I just forced myself in this position because, well, I'm not supposed to want people to know this about me, because I should be ashamed. And I know that that's not true, but it's just stuck in my head like I'm supposed to, you know, keep that away from other people.
Well, I mean, overcoming that can be really hard. And like, I know that I dealt with it for a long time. I would say that like the last, like, okay, I'll be dead honest. Like, the COVID situation provided it was, you know, lots of things about COVID have been very stressful, but one thing that wasn't is that it's provided me a little bit of social time, where I could think about, like, where I could think about, you know, or reflect back on and experiment with how I think about being openly trans, especially because, and this is, you know, sort of personalized to my experience. Over the last 2 years, I've become a relatively popular streamer, which I was not before. And I am more open than I've ever been about being trans, First of all, the thing they don't tell you is, like, barring like literally every day places you have to go to every day, which if you go there every day, most of the time you're probably, you know, your situation is probably a little safer than, you know, barring like if you have like a really abusive workplace or really abusive family. If you've got a stable situation and there's not a bunch of transphobes lurking around, the places you go to every day, you might actually find that it's a lot nicer to not be stealth, because you don't have to think about hiding things all the time. I remember how stressed I was when I was stealth, and then I realized that I was gaining nothing from it. That once it got out in my workplace that I was trans, which like confirmed, because everybody already like had their assumptions at the time because I was pretty early on into my transition. But once it got out, nothing changed except that I wasn't stressing about it anymore. That's it. My workplace was like, all of the women in the workplace were super accepting. They still treated me just like they had before, and there was nothing different. I just wasn't as afraid. Now, there are, of course, workplaces that might not be like that, but you can always, if you're going traveling, you can go stealth. You could put your stealth on if you really want to. It's like you should. I don't think anybody should ever live in a position where they feel like they have to stealth all the time. And I mean that from both sides. I mean that from the personal pressure of feeling like I got to do this, or from societal pressure. That's why, you know, I can argue against transphobes making people feel that way. But like when I'm talking to another trans person, just realize, like, I mean, like I said, barring if you have a whole bunch of transphobes at your job or whatever, no one's going to treat you different. 99% of people that I've engaged with, they're just like, oh yeah, you're my friend that I've been engaging with. You're the dude I've been working with all the time, or you're the woman I've been working with all the time, whoever we were talking about. And yeah, I think it's interesting sometimes. I think that a lot of these, a lot of the influencers you were talking about who fixated a lot on like being stealth all the time and how that makes you more trans, I really think it's projection, you know? And they teach other people to think like them, but they're projecting their own, you know, version of things. A trans person who's open about being trans, what's wrong with that? Why should I be ashamed of being trans? There's nothing shameful of being trans. If I pass while trans, cool. If I don't, cool. Like, what does it matter? Like, what does the transness have to do with anything? Unless you believe that transness alone is something to be ashamed of or something to be hidden. But I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. So the only reason that leaves to me when I'm thinking about this, I'm like, okay, so if I don't think if I personally don't have any moral reason to think that transness is shameful, which I don't think it's shameful, then the only reason I should ever have for not telling someone is trans is my own personal comfort. And if I'm not comfortable at work constantly trying to keep a secret, I'm not going to do it anymore. I mean, that's why I'm very open. On my stream, I fucking plaster trans shit all over the place. There was a little Nas X thing. I can't remember. I think it was a video or maybe a letter. I think he wrote a letter to himself, and it was like, I became the obnoxious faggot you hoped you would never be. And I was like, oh my God, I could have written that to myself too. You know, I could have written that to myself in the past, where I'm like, no, wait, actually just being who you are unapologetically is so much more relaxing. And it doesn't require effort. You just don't think about it. And then you sort of like just Giga Chad your way through it, because people do respect that, actually. And people will come to your side. I mean, I remember even now, like looking back on when I first came out to my friends had my fucking back. And did I bump into some little episodes of like bumping into transphobes? Yeah, but my friends fucking went to back. They were like, fuck you, what the fuck's your problem? Because they love you. You know what I mean? Yeah. And people, like, it's very, like, people who love you, they really don't, they have much easier time adjusting to transition than they think. Sometimes they think they're going to have a hard time, and sometimes we think they're going to have a hard time, but people who are cool, my friends had no fucking problem whatsoever. My family did, but that's because my family are fucking super, super, super trans.
Oh, same here.
Yeah, like some people you're never going to be able to reach, but like my friends didn't know anything about trans people before I came out to them, and they were just like that. They were just like, correct pronouns, you know, mess up once in a while, don't give a shit. They were like super accepting, didn't have a moment's hesitation. So I always encourage people, like, be a Giga Chad. You can Giga Chad your way through. Don't ever be ashamed of being trans. You're a fucking, the way I look at trans people, you are a personal expression pioneer. You've taken it upon yourself. I mean, I've thought about this a million times. I thought about the fact that like, oh wait, yeah, at like age 25, I knew myself well enough to know that I wanted to have my fucking testicles removed. And I went and did that. I set out into the world and did what I needed to do to figure that fucking shit out. I changed my body to suit I made my body the vessel that I wish to live in on this planet. And I think that's poggers as shit, you know?
Yeah.
And it did take some time for me to get there. It took some time for me to adjust my thinking to this. But it also, like, part of that process is learning to talk to yourself more positively about it. Is just to go, wait a minute, am I really, when I feel negative about my body, and when I feel this twinge of shame, social shame, or like I want to go hide, am I doing that because it's something I actually believe? And if not, what are the alternatives? And, you know, from there, it's just a matter of whether you challenge those thoughts or not in the moment, and whether you can convince yourself in the moment, because I certainly could. And it's changed. It took a while for me to like change those patterns, to get out of the habit of being like, oh God, like, here's this dysphoric thought that comes to me, or here's this thing, I got to do this. I mean, fuck, holy shit. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit again.
Oh, no,
but,
it's fine.
Oh my God, I remember what I used to do when I first started transition. When I first started transition, every single day I would do like an hour of makeup. I would do, I wore a body shaper with this reinforced underwear to help me tuck. So unnecessary, because I was terrified. It was painful. I actively put myself through a lot of physical pain, and I look back and go, oh my God, that was so unnecessary. Like, first of all, nobody would have cared. It was a lot of work for very little, you know, dysphoria reduction, and a lot of it was because I was afraid that people would judge me for expressing myself honestly, not really because I thought I looked bad or whatever. It was things that I thought I had to do, or else that I would be offending people or something, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I started to realize, I go into fucking class and I see like a bunch of cis women around me in fucking sweatpants and shit, and no makeup from the night before, like fucking milk crusted in their hair from when they were half drunk the night before. You know what I mean? I'm like, these people don't care. Like, you just like no one gives a shit. Like, the only the real freakazoids give a shit. Like the super, you know, radical Christians and whatever. Nobody else gives a shit. Everyone else is just like, whatever. Like, we're doing our thing. So yeah. I know that like this part sounds a little bit like just be confident, five head, but there is a certain aspect of that. Like we said at the beginning of the conversation, most cis people literally just do, I made it up to their gender. You ask them, they'll just make it up on the spot, and they'll never think about it again. So yeah.
Yeah, you know, early transition is fucking off. Like, just the way you're describing it, it's such an awful, like, awkward time.
Yeah.
And it's like, I remember, you've probably met a lot of trans guys and stuff, but it's like, before you go on testosterone, you do this like fake trying to deepen your voice, and it sounds really monotone. And it's like, oh God, I used to talk to everybody like I probably came off as rude, because I kept trying to deepen my voice, and I was so uncomfortable. I didn't even want to talk to anybody, because when I cut my hair and stuff, like, people would gender me correctly initially, and then they might misgender me or whatever, and I was too like awkward to really say anything. But they gendered me correctly, and it was like I would try to say as few words as possible, just because I didn't want people to hear my voice, to be like, oh, never mind, that's a girl.
Oh.
Like, and so it's just
so hard.
Like, it was such an uncomfortable time, because it's like you're constantly hiding, you know?
Yeah, like, that is what I remember most about early transition as well. And like, fuck, I used to push myself so hard, and so much of it is self-imposed. Because like, not that like trans people are at fault for it, but that like our society has so much like passive transphobia that we think that like we get into a frame where we're always trying to hide these things so that it doesn't impact us negatively. And the truth is that like the actual number of people who will negatively impact you is significantly less than like the culture war would have you imagine. people are way
Yeah.
more chill about it, and they're way less political about it than the internet would make you think. Like, the danger is still there, and obviously the discrimination still exists, but on a day-to-day basis, a lot of what we do is self-imposed because out of fear from negative repercussions. And once we're out of those locations of danger, once we're in locations that are safer, or if we were already there, maybe, it just embracing yourself and not trying to play to those roles is really important. Being able to disengage from the like survival hiding mode is really, 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 really important to your mental health and well-being.
Yeah, it is.
And
Yeah.
So there's just so much. Like, I mean, God, I remember I used to push my voice training so hard. And as it turns out, the best thing I ever did for my voice was get a career where I had to talk all the time. And also listen to myself all the time. But like, you know, I like where my voice is at now, but before I pushed myself so fucking hard with that shit. And like, yeah, and it's like, no, like, if we had if we all chilled out, obviously fucking primarily cis people and extremist right-wing cis people especially, but like, if people chilled out a little bit and we gave people some room, we might find that, like, you know, some of those initial desires to like go as binary as possible are sometimes a survival response, as opposed to like how you really want to express yourself. And even people who are very binary can often find liberation in recognizing their own defiance of the binary, even as a binary trans person, because even a binary trans person is still somebody who is hugely defying the actual gender binary. It's just what we call it when you tend to have a style that's traditional to one of the, you know, sort of traditional poles or whatever. But again, that is it's not, you know, that's only again, it's only one framework of looking at it. So anyway,
it's like, you know, I guess I don't know if you want to wrap this up, but like, I guess so. I remember, so before I transitioned and stuff, I identified as first bisexual and then lesbian for many years, and I never had any issue with this. Right. And then I transitioned, and then I kind of went to a straight guy, and I had this very like binary persona of myself. But I was kind of hiding, like, okay, I'm actually bisexual. But it's like, I had no issue accepting myself as gay and bisexual when I identified as a woman. Why do I have so many issues now? You know, like, why do I not want to accept that I'm a bisexual man? I don't know if it's because I'm a man, if it's because I'm trans, if it's like all this mixture, and I still don't really tell people that. And that's kind of besides the point, but it's just very strange to me that I almost feel like when I transitioned, I almost felt like I was even more in a binary than before, just because I feel like I need to be in this kind of tight spot. And I'm unpacking a lot of stuff, you know,
fine.
like it was.
I mean, no, I think these are important things to talk about. Like, I mean, I totally get where you're coming from, right? But I mean, part of what you mentioned there is like, I would 100% imagine that you're probably getting some of the pinch of passive toxic masculinity there, right? Because like, bisexual guys are fucking so mistreated. Like cis women are fucking terrible to bisexual guys for some reason. Okay, not all cis women. I should say cis straight women are really weird about bisexual guys. In our culture, it's fucking weird. Like, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. I've like legitimately seen people.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't get it. And like, and so there's that. So I imagine you're probably getting some of that, like, unironically.
Yeah,
just
and it's like it's like I already, you know what it is? I guess I know how to phrase it now. It's like I already feel like if people know that I'm trans, they're going to treat me as less of a man. But they also see bisexual men as less of a man. And so now I feel like my masculinity is just going to be taken out from under me, because there's two things that, you know, I'm kind of part of this category of I'm not fitting in this sort of toxic masculine model that I need to be in.
Well, first off, you don't need to be in it, and
I
I
don't
should
need
say
to
that
be, yeah,
like your Chad energy is fucking off the charts in this convo, because I can tell you this, that like there's a lot of fucking turbo hyper binary mask guys out there who are literally too afraid to have a conversation about their gender. Like they literally get so squicked out about it because of the very gender norms that we've been talking about here, that they won't even think about it because they're afraid that it's gonna like open them up to like not fitting into that binary. So like, first of all, I think it's a Chad move to like be able to challenge that, but also like I should just say like, no, you're super valid. And like not only that, but like think about it like I don't know, maybe this won't work, this might be too personalized, but I'll give a suggestion anyway, which is like, sometimes something that helps me is if I feel like I'm in a position where I'm like, okay, I'm looking at myself or I'm thinking about myself and I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this like, I don't know, like if being non-binary, I'll use myself as an example, wouldn't it be cool if there was like a non-binary person who was super confident in their femme expression stuff and like just super chatted it through super Chad mode it through anything that's like masculine and doesn't give a shit if people shit on them or her for that sort of thing. Well, that would be awesome. Why don't I become that person? You know what I mean? And then and it's like it's like, okay, fine, I'll just Chad mode it then. I am the cool one. There's gonna be other people out there who look at me and who think that's fucking cool. I'm so happy. Like, I'm sure you've met somebody in your life where you're like, oh my god, that person is so pog. Like, they make me feel cool about having met them. I'm glad that this type of person, this mixture of personality traits exists in the world, because it would be a shame if I didn't see that. You can be that yourself. Like, if you feel like there's like, like fuck, like I you know, you. It sounds to me like you value your masculinity a lot, as you should, and that's great. Yeah. And then you can be the guy who just says, yeah, I'm openly trans. I'm also fucking masculine as shit. You got a problem with that? Like, no. Like, what are they gonna do? Fucking fight you over it? They're just gonna prove your point more. Right? They're just gonna prove like, no, I am that Chad. What are you gonna do? Fucking punch me over my gender expression? Do it then. I'll fucking punch you back. Like, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it reminds me. So I got a new job like within the past few months, and there was some of the people there know I'm trans because it was a job I had before COVID. Yeah. And so I went back and stuff. And there was one guy who I just met who knows I'm trans. Like, he just got hired, and we had this. I basically do trash for like an amusement park. So some of it gets really heavy. It's like a lot of food, you know, which is very, very heavy. And I was gonna push it up onto a ramp, this like, you know, dumpster of food. And the guy, like, knows I'm trans. He looks at me and says, oh, no, you can't do that. And I fucking did it. And, like, he just assumed that I couldn't push it up because I was trans. But it's like, no, fucking testosterone beefed me up. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm just like any other dude. Like,
here's a hint for everyone out there. Be careful. Do not underestimate trans dudes. Okay, do not underestimate trans guys. Those people will punch these guys will straight up. They will punch a hole in you like fucking. You know, you ever seen the movie Kung Pao? The guy who gets the disc punch. Be careful. Okay, listen.
Yeah, dude,
his power is unbelievable.
Testosterone's crazy. Yeah. Like, I had stretch marks on my biceps from literally doing the same fucking thing that I always did, because I always had a physical job. I went on testosterone. I did the same thing that I always did, but I had stretch marks and giant ass biceps after doing that just because of it. And people they totally underestimate, you know, like how much testosterone can affect
people underestimate HRT so fucking much.
Oh, completely.
And by the way, it's not just cis people who do this. Trans people are guilty of this as well. You people, you fucking transes out there, all of you who've been on HRT for like 2 years, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, HRT is good, but it doesn't do everything. Okay, I've been on HRT for fucking what? 7, 8 years. I don't even fucking remember anymore. This shit, I got fucking knocked out of nowhere in 2019 with the biggest boob growth spurt I've ever experienced in my entire life, 5 years after being on hormones. Hormones are fucking crazy, and they do crazy shit to your body. If I went back recently and I was looking at old pictures of me, because I have a whole bunch of them, and I was like, oh my god, like I don't even look the same. Like, you can tell that I'm the same person, but like, there's so much differences, even in like subtle differences in my face. Same thing for my partner. My
Oh,
partner,
yeah.
like her face has completely changed on HRT. She's never not had FFS, just HRT. It totally changes so much. It like HRT is so amazing.
People are super ignorant about it. Like, people assume that trans women, that when they like, oh, like you put on so much makeup and when you take it off, you're just gonna look like a man. And it's like, no, like you have
Nope.
no fucking idea.
My skin is literally a galaxy different than it used to be. Completely and utterly changed. Like just
you guys get the soft skin, we get the rough skin. The trans.
Yeah, well, this is the great deal of getting to trade hormones. If only it was easier. If only we could just put a plug in and just go poop and like that's what we need. There needs to be an organic little plug that trans people can just go. All right, time to trade hormones. Then you just plug in and go.
And I could give you my tits and my vagina, and you could give me your dick, and we can all just
fucking,
you know.
Let's do it. The trade.
Unless you don't want to do that. If you want your dick, I don't give a shit.
Well,
but
I do tend to be partial, but you know, maybe I'd give it up for a good cause. Okay.
Somebody who doesn't want a dick, then I would take that.
Also, I'm gonna take a moment here to say one other just small positive thing that I have that has taken me a long time to sort of be able to internalize about being trans is that trans body, like the existence of trans people adds to body diversity in the fucking coolest ways imaginable. And like the obvious example that everybody goes to is, oh, well, dick girls exist now, which is like, that's sick as fuck, first of all.
Yeah.
But there is so like people transitioning and playing with their gender and using HRT to make their bodies the way they are has resulted in so many amazing different body types and people who like showing off their body willingly. And you get to see that. That is the fucking coolest shit. Like, I don't know how to tell you, like I don't know how to tell people without getting too explicit that you can make up a Twitter account and within a day follow so many different porn, like body types, porn performers, that you will have girls with fucking huge cocks, girls with giant pussies, dudes with the fucking hottest pussy you've ever seen in your entire life, dude with the hottest dick you've ever seen in your entire life, all over the place. People who you can't even figure out and you don't care to figure out where they started and where they're ending. They're just fucking so sexy you can't even imagine. It is so sick as fuck. And that is another thing that we don't celebrate enough that's only possible because there are people willing to pursue radical self-expression.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like, you know, people talk a lot about the feminine penis, but nobody talks about the masculine clitoris.
Okay, first of all, it's not entirely true that they don't, but they should, because oh my fucking god. I gotta be careful because I don't want anybody to call me anything, but listen, that shit.
Are you a chaser for trans guys or what?
I should remain quiet because if I open my mouth, I will be in big trouble. Okay, there we go. Let's just put it that way. Okay.
Oh my god.
No, I am a big fan. I'm a big fan of the boy pussy. Big fan of the man clit. Big fan of it. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. All right, no more. My lawyer is telling me to stop. All right.
God. Okay, so I didn't want to take up. There's a lot of people that want to go.
Oh, it's fine. I told everybody this was a lazy Saturday stream. Everybody who wants to get on can cope about it. I'm gonna talk as long as I want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be mean. Please cope about it. This has been such a great conversation. Don't worry about the time.
Yeah, it has. It's been a great. I don't have a lot of trans people to talk to, and so it's like it's nice to actually. I'm just around cis people all the time. And even when I go into spaces, it's like a lot of the spaces at my school, like I'm in university, it's a lot of gay people, which is fine. Yeah. It's just not. Yeah, it's a different experience, you know. So it's I can't talk about it like this.
You should consider popping on. You should consider popping onto the Discord, unironically.
Yeah, I should. There's
our Discord is. There are so many trans people, and if you jump into voice chat, the chances that you're going to be in a voice chat with all trans people is pretty close to 100% chance.
Yeah.
The voice chats especially, we have a lot of active people, a lot of active trans people who chat about stuff, talk about gender, talk about fucking games, all kinds of chill stuff. So yeah, consider it, because I think you'll find a lot of cool people there. I even sometimes show up on my own Discord, usually just to shitpost in live stream, aka general chat. But yeah, the Discord. Anyway.
The Discord, you know, I totally should, because I think I need it. It's like healthier.
Well, and if
community
not
around
that, then maybe you'll just find some people through this community and others. There are some really cool communities online, with a lot of I always rant and rave about. I've had a number of little sappy streams where I've talked about how I feel like every time I meet more trans people on the internet, I am happier because it just feels like I've met like another bundle of the most beautiful people who've ever existed. Like I know so many trans people now compared to before in my life, and like all of them are doing the most amazing shit you can imagine. All of them have like these projects that I'm like, I could not even conceive of that, and you're bringing this shit into the world, and you're like passionate. I fucking love it. I'm sorry, I fucking love it so much. So yeah,
it's like, but so I had one more thing to say that wasn't really related to trans stuff, but I thought that you would find it interesting.
Please.
So you know how it's kind of about the veganism thing. So you know how you always talk about how you kind of want to do like you think it'd be good to do like a cookbook or something like that, or sort of like education. So do you know who Kurt Lewin is? Do you know who that is?
The name isn't ringing a bell. Maybe
so
I
he's
recognize the face.
I mean, he's like a psychologist who died in like 1900. So like he's
so
he's a famous social psychologist, and like he did this. At first, he did an experiment, but he ended up. I learned this from school, so if there's a few people who know this and I'm wrong about things, blame my school. So basically, at the time during World War II, there was like a meat shortage because the soldiers had to have meat, and so they were trying to convince people to eat organ meat. And organ meat was seen as like this low class thing that people kind of like pork chops and like steaks and stuff. So he had developed this philosophy called like the gatekeepers, which like during that time, who would you expect the gatekeepers of food to be?
Sorry, what was the like you said turn of the century?
Yeah, so this was like early 1900s, this was during World War II. Who in the family, who would you expect?
Ooh, the gatekeepers of food in the family. I mean, I would say I think that as far as how the house's diet is going to be affected by, it's probably going to be babies are probably going to have a huge impact, because if you have a baby in the house, that means you're going to have certain types of food around that are like digestible by the baby. But then I would say probably the mom would make most of the decisions during World War II because men would be out of the house fighting the war.
Yes, exactly. So he focused on the fact that the gatekeepers of food in society were mothers. So they specifically took mothers and they made all these community kind of like groups, basically, to try to come up with recipes that they could use for organ meat, because organ meat was kind of weird. People didn't really know how to cook it. So there were like focus groups about that. There was also just like mass media, just like trying to educate people. So they gave recipes with organ meat for common meals that, people tended to, eat. And then they also publishers released cookbooks instructing people how to cook with organ meat. And it actually worked during the wartime. This method of just kind of being able to communicate with people about, they also had like a method of, hey, just try this. Like maybe you're skeptical of it, but here's some recipes. Here's some ways that you can cook it. Just try it. And people tended to respond to that.
Yeah,
and it
as
actually
it turns out,
worked.
like people don't like to be told what to do. They don't like to be ordered or shamed into it. It just doesn't work well. It's better to get people excited about it or open their minds to it. And also, I think one of the important things here that you're bringing up is like the sort of material aspect of it. Well, how do you change the diet of a society? Well, you have to talk to the people in that society who are making the determinations about the diet. That's part of the thing. Like on a similar note, that's part of the reason why when I talk about my sort of cookbook idea, I talk about why I want to go find out what like the most popular meals are in America. It's a similar reason, because I think that like one of the things, okay, you'll probably understand this pretty well. But like one of the things that happens if you go and like go to like one of these, if you go look at like vegan food boxes that you can order online, or even vegan food in a store, let's just be real. They're usually not foods that the average person are hyped about. Like I fucking love the recipes I've gotten from HelloFresh and stuff like that, because we do those little boxes sometimes, you know, because life is that way. And HelloFresh has a bunch of vegan options, but like they're good, but there are things that I know that a lot of Americans would never pick up. They're like chermoula and like these like couscous recipes, which is like I love that shit, but I also have a pretty I've traveled a lot. I have a pretty broad palate, and like a lot of people don't even know what that food is. So it's like I think it's really important for like a lot of vegan stuff to just meet people where they're at, especially because the goal is not to, at least in my mind, is not to like preach to the choir, right? The goal is to like reach new people who are not familiar with veganism. And like, let's just be real, most Americans don't have a lot of tofu in their diet. So if they hear tofu X, they don't know what they're even eating. They don't know what to expect. You got to meet them where they're at and say, okay, here's a meal that you know and love. Here's your spaghetti with meatballs, and here's how to make it cheaper without any meat products. Tastes exactly like you remember, but it's better for you and cheaper. All of a sudden, you're going to have people telling each other about that.
Yeah, and like even like the quickness of it too. It's like I see these vegan recipes that I look up, and it's like, oh, fucking. For one thing, I don't have half these ingredients, so they're not simple, and they're also going to take me forever to cook. And like when I get off a long shift of just lifting things all fucking day, I don't want to like come home and spend even an hour. I don't want to spend on the stove.
Exactly.
It sucks. Like I really don't want to do it. So and people say, oh, well, like fast food. So sometimes I just get fast food, and it's like, oh, fast food is more expensive. It is. But
it is more expensive.
But I'm so fucking tired.
Yeah. What is more expensive than fast food? Literally spending your life on things that you have to otherwise do. I remember, oh fuck, I'm lucky. I'm living the high life when it comes to food now because I'm a streamer, and that means that everybody else makes food for me because I'm on the stream all the time, or I order food because I want to. Sick, problematic, yeah. But no, like seriously, it's like I'm living the high life of that. I fucking remember the agony with which I had of like working 2 shifts in a day, having an hour in between, and going home and being like, okay, I've got 30 minutes to cook things. Looks like I'm gonna be making something frozen again. This sucks.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And it doesn't fill you up either. Like you feel so, because that's another thing is like I would eat frozen food, but like I'm always hungry after because it's not that nutritious. But at least I'm not hungry after fast food. I'm usually not. So there's, there's also that. Sorry, I interrupted you, but
no, you're totally fine. This has been great. No, so I agree with you 100%. I think one of the things that happens is like, I think honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest. I think some vegans are just like they don't realize their own privilege, and they've been cooking their own meals in relative leisure for whatever reason, maybe because they're, I don't know, in college or have a nice job or something, or work in tech or whatever bullshit. And they're like, yeah, it's no big deal. You just take an hour and a half to make your vegan meal. It's like, well, no, like
I don't have an hour and a half.
People who don't have an hour and a half are going to go grab fast food so they can have food in their belly. And if you go to fast food, there's like 2 fast food places that have vegan options, and their vegan option is like bean slop. It's like, okay, great. Yeah, I get it. Like it is. Like, I'm sorry, but like the best vegan fast food place I can think of is Taco Bell. And that is the definition of every single vegan thing on their menu. It's bean slop and cheese, which is okay, great. Sure. That's good for what it is. But I can only eat bean slop and cheese so many times before you start losing your mind. And guess what? That's when you're going to go grab the fast food. So yeah, there's a lot of issues that I think don't get talked about, and that are just like really simple things that are just like, if you have a moment of empathy for somebody who isn't you, you can probably realize why someone would be reluctant to change their entire diet, for the 9th ethical issue they've been told to care about this week. And that's not to downplay how much I value animal rights, because I do. It's just, let's be real. There's a lot of ethical issues that everybody's constantly telling people about, and there's only so much time everybody has in a day. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, completely. Like,
yeah.
It's just frustrating. I remember one time I said this, and then somebody told me that I need to manage my money better, and then they told me that I was a cow rapist. So that,
Nice.
that's typically the discussion I tend to have with people about this, which is very frustrating.
Yeah, that's the sort of
yeah.
stuff I was referring to earlier in the stream when I was talking to that incredibly awesome vegan creator, Intraspecies.
Yeah, they were
sometimes I have great conversations with vegans, like right now, I assume, and sometimes I have conversations where people call you a cow rapist because you said that you ate a burger once, and then you ask them, well, doesn't that make you like a child slaver because you're talking to me on your iPhone? And they're like, no. And you're just like, okay, this isn't going anywhere.
What's even funnier about that interaction I had was at that time I was actually vegetarian. I was really trying, but it was just difficult, and a lot of the dairy substitutes like butter that were vegan I really didn't like, and they were really expensive. And then I was already trying to do, what I thought was more ethical, but still it's not good enough. And that's just frustrating.
Yeah, it's that moral policing thing. It's the kind of thing of like, again, the reason why it gets me so irritated is because it touches on a personal note with me fucking growing up Christian and remembering people who like moral police all of their friends at church. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, there's nothing worse than having somebody fucking try to morally police you and ask you and like quiz you about how many times you went to church this week, and you're just like, fuck off. How many times did you go to church this week? And they're like 100, and it's like, well, you don't do anything else. Yeah.
No, I grew up. I wasn't like the way you talk about kind of like your upbringing. I fell out of religion like pretty early on, like probably around like 14 or so. But my parents are super. It's like the non-denominational. We did go to Calvary Chapel. But I fell out of it. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Calvary Chapel is wild that way. Like, again, I say there's like some locations are better than others, but what they tend to do is once they get to a certain size, that's when they move in their most radical people, because that's what they want to do. They want to have like a cozy family environment that gets lots of people in, and then once they get to a certain size, they start going more radical. But yeah.
Yeah. Like when I was younger, my parents kept forcing me to go to church. At a certain age, I didn't really care that much anymore.
Yeah.
And I would just like put my earbuds behind my back, like through my shirt, and then it'd come out on I had really long hair, and like I would just listen to music the whole time, and they didn't even know. Like they were like, "Oh, you're writing notes," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm writing what's on the board over there, but I'm not listening."
That's so based. Like we were not allowed to bring any of our electronics to church. Like I would have
really.
I did the old fashioned imagine things while looking at the ceiling. If you squint hard enough and get tired enough, then you might start to hallucinate little patterns in the popcorn ceiling, and then you're like, oh, sick. Now I get something to do while the assistant pastor who's here today is blathering on about some inconsequential Bible verse that he got roped into yakking about. I swear to God, I was super pious at the time. I was super into religion, but let me tell you, fucking church 3 times a week will test even the most holy motherfucker on the planet.
It really will.
When you get to like, when you're on the bottom of the barrel sermon from fucking the second assistant deacon's son who's filling in today, and he's talking about how it's totally bad to drink too much alcohol even if you're at your uncle's birthday party, and you're just like, this seems like a really you just start to tune out. Seriously.
Dude, I had a pastor tell us that you shouldn't even have any sexual thoughts before you get married. Like, you shouldn't even want to have sex. Isn't that fucking crazy?
But that's that's the stuff that makes like that makes most of the kids in class like laugh because it's so ridiculous. And then there's one kid in there like me who's like borderline OCD, extremely ADHD, and I go, oh shit, I've been thinking about sex this whole time. I'm so fucked. I'm going to hell. I'm so fucked. And then you have like an anxiety condition for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Like, oh my God. And one really fucked up story. This was like actually when I really first started like doubting everything, because I was there was one lesbian couple that went to our church, and it was at that point we had left Calvary Chapel and I was at a smaller church. And the pastor was kind of like this authoritarian, like I don't know, but he didn't like that they were there. Okay. And he wasn't going to do anything, so he made a sermon that was anti-gay.
Oh, that's
and
so
then
fucked
they
up.
left the room and never showed up again. and it was like he wanted them out. He knew that they were there, and I was like, I heard about this, and I was like, what? I think at that time I might have been like 13 or something, and even then I knew, like, okay, this is starting to feel wrong, like that, But
Yeah, my church was super anti-gay, and
yeah,
that served to be one of the areas where I started to split from them pretty rapidly, and that broke me out from that was simply because I was like, God, like this rhetoric is so intense that the intensity of the rhetoric forced me to challenge it, because I was like, I don't know if I can get behind any of this shit, and as it turned out, I couldn't over time. So yeah, a lot of the unfortunately a lot of the I mean, it's a lot of America right now. There's been a huge religious pushback into homophobia over recent years.
oh, it's been like really disgusting and disheartening. Like, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I should probably bring someone else on at this point. But thank you so much for coming on. This has been a absolutely fantastic conversation, Amphy, and I really hope that some of what I said made sense.
It made a lot of sense. Yeah, no, it was really, really helpful.
Well,
sure.
Thank you so much, and I hope we'll talk again soon in the future.
Yeah, I hope so too. I had a great time.
Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Damn, what a great conversation. What a fucking amazing conversation. Have you guys been enjoying the Peglin footage? Peglin is really fun, by the way. You should check it out. It comes out it's free as a demo. Yes, K-Cat, that's literally when I stopped believing in God, yeah. Hello. Who am I speaking with? Hello?
Oh, hello.
Hi,
You are
Punky
speaking
Gal.
to Punky Gal.
Hi, Punky Gal. Punky Gal 9,
Hi.
your pronouns?
How's it going?
Oh, good. Very good. What are your pronouns? Sorry.
Hang on just a second. Okay, yeah.
Pronouns?
She, her. She, her, definitely. She, her.
Excellent. Perfect.
Okay,
Got him in there. The classics. Good she, her
The classics,
pronouns.
the classics, yeah.
Welcome.
So, yeah, thanks. So,
what do you want to talk about today?
I was going to talk about Montana. We blocked a law saying that we had to get surgery to get our gender changed on our certificates. The judge blocked that. So we have that now, that we can go get our gender markers changed on our birth certificates now.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Without surgery. It got
Get
reversed.
that shit done ASAP.
Yeah, because we had it done. I already have my bottom surgery done. I already have my orchid in. But we had that before Gia Forte, or as we left to call him in Montana, Gia Fuckface, was there before he got in office. We had that option. And then he changed it just to be a nuisance,
Yeah. That happened with Trump too, because yeah, they rolled back some of the passport policies. Before Trump took power, Obama had a much more relaxed policy on passports that Trump rolled back. So yeah, this unfortunately is something that happens for those who don't know.
It happens all the time, and it's like when Biden did the new passport thing, which is based and nice, but don't hold on to that as like, oh, it's getting better, because if another new president or Congress gets in, they can undo exactly what he did. And so just keep on your toes, everybody. But also I was going to talk about that I run a local trans group in my city in Montana. And yeah, so I run a local Discord group for any trans and all people who want to join. Yeah.
Please provide that link. If you could drop it down in our Discord as well. In the self promo or wherever you'd like, wherever you think is most appropriate. Please, we'd love to have that. Local resources are super important.
It's just for local. Yeah, it's just for local trans people. Non-binary, prefer adults, but kids are welcome, but it's more adult oriented.
Okay.
But yeah, we have a lot of fun welcoming people there, and it's actually more of an anarchist style. There is no leader. I founded the group with a bunch of other people, but there is no leadership. It's all legal on the level, so there's no one true person. Yeah, so
sounds like you've built a organization that's focused on the most mutual part of mutual aid, where everybody's sort of coming together, not with the goal of telling anyone anything, but providing needs and meeting needs.
Yep, providing needs, resources, helpful, peer support, basically, if there's any of that. Anyone's lonely, you can go hang out. It's just a place for trans people to basically meet, hang out, make events if they want to make events and plan things.
awesome.
Like we're having Pride in my city this June. And so there will be a Pride Parade going on the 6th. It's going to be a big week. And so it gives a lot of people a chance to get organized and do things and plan things. And yeah, so.
Oh my God, I can't believe it is almost Pride. We have like a month until Pride.
I know. Get ready, Brat, and you're having down for a discourse, because it's coming, especially this year.
Oh, I know
but,
it's going to be here. I know it's going to be here.
But that happens every year.
I mean, it just gives me an opportunity to make another based video where I am correct. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kink at Pride. I'm just going to say it. Kink at Pride is fine. But anyhow, regardless, just got to keep keeping on and realize that you will find your group and people. You just got to keep looking for it. And if there's no group, you can try to make one. I remember living in a rural part of Montana, and I was working with the local PFLAG to get laws and ordinances changed so that we'd have protections for LGBT people. You can do it. It's hard work, and it's not easy. And it's not going to pass, but at least you tried. And trying is better than not trying sometimes. You know?
And also another important part is that in the process of making these attempts, you find people who you can work with. You find friends. You make allies.
Exactly. That's how the first PFLAG was actually coordinated. Was they tried to get this law passed in my old hometown before I moved, and it failed. So then they grouped together, made a PFLAG, and started trying to organize a little more. It still failed because it was a big conservative district area, but. You get to the big cities here, at least my city is 28% LGBT. So you can't go anywhere. I was at a queer prom last night, so I'm kind of tired. An adult queer prom. It was really awesome. It was like 600 people there. So it was just really good and really just hecka based. It's really a leftist kind of place. But we also have a problem because of that. We are dealing with the San Francisco problem. The housing costs are too here. We don't have enough housing, so we have tons of homeless, and our public transit's free. So when I go on the bus, like the other day I was on the bus, and it was pretty much all homeless people on my route. We just do not have the housing, and it's not being built enough. Then you have the farmers who don't want to give up parts of their land to make way for more housing because there's rural and then urban between two places. It's just a mess. But this is a good community, and we are having places, and we have a lot of resources for you around here. But yeah, if you are in the area, I'll post the Discord link to it. But if you are in the area, we'd love to have you.
That's so awesome. So yeah, there you go. If you're in the area of this group, which is going to be posted here in the Discord and also in the chat, get in there. This sort of stuff is super, super, super valuable because like we've both said here, about even if you don't succeed in making a legislative change right away, the fact that a network exists where people can find help is so important. It's literally more important than the legal battles. Trans people and queer people being able to help each other survive and keep living is the most important part of the stuff that we do, and that's what groups like these can do, and that's what coming together. Even if the reason you're organizing is to fight a bill or whatever, even if you don't succeed on that front, building the network is so powerful. It's so powerful.
Exactly, and it just makes our voices heard and know that we are not going to back down. I had a person I was talking to in the group who was wondering why someone's going to make a little mini protest. It never amounted to nothing, but we were going to make a protest just in solidarity for the other states that were going through much harder trans restrictions. It never amounted because something came up with the person's life who was going to make it so that we couldn't do it. But one person was wondering what it would do, and it was like, well, it will do a lot to get our voices heard and show solidarity with the other people who do not have a voice right now, who can't because the law has already been done. This is preemptive. And sometimes you have to be preemptive in your attacks and movements.
You have to move, you have to think ahead. And I've talked about that. Not just preemptive, but proactive. That there's a lot of time that we spend responding to things and not building things that can prevent this stuff from happening in the first place. And then the better queer networks we have, the less likely that communities are going to fall into rampant queerphobia.
Exactly. And being prepared is being prepared for the worst, because I do hate to say it, it's only going to get worse. It's ramping up. It's coming around. It's not going away. You just have to make sure to be prepared that it will happen. Not to be a doomer or nothing, but just be prepared. Because
no, I don't think that's doomer. I think it's rational to conclude that, at least right now in the near future, with the fever pitch, it's gonna get darker before it gets brighter. We have a lot
Yeah.
of shit that we're gonna have to be dealing with in the coming years, especially if and most likely they will, the Republicans take power again.
Yeah, and especially if, more of the medical industry or former people in the medical industry decide that they're going to fuck around with stuff. Like when the former WPATH person made that little article in the San Francisco Examiner or whatever, that was such bullshit. But it happens. People are like saying that, we need to wait on hormones. And that's probably pretty much most of the problems for trans people is the wait for hormones. Sure, we got mental illness and stuff, but if we got mental illness, you should give them an SSRI along with the hormones because that's impertinent,
Of course it is.
Just
it's incredibly important.
And people don't realize that.
Well, yeah, I think one of the things that people don't catch a lot of times is how mental health is simultaneously how the multiple ways in which it is weaponized against trans people. Where it's like, oh well, you can't have hormones because you're mentally ill, but you're mentally ill because you can't have hormones, and then it's like, well, you can't have them until you're better. And it's like, well, but
until
I
you're
can't live
stabilized.
my life.
I had a therapist, and I'm currently switching, but this therapist told me that she warns people that they need to be stable.
Yeah, that's...
before they get hormones. And what the heck is stable? She's like, well, financially stable or having stable. I'm like, well, who the heck has stable housing and financial stability in this economy, in this world that we're going through right now?
Yeah.
Nothing is stable.
No
and
one.
the thing that would make us more stable is to have hormones. Sure, they're going to miss a couple months that they can't afford their hormones, but just because someone's poor doesn't mean they shouldn't be allowed to have freaking hormones.
I agree. I couldn't agree with you more. And isn't it ridiculous? No one would ever say that. No one would ever tell you for any other condition that, oh no, please, we were going to wait till you're financially stable to give you the medication you need to help you become more happy. No, they would never
till you're
fucking do that.
relatively, mentally healthy again. And it's like, well, yeah, sometimes people do need, HRT before hormones. SSRIs before hormones. Sometimes they need them at the same time. Some people only need is just to wear a dress to feel better because gender is a fuck all, and you can do whatever you want with it. But a lot of therapists have not caught up to what the communities are doing, and they are behind. And when you try to teach the therapists and you try to teach the doctors, some of the people don't want to listen because they have the degrees or title, and they think that is more important than the communities who are living through this. I know this with my autism and ADHD, that I had some stuff where, we've invented things like tics and stims. We invented those terms. It wasn't something the therapist invented. We invented those terms.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know if you know the story about her name is like Marsha Lenningham, and then her BPD, how she got a DBT injected into the DSM as a good therapy to use.
Yeah.
Is that she started using
specifically? No.
Okay, so
I've heard, I know what you're talking about. I just didn't know the name. So yeah, I've heard.
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
so yeah, well yes, she made DBT very popular until she went to like a NAMI festival or whatever, the mental health organization for people and therapists to come together, and she admitted she has BPD. Well, all of a sudden, a lot of therapists started chastising her work and saying it wasn't very valid because she had put herself and she was seeing more of herself in the work, and that it might not be true because ableist runs rampant. Same thing with like things with CPTSD. Yeah. They always want to go with my CPTSD I have. It's like I have chronic trauma, but I have to go get diagnosed and actually make sure I have it, or go through scrutinizing analyzations to find out what is wrong with me when I know what's wrong with me, and that's the virtue that HealthDX can help with.
It's so frustrating, the amount of condescension that is present in our society, and this is one of the reasons why there's a lot of hesitancy, or there's a lot of critique of medicalization of both mental health, certain mental health things, and also trans issues, because this is something that what we're talking about here is something that can happen where where instead of becoming about like sitting down and helping people feel good about themselves and solve the problems that are in their lives that they may be very familiar with, it instead becomes about prescribing a highly medicalized, standardized view that is subject to a lot of changes over time, and asking real people to sort of take a sidestep to research that may or may not even be happening. This is one of the issues where, like, when people try to say that, like this happened to me. I don't know how familiar you are with some of my content and stuff, but
Mhm.
I see you around a lot, so I imagine you probably
Yeah.
are. But I got in hot water some time ago. I got canceled over me talking about self-medding. Or not
Oh,
self-medding,
yeah, no.
about self-diagnosing.
Diagnosing,
I wasn't
yeah.
doing that. And I was talking about and one of the things that I was talking about in that is how it ties in right here, which is that like there is a lot of things like being trans that aren't and might never be fully understood scientifically. So you can't really fall back on this idea of like, oh, well, follow the science always, because the science may not exist, or the science that does exist, or the science that does exist may be debunked, even if there's no alternative model yet. Like a great example of this is how Blanchard's typology of transsexualism was completely debunked, even though there's nothing to replace it. It's just we have a totally new understanding of it, and his model was wrong, and it hurt people.
Totally wrong.
And he was the science at the time.
Oh yeah, and people don't realize that a lot of times with trans meds and true scum specifically, a lot of the times they're trying to appeal to cis people and trying to get it medicalized so that they can feel safer. And the thing is, we're never going to be safe, because not all cis people, but a lot of cis people really don't care about us, and assimilating to be a part of the cis society is not as important as, being yourself, your wonderful, vibrant self. So I've always had the, the idea that we should have rights and not assimilation, thriving, not assimilation. We should be there for our liberation, not assimilation, and just be there for ourselves. And the more we try to medicalize ourselves, the more hot water we can get in, because I know that studies are great. I like studies. Studies about us are cool. I would like more studies done on us. But half the time the studies are done on it, most people don't want to do studies on us because A, they don't have the funding. But B, if they do the studies, they're going to look what the cause of transgenderism is.
Yes,
using
exactly.
that term. They will look for that and try to use for a cure that they can use to reverse it, so that we don't get to transition and they can have a normal thing. That's like with what Autism Speak does for autism.
Yes.
They look for cures so that we can be normal in the eyes of a cis neurotypical society, which has never been which is a complete lie. It's total bunk.
It's a bullshit framework, and
Yeah.
this is what I was talking about it being prescriptive. This is one of the risks with things like with both mental health and other all kinds of complex psychological and personal sociological phenomena. If you just fall back on this idea of like, oh well, you just trust the science, quote unquote. Well, the science is sometimes philosophically incorrect, as in you have science that's done with the goal of making a rule or making a standard that might not actually be a real thing. Blanchard's typology is the one that I mentioned just before, is a great example of this. He made up a typology and forced trans people into it. That typology doesn't exist in nature. It's not reflective of a real thing. He built a typology and then forced people in it, and then the science was being pushed onto people who were already trying to exist and do things their own way. And then it's imperial, and it is invasive, and it means that, like, I don't know, it's very annoying because some people will just sort of they sort of just love to be like, oh, like you're saying, you can't trust psychologists. How are you any different from like a Christian? It's like, no, it's not about not trusting
psychologists. It's not about trusting psychologists.
It's about universalizing
examining everything.
Yeah, it's about being critical and recognizing that there are flaws in the way that we do certain things, and institutionalized psychology has a couple of issues and has had a couple of had some very severe issues in the past with being overly prescriptive, aka saying that like you have depression versus, well, you're experiencing these things that we generally call depression. Telling someone or coming to the conclusion that someone has a disease that's called depression makes it seem like depression is always the same thing when it's not. Most mental conditions are not like that at all. They're not a single form. They have certain commonalities, perhaps. That's why we've been able to identify them, but they can't be taken as sacrosanct or else you hurt people.
Yeah, exactly. And like another thing is when certain therapists like always freak out, well, what happens if you find out you're not trans? Well, there is detransition, about, so many of those detransitioners are actually detrans. Most of them detransition due to social and monetary pressures. They
The
do
vast
not
majority.
detransition. Yeah, exactly. And
I think
it's
if
sad.
last time I checked, it was like only 5% of people who detransition do so because they regret transition. And the vast majority, somewhere in the ballpark of 95% of people who detransition do so to avoid social pressure, to survive their family, or because of cost, because they can't get access to hormones.
And then you have the therapists out there who do not understand non-binary people, and non-binary is relatively new, but it's always been there. But we just are creating the terms for it now and starting to materialize it in a way that society can digest it, or at least think about it. And
at least
so
in this framework, there have been non-binary identities in the past,
Yes. So to put it in shortly, I had a therapist, or my therapist who I'm currently trying to run from because she's kind of kooky.
I get it.
But I was like saying, oh, I knew this person and they wanted to get HRT because they wanted smoother skin. That was one of the things. They're non-binary. They just want smooth skin from HRT. Yeah. Well, she said she wouldn't prescribe that person HRT. She would tell them to go to a dermatologist instead. Okay. And I'm like, well, if they want HRT, they should get HRT regardless of it's reversible at that point. If they're going low dose HRT just to get the skin, I don't think there'd be any problem with that. But she had, like I said, a very weird idea that, I would tell them instead not to go do hormones. I would suggest they go to a dermatologist. But she doesn't realize how HRT smooth skin is different than regular
it's not
skin.
It's not a matter of dermatology. It's a matter of it literally changes the cellular structure of your skin. I can completely
exactly.
And this is the sort of thing where I'm like, I think that like all people benefit from a liberatory approach towards gender politics. Imagine a world where like you don't have to be trans or anything. You can just, if you want your skin to be more femme and smooth, you can just go get hormones, and you understand the risks, and then you can if you don't want to, or like you do with all kinds of other things. Like, I mean, I don't know, there's so much condescension given towards trans people. Like, keep in mind that we live in a society where you can literally walk into a store and purchase poison, and then you will be encouraged and advertised to drink it. Like, alcohol is so much more dangerous than HRT ever could be, and yet we literally let you just walk in and buy as much alcohol as you want. There are literally entire establishments designed to feeding you alcohol. Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's really stupid. And the condescension just doesn't stop at like HRT. It stops at getting diagnosed for things like ADHD or autism. When I got my autism diagnosis, I was in 8th grade, and I got very lucky that I got diagnosed. But if you are neurodivergent and you think you have to wait for a person who isn't neurodivergent to tell you that you're just neurodivergent enough to squeak by. And the funny thing is, my autism mimics the autism in girls. Because guess what? I'm a girl. But when I was pre-hormones, it mimicked that is found in girls. And when we do studies in things like autism, and we look for the symptoms of autism and ADHD, guess who their primary target is? Young men, young boys.
Of course.
They really haven't done a lot of stuff in women. So I used to be incredibly chatty and incredibly things that would show that I might have, ADHD. Back at the time, it was called ADD, and I was on meds. Now, I couldn't swallow pills at the time, and so I really didn't know what the pills did or anything, so I would avoid my meds. And now I'm getting back to getting tested because I want meds, because I have Novo Innovation and I have all this stuff. And I'm like, meds will definitely probably fix my problems. And I'm probably pretty sure I have ADHD because autism and ADHD have a comorbidity of about 50%. Yep. They are very closely related.
Brain cousins.
And when you have... Oh, go ahead.
No, I said brain cousins.
Yeah, brain cousins.
ADHD and autism. Lot of overlapping. I mean... There's a lot of overlapping. Let's just say there's a lot of overlap.
Just the same thing with BPD and CPTSD have a lot of overlap.
Exactly.
And so I always joke that I have ADHD, I have autism, or Asperger's as it was formerly called, and I have CPTSD. So I am just 100% emotional dysregulation. So I have to be very careful because I can get over emotional on the drop of a hat, and I have to be super careful about what I do because I love intensely. I do things intensely. I'm an overexcitable person. I don't mean to be. I'm very happy-go-lucky sometimes.
You and me both.
But and people misconstrue that as and that's why you get a lot, and that's why a lot of people get a lot of hate with our kinds of people, is that when you show too much emotion or you try to be too real about this stuff, it shits the bed for some people. They just can't handle it. And I understand, but it's like, we're just human. Let us have emotions. You don't have to be a robot. And I grew up from abusive society where my parents tried to make me a robot because they tried to make me ultra masculine. They believed men couldn't cry. And it really affected my relationship with them to the point where I'm almost about ready to go no contact with them. Not just yet, because I still funnel them for money, we got to use them for money.
I mean,
but
when I was younger, I grew up super religious as well, so that combined into it. But yeah, I was taught to severely repress to the degree that like I sometimes have you ever played the game Disco Elysium by any chance?
I have not, no.
Okay, in Disco Elysium there's a skill called composure. And in Disco Elysium, this is sort of a tangent, but in Disco Elysium, all skills that you can put into, once they get really to a high level, they also have downsides. So like if you have an empathy 10, which is one of the characters I had maximum empathy. It's like you can understand every feeling that someone is telling you. And sometimes you simply can't stop crying when you walk outside. And it's like literally like if you do an empathy 10 run, like you're going to have moments where like you see someone on the road and like other character, like you see someone on the side of the road. And it's like, but anyway, for me,
that's exactly correct. I have a lot of empathy, and it makes it hard to function sometimes in a world that is so cruel and so nasty because you want to help all the people. And you just see a person, you're like, I want to do this because I want to help people. I feel I have to help people. No one was there to help me when I was a kid. I was a struggling trans person with abusive parents. No one's there to help me. I feel I should give back and help other people, and I do. But you have to remember to take care of yourself because I tried to help some people. I used to call myself a barstool psychologist, where I would sit myself down in a local bar in my hometown, and the people come up and talk to me because I was just a conversational person. And they talk to me, and I listened to their problems. But eventually this one person, I was drained from doing it a couple days a week, and I had no more spoons left to have in me. So I had to tell this person no. And eventually that person did end up in jail because they were doing something they probably shouldn't have. And prison's dumb and stupid and all that. But they were doing things where they should have lied low and didn't. And it was their own fault for getting, caught when they could have played it so much better. But regardless. It happens. But, you got to take care of yourself, too. Don't forget to take care of yourself, chat, because you are important. You can help all the people in the world, but you can't give from an empty well.
That's true. So I really like that. I like that idea of like you can't give from an empty well. That's very, very, very true. You have to. I tell people this frequently. I know a lot of people who are super, super generous and like to give a lot and are really gregarious people. But you have to remember that like you can't like it's. I also often will say reach or throw, don't go. Kind of like the swimming thing. You can't help somebody. You're just gonna drown if you jump in the water. You gotta be able to have your own foundation to stand on, but I was gonna say I wanted to say one thing, which was that when I was younger, growing up in the super Christian environment, I always joke that I ended up with my stats with composure 10, where in moments where like a lot of times my sort of default state is just like even though my emotions are fucking crazy strong, like I mean I have BPD, like it's crazy, I will just dissociate and just be like, okay, here we are, we're in the moment, it's crisis mode. And like you learn to live that way for so long, and like I can't do it the same way I used to. But when I was younger, it was like I had no self-expression. I was the most invisible person you could possibly imagine for most of my life, and I kept quiet. I didn't garner attention. I did what I was supposed to do, that sort of thing. And
I was a China doll. I was a China doll for my parents, and basically I was so good at dissociating that people in I used to manage basketball. The people there who were not my friends, they were bullies, but tried to give it out of pity, basically said shutdown mode. They called it shutdown mode. And I could go into shutdown mode so easy where I just blank out and I'm like, not there, because it was just so easy just to stare off into space rather than deal with what was going on currently and just not think about it.
It's part of it is like that we are never given the tools to like, first of all, like no one in our society is given any emotional like coping or health, like emotional health tools.
Exactly.
We have a very unkind society by and large. And,
and they punish emotions. I remember sometimes we'd go somewhere and my parents, if I were like, we went somewhere and I'd be disappointed, my mom would get mad at me because I was sharing disappointment with her. And this is why I never take you anywhere, is because you get disappointed, So you learn at a young age not to have emotions. And then when you grow up with parents who are very conservative and very non-political conservative, so they go and they believe that the best way forward is to have a neutral, lame duck House and Congress, and why can't Congress get along? It's just it's so awkward. And like my dad, he has gone total like proto-fascist. I was talking to him the other day when he came up and they were buying me food and stuff because, scamming for money. He was like, homeless people deserve housing. But he didn't say they deserve homes. He said they deserve housing, which means he thought they deserved a local hotel for them to stay in, a rebuilt hotel that can be turned into houses for the homeless, which is great on its face. But we should get actual housing for homeless, not just turn a hotel.
I think like I've heard of towns that do like mini houses or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's something, but like, why can't we have more than enough of the real deal? Why we got to give everybody fucking mini houses? Just give them a normal house.
People like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos could easily afford to end homelessness, but they choose not to. And the thing about my dad, why he's like this, he used to be a big Bernie stan. He liked Bernie in the first election that Bernie ran for president, right? He thought Bernie was good, and he was like big into Jimmy Dore, right? So he was big into that. Well, Jimmy Dore started endorsing the Green Party, and he left Jimmy Dore. In the 2020 election, he jumped from Bernie Sanders to Tulsi Gabbard and became a Tulsi Gabbard stan, and he loves Joe Rogan now. And so he is definitely a very much proto-fascist, no nothing. He will go with whatever he thinks is right because he's got bad confirmation bias. So he'll only read articles that fit his views on things, and he doesn't ever have a very clear opinion because, whatever. I asked him once if he thought he was Antifa. Do you believe that you're anti-fascist? Do you think Antifa is good? Do you think that you're anti-fascist? He goes, Antifa is the real fascists. Yeah. Right to my face.
See,
and
that's
like,
the kind of like that's the pipeline thing. That's where you see the pipeline effect, where people they're not like super politically motivated to begin with, and then they just sort of slowly fall down the board towards these opinions that are more extreme, because these opinions get laundered through stuff like Joe Rogan. That's why Joe Rogan
and he went from like, he hates CNN, he thinks MSNBC is really commie pinko. He somewhat watches Fox, but he prefers local news. And a lot of our local news, at least one of our stations, is owned by Sinclair Media, which if you don't know who Sinclair Media is, you should really go do your research, chat, and look at Sinclair, because they are very much touting some very not nice things about people.
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
They're old school right wing broadcasting.
And so he reads the paper and he gets his news from Joe Rogan and watches Fox News every now and again, but particularly he doesn't like talking about politics. He says his views are his own and never has an opinion to share. And he thinks that he can be a chameleon that way and avoid confrontation. And he never has an opinion, because if you don't have opinions, you can't get canceled. If you don't have an opinion on something, you can just remain an everyman. And being an everyman means you're going to be not liked, but you'll be considered good.
Yeah.
And I come from a family in my small town where my aunt was the county judge, my uncle was a property manager, my mom was a loan officer. So I came from not old money, but pretty much everyone knew my parents. So when I couldn't run away, I had a very, point where I could not go anywhere without people go, oh, you're this person's kid. And then, even as an adult, I go out drinking and they tell my mom, oh, I saw your kid out last night. Oh, and people treat me like I was 5 when I was 28. So I'm glad I moved away where I'm not in that anymore, and I'm a place where it's super liberal and open. But it's like there are people out there who will keep tabs on you. Flying monkeys are real. That's the proper term for those people, are flying monkeys who report back to your abuser, and do stuff. But anyhow.
No, I was gonna say I had a similar experience. I was happy to move out of my home state. As much as I loved my home state, and in certain ways, I was happy to leave, because the small town effect, like when you're trying to transition, is just like, I don't want to deal with that shit.
Yep,
it's
and
so
I just
stressful.
moved from one city to another in the state, and it's just a big gap. And that's another reason why my town is going through this crisis, is because it's a liberal bastion oasis for leftists and trans people. It's like I said, it's about 72,000 population, and 28% of that is LGBT.
Yep.
So it's
a local
big
oasis.
Thing. Yep. Yeah, it's a local oasis for pretty much the Northwest almost. And, I think Seattle might be the only place that's maybe a little bit more, and maybe Portland, but otherwise it's pretty big. And with Idaho doing its shit and Wyoming doing its shit and Utah, we're the closest, biggest city to those places that people can go. So of course people come here. And we are now having, like I said, the San Francisco homeless problem, where people are making tent cities. And I was in the bus station today. Someone was sitting there to rest, And I watched the police come up and move him because he was trespassing in a public area that he was just sitting there. And he was mentioning something like he had a seizure. He might have been drunk. I don't know. But I just had to watch 3 policemen come in and shoo him away because he was sitting there. He was minding his own business.
And this is something that this is something we're going to be talking about a lot. This, as time goes on, is I want to talk about a lot of the issues that homeless people are facing in America right now, because it's gotten like homelessness is rampant. Not just here. I mean, here in Seattle, it's literally we still have a declared emergency, state of emergency for for how bad homelessness is here. There's so many people without homes. Yeah, and then like if you but like so that's here, but it's all over the place. And the thing is that like a lot of places, their response to homelessness is to send homeless people to other places where there's lots of other homeless people.
Yep, kick them out. That's what we did in my hometown. Kick them out, move them away. And then they say, oh, but you got a shelter. You're fine. You got a shelter. But the shelters aren't necessarily safe. They aren't necessarily good for people. There's a lot of mentally ill people there, and a lot of people like to steal and do these things. In my city, at least on the bus stops, they have bus stop benches are now with dividers in them, metal dividers with nuts and bolts that I probably could, if they weren't welded in, take them down. But they have a lot of homeless, anti-homeless architecture that is hostile to the homeless. We are now letting people live in tent cities. We just put in a law that says people can live in camp trailers on the side of the street. That's one of our solutions, because we do have a lot of outdoorsy type people here in Montana. You can live on your camp trailer on the side of the street. That's the way we're solving this. We have someone bought up a hotel and is turning it into housing for homeless people, but that doesn't have a fire. That doesn't have a stove or kitchen. It's just a place where homeless people can rest their head for the night, and it's good. But there's so much more we could be doing.
Yeah.
And it's far-fetched to say this now because baby steps, but why the heck do we need the golf courses? We could literally take that space that's used for white upper-class people to carve up the country, and we could put homeless people there and build housing. We have places. We have a whole bunch of farmland stretching between these little areas that count as suburbs now that could be used. But farmers don't want to give up their land. And I know we need the farmland for food and whatnot, but they could give up a little bit of parcel of land, at least near the highway, so that people can build their homes. And we have a lot of NIMBYs in our town. And if you don't know what a NIMBY is,
I do,
NIMBYs are not in my backyards. Yep. We have tons of people who do not want to give up space to make more for more housing, or they don't want a cheap, affordable housing nearby their space.
These are the type of fucks that think that oh, homelessness, oh, it's gonna bring crime and shit. It's like, if you don't help the homeless people, they'll have no choice.
And it's all a symptom of capitalism, because
of course it is.
We're being gentrified right now. But it's more or less from, as the joke goes, and it probably goes from every state on the West Coast that isn't California. Californians are coming in and jacking with the prices, but that's because Californian is dealing with the same thing we're dealing with. Only theirs is worse, so they can't afford to live there, and they have money. They got money, and they're coming in because their money is relatively higher than our money, but it's low income for their state, which would be high income for our state. So they come in and they jack up the price for everyone else, but it's not their fault. It's a symptom of capitalism. And so
it's self-reinforcing. It's you have these huge gentrification efforts already in place by enormous real estate firms, and then these real estate firms, they know that they can play around with prices. I was looking on Zillow like recently, because I'm searching for a new place, and even on there I was looking at the graphs of rent for some of the places. Most of the places I'm looking at had their rent increased by 1,000 or more since before the pandemic. Just same location, no changes made to the location whatsoever, no renovations, no nothing, just jacked up the rent from the beginning to the end of the pandemic. It is
And that's
so
why I'm glad I live in low-income housing and I have this house, because I would not have a place to live if I didn't have low-income housing and got in. My therapist, the one bad one I've been talking about, she has to move because her place, her commercial business in, that building is selling for $1.5 million, and they doubled her rent. They actually raised it up $500 more. And she can't afford to stay there, so she's moving somewhere else.
Yep, it happens so frequently. And
$1,500 is about the going rate for apartments and for apartments in my city, and we can't afford that. The regulars can't afford this, but the implants or the transplants can come and they can afford it.
If somebody's accepting Yeah, if somebody's accepting like a tech job, of course they're going to be able to afford whatever. But like
Exactly.
people who've lived there prior are not going to have a tech job. That's
Yep.
you know, it's a tale as old as time as far as tech goes. Like the Silicon Valley bullshit.
Yep, and that's
you
what's
know.
happening in the other town of Bozeman is Silicon Valley. It's where all the rich people go because they go to Big Sky, and they do all this stuff, and it's become a tech boom. That's where GF Fuckface it has set up his tech place, or it had his tech place, and so all the techies go there. They don't have any more housing. It's tight. Their houses, that town was not meant for that big of an expansion. And you can tell there's like 2-lane or 1-lane traffic pretty much everywhere. There's no double lanes for any people who can drive. They do not have free transit like we do here, because at least Missoula has free transit that has, you know, free buses that's paid from the taxpayers. So we get free, you know, that's lovely. But they don't have that. And it's hurting them.
Yeah.
And you can just see.
Well, it does. It inevitably kills. Like once if the tech boom doesn't stick around, which that's what happens with booms. That's why they call them tech booms. They always bust eventually. And when they do, it fucking leaves an area completely devastated, and all these tech people just go move to wherever their new headquarters is on the company's dime and leave nothing behind. Leave a fucking devastated suburban wasteland that nobody can reuse.
Yeah, and the thing about Missoula is it's also full of hipsters and hippies and punks and all these other leftists who are going to find the next big place. We get a lot of good indie acts. I just went and saw a Beach House concert not too long ago which was really lovely. But we get a lot of good stuff. But also with the hipsters and the hippies that come in, we have this problem that if you are not having housing, you're not going to get it. And there's going to be a housing bubble. It actually is a housing bubble. We do not have enough housing, and people can't find a place to live. But once people get bored with the city and they leave, the bubble's going to explode, and we're not going to have anything. And we're going to turn into what happened to Butte, Montana, when the mining left. Butte, Montana is now a toxic waste dump, and no one lives there hardly anymore. It's a ghost town with just a nice big toxic waste pile of a lake called the Berkeley Pit. And so it's just it's interesting to see the trends, and I'm glad that people are coming, because this means more stores get to come in and we get bigger expansion. But we don't have the necessarily housing to meet the needs of the people. And so while I do like people coming in, it's great for things and it gets us more diverse. We don't have this place for these people, and people who are coming. I look at the Reddit all the time. I want to move here. It looks like a great place to live. I want to move here. Jim Carrey even said it was a great place when his car broke down. But we want to move here, and we have to keep telling them we don't have the housing. We just made we made 1,000 units of new housing apparently, and they got bought up, and within like about 5 hours of being on the market for rent.
Holy shit, that's wild.
Yeah. Or would have. We just don't have it. It is like everywhere you can, there is going to be taken places, and because of gentrification, people know, landlords know they can raise their prices because they think they know what they got. And if the housing bubble wasn't the way it was, the landlords wouldn't be making their prices this big, because they know they can nickel and dime everybody, because housing is critical and people are moving here. And so they know you'll take the slum for $800. They know you'll take this cracker box apartment, this cracker box palace for, $1,500. You need a place to stay, and you'll pay whatever the goddamn they want, because we do not have rent control. The rent is too damn high, and we need rent control. But luckily, we have things like my trans group and everything else that is helping people. And
that's the stuff that keeps people alive. That's the stuff that keeps people alive in times like these.
Yep. And we work and we do community stuff. And like for my place isn't necessarily great, because I've had my Pride flag stolen 5 times. 5 times in 2021 to 2022. 5 times my Pride flag has been stolen. Now I can't prove it's been stolen, because the security camera doesn't work very well. It doesn't point out directly at my place. And the last time it was there, the security camera was off. So they're trying to get new ones for my low-income place. They almost said I could get a Ring doorbell, which would be great if I could. But, they have lofty things of how much you can modify, and you can't modify apartments in low-income housing. So we'll see if you can get it pushed that I can get one. But I'm almost thinking a church, and now I can't prove this, stole my Pride flags. Because when I didn't have my Pride flags up on my balcony, my gay Pride flag up on the balcony, then during Easter, they came up and they dropped a whole pamphlet from the Baptist church saying, "Hey, it's Easter. You should come join our congregation at the Lighthouse Baptist Church." But it's like,
no, thank you.
I can't.
I'm good.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm an atheist. I can't prove it. I mean, if you're religious, fine. If you believe in God, that's fine. But I'm not that person. I'm not going to go there and excuse me. Yeah, you shouldn't be doing this. And if I had my Pride flag up, it would have stopped sooner. But, it's just interesting to see how much, and we do have a bad white supremacist problem in Montana. When you're whitefish, is where the Nazis and white supremacists live. For a couple winters, Richard Spencer used to winter up there until he got, I think, kicked off the ski hill from whining too much on the ski lift.
Okay.
He whined
That's
like a baby.
amazing.
Rachel Maddow covered that story once, but
I
he was
didn't know
like
that.
whining or
That's
complaining, and he
amazing.
got in a fight, and he got kicked off the ski lift. But But
great.
we do have a lot of Nazis and white supremacists in the area of Whitefish. And if you go outside of my city, just to the next county over, a lot of white supremacists live there too. And we call those suburban white supremacists because it's not near the urban areas where the people of color, the queer people are, but just enough that it's only an hour drive for them to get into town.
Yeah, so anytime an event's there, they can fucking hoot and holler and ride in on their stupid fucking Confederate flag trucks and whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, we get that.
And in
shit
my
here.
own hometown, they're still doing this. Every Friday, they're doing a Trump train parade where they take their trucks and they go around parading around the center of town with their flags for Trump. One of the guys in my own hometown actually got arrested on January 6th. He has a big mural on the side of his building that says General Flynn was the people's general, and he's a big QAnoner. It has QAnon written on the side of this building.
That's demented. Well,
it is really demented. But anyhow, I should probably get going and let someone else talk. But
Punky,
just know that
it's been great talking with you. And I did want to say we've been going for a while, so I want to make sure we get a couple other people in here because I am beginning to get tired myself.
Yeah. But anyhow, trans rights and trans thriving, y'all. Just that there are people looking out for you, and if you can't find anything, try to start it yourself if you have the spoons and energy, because there will be people who will come together in your favor. You just have to know where to look.
If you start the ball rolling, you won't be alone. It takes less to get these sort of things rolling than you might think.
Yeah,
and,
community is there. You have community, and you have. And if you're a young person, just know it is going to get better. We are going to fight for you. I'm not going to let you sink beneath the cracks. I am here for you. You are a kindred spirit. I am actually taking care of some kid online, actually, that is really nice. That I'm a pseudo aunt to. So just know you are loved.
Family of choice.
That you are, So you are loved, you are valid, and you will get your hormones when the timing is right.
Mm-hmm.
Come hell or high water.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on and telling us all that you
For
did.
sure.
Thank you so much. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great night.
Bye-bye. You
Bye
too.
for now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to take 2 more calls, and then I got to wrap for the night because my head is killing me, and I'm really tired. We're going to do 2 more calls, okay? 2 more, and I'm going to keep playing my game here because I'm having fun. This has been chill. Look at this. You guys got to watch me fuck around and do really bad in Peglin tonight. I haven't been paying attention to the strategy, so I've been dying a lot. Anyway, let's bring in the next caller. We're going to do 2 more callers. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Hi.
Can hear you.
Who am I speaking to, and what are your pronouns?
Violet and she it.
She it. Okay, and sorry, I was gonna say Violet. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I couldn't. Your mic cut out for a second. There we go. Based she it pronouns. How are you doing tonight? I hope you are well.
I'm well. Just a bit sleepy.
Yay! Well,
Took a while.
It's wait. What time is it where you're at?
8 a.m.
Oh my God. Okay, so you're either up really, really late or up relatively early. I am never awake at 8 a.m. I'm never. There's almost no time.
I'm really late. It's I really wanted to talk, to be honest.
Oh my God. Well, I'm glad we were able to get you in. Apologies for that my stream goes so late where you're at, but thank you so much for calling in. Did you have something in particular you want to talk about?
Yeah, I have 2 things that I can't decide which one is better. I think it would be either well, I have an argument about trans women in sports. I find the usual progressive one about how trans women who have transitioned not having any effects on their bodies and stuff, not having any advantages, sorry.
Yeah.
I find that argument to be a bit transmedicalist.
Okay, I can
So I
understand that.
have a criticism. And I also have another topic, which is about third-party cookies and how I find them very scary when
Oh, you mean
connected to
like
the
tracking cookies and stuff like that?
yeah, the data broker. I just watched the last week tonight episode, to be honest, and I got a bit scared because I connected it to the transphobia and stuff
Yeah.
and how so it's one of those two topics. You
Okay.
can decide whichever one feels
Well,
better.
let's hear what you have to say about the trans sports argument. I'm always open to hear a better formulated argument because I actually do agree with you. I think focusing too much on the effects of hormones can lead to a trans medicalized focus.
Yeah. So what I was thinking was since we have gendered categories, I feel like all it has to, as long as the categories are man and women, the only thing that should matter is gender. And if that leads to um, pre-transition, like pre-hormones, trans women dominating the sport or whatever, then that's not the fault of the trans women. It's the fault of the category itself.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I've actually talked about how I think that in the long run, moving to like non-gender based sports is probably the best thing, and instead just I don't know if you want to do just generalized weight classes or anything like that would be a better approach in the long run. Yeah.
Oh, I must have skipped that. I must have skipped that video. Sorry.
Oh, I think it was in
thought agree, to
a
be honest.
conversation. I don't think it was in a video. I think it was in a conversation I had recently. I think it was during the trans day, the trans call-in stream that I did the other day. I think we talked about that, but not to a great extent. So don't worry, you didn't miss anything.
Oh, so then I guess I guess it's better to move on the other argument.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Because
fine. No, I
that's
think you're
literally-
right. By the way.
Mhm.
Oh, hello.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
you should show
literally
off your outfit.
all.
Oh
I
my
have like
God, you did your
little
hair
sticky
too.
notes around.
Apologies. Say hi. I think this is one of yours. I think.
Ooh.
Wait. Aren't you? Wait, Violet. Aren't you on the Doe cord frequently?
Who? Violet?
Yeah.
Yeah, Violet. Say hi to Doe. Doe, you gotta get down in the.
My hand's a little purple.
Oh.
Oh,
Look, Doe got
hi.
purple. Look, Doe's purple colored.
I'm very purpley.
Oh, wait, and Fawn cut it too. Oh, you did?
I cut it and then Fawn helped.
Oh my God, it looks so good.
How do you like your new microphone?
Oh, it's awesome. The
Hell yeah.
new microphone's great. It
Ooh.
sounds really good. Anyway, I wanted you to show off your outfit and your new hair to the stream. I'm gonna
Nice
be wrapping up
haircut.
around soon.
I really like the color.
You want dinner?
What's that?
You want dinner?
Yeah, what's for dinner?
Whatever we order.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys want to order something? Just here.
Yeah,
fucking-
do you have a preference?
Nope. You pick me. Just pick me something. Surprise me. You all know what I like.
love you.
Love you. I'll see you soon. Mwah. Bye for now.
Bye.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry about that. Anyway, go on ahead with your second topic.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So, I was thinking like so basically last week tonight had this episode where they were discussing where they were analyzing how data brokers work, how data collection can lead to um harm being done both especially towards minorities or I guess victims of like sexual assault and stuff.
Yeah, for
They
sure.
focused a lot of that stuff, but I was thinking that it can be even more dangerous since they were mostly focusing on like individual attacks, sort of like I think one of the examples was a pastor who got fired for being gay.
Because of information that was leaked or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking, what if I was thinking that it could become much worse. Like I can easily imagine like lists being made by far right groups or extremist groups, and that really scares me. And I wanted to ask like, what can we do about this? because Last Week Night is really focusing on like more electoral stuff,
Yeah. They tend to
and I
focus on
want
that sort of
something
thing.
more. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. There's a couple of things. So first off, I think that like I have a lot of critiques of the way that we think about data in general. You've probably heard me talk about that before. I've talked about how one of the problems of like social media and the way that we handle like social media data right now is that like they don't like, first of all, they don't, the states and corporations don't care about individuals really. They care about like the shape of you. They care about getting the information about you so they can control people like you. It's not actually about an individual person. They don't know your name or care. They want to make a frame of you that is like basically they want to make a stereotype of you. They want to make a you, and then they go, okay, so how do we, this type of person that we've gathered all this data on, how do we get them to buy product? How do we get them to do this? How do we get them to behave this way? And for that, they don't care about you as an individual. They don't need you as an individual. They just need people like you. They just need the imprint of you. I think that I don't know what the answer is to solve this. I mean, I think that one of the first steps has to be that like we have to we have to get to the point where like enough people care about data privacy at all to give a shit. A lot of people don't right now, but I think that that's going to change. I think that's going to change really quickly. For something that I've been thinking of as you were talking about this, and as I was sort of formulating my response, was how landlords get access to so much information that oftentimes we don't even know what information they're fully getting access to. When you apply for housing on like a lot of these apps, they have you fill out all this information, and landlords have these corporations. There's these companies that landlords work with that are independent from the landlords, but that basically all landlords will work with. They're sort of like, how do I describe this? They're like renter profiling companies, and they gather data about renters, and then they let those landlords, whenever people apply to them, they just look your name up in this pre-existing database, and they find out everything they want about you, which means that I think it was ProPublica who did an article about this, a pretty extensive article talking about this problem, where in a lot of cases you might not even know why you get declined for a house that you've applied for, because landlords just have access to a database that you don't know, and there's just no laws right now forbidding them from doing that or preventing that or protecting from that. Now, as we know, in some states there are tenant laws that say that like, oh, you can't like demand a background check on your tenants, but like most states don't have that sort of thing. So we know that there are laws that can be put into place that will help reduce these sort of negative practices, but I think that we have to first convince people that it matters, and I don't know that people understand like how their data works enough yet to like make a stand politically. I think also the other way you can do this is, of course, through more aggressive means, exposing companies that are using data in this way. If we find out, if anti-fascists or other people online find out about right-wingers using data, that we target that shit and get people in who can either remove that data or make it useless in one way or another. But I do think we have some pretty existential issues with regard to the amount of data available on every person and how that data is used. But I don't necessarily know what a solution is yet, because I mean it's frankly beyond me. How do we cope with the fact that we live in a world where there are corporations that are more powerful than nations? Like Google has so much individual power that it outweighs the power of a lot of governments, but it's not a country. It's not it can't be voted on. It like even a country sometimes seems like it's easier to deal with than some of these corporations. Yeah, you could stop being online. Well, yeah, and what's the trade-off there? That you become severed from the rest of humanity? Yeah, I think we should take this a little more seriously. I think humans we're connected by the internet now, and I feel like we should take it seriously and try to build things that protect us, you know?
Yeah.
I wish I was more helpful as far as what individually can do. I mean, obviously I have some opinions about like how we can you know, how we can how you can sort of protect yourself online better. But some things I just don't know. I don't know like I don't know the answer completely to like how we deal with third-party trackers and like the prevalence of in America of just like complete lack of data privacy whatsoever. I don't know. I don't think there's an easy solution we can undertake for that sort of thing. However, I mean, obviously, there's lots of things you can do to protect yourself generally digitally, including, you know, moving from ad supported systems to non-ad supported systems, moving from platforms that collect lots of data towards platforms that don't when possible. But I mean, the reality is that like at least if you don't live in like the European Union where there's data protection laws, like every social media just is like, yeah, fuck you, we don't care, we're just going to collect data on you, which puts your option at puts your options to be like, okay, do I not use the social media whatsoever, or do I just try to be careful with it? For me, it's the careful option.
Even in the European Union, it isn't that good. Like with
GDPR or whatever, right?
Like I'm living in Greece right now, and my experience online is just at least whenever I see someone else, it's like you open a website and a huge pop-up appears which says oh, we're collecting cookies. Are you okay with that? And there's like you can either press accept, like accept everything, which is the fast option, or you can do what I'm doing, which is individually opt out of every option.
Well, I think that one of the things you can do is use a VPN, which a VPN is generally going to be pretty good. So like, and there's a lot of very cheap VPN services that I mean, like I use a VPN very frequently, and I would say that a VPN is a really good way to avoid having to like individually opt out while still being able to like use the internet. You can basically just be like, yeah, I don't give a shit, collect whatever data you want because I'm on a VPN. So that's an option. And then another option too is like, of course, tools like uBlock Origin and stuff like that, and other tracker blockers are really good. I use Mozilla Firefox specifically because they have like, it has a lot of built-in anti-tracking tools that are really easy to use. So that's another option, is to switch from things like Chrome, where Chrome is like the data collecting fucking nightmare, and using Firefox or another similar one that has some tracking protections. There's also a couple of other like open source browsers that do have built-in data protection stuff that can protect you from that. But I think I do think that like, unfortunately, there's only so much we can do. Like, our data is being collected everywhere, and it's going to require I think that solving this problem is going to require some pretty significant regulatory action and or some very coordinated user action. And I think that largely the way we're going to solve this, okay, that's also possible. I would have to investigate each VPN. Joe Biden says that some VPNs don't provide that sort of data protection. Some do.
Thank you, Joe Biden.
Yeah, thanks, Joe Biden. Yeah, some people use Tor and stuff like that. I think that like right now, the answer to this is probably in building alternatives. Supporting free and open source software that and any tool, and also in supporting tools like uBlock and VPNs. Getting those tools that can allow you to anonymize or that can essentially scramble their ability to data collect. I think those are going to be really important, because I don't think data collection is going anywhere. Corporations are doing it, and they're going to keep doing it even if they're not told to, because they'll find ways around, and they've already proven that they have no interest in self-regulating whatsoever. Very few companies, with like maybe the exception of, you could maybe say Apple has been pretty good about data privacy, but even them, like, it's a drop in the bucket compared to how much of their apps are still collecting data and stuff. So I don't know, it is a tough issue. It's a really tough issue. I mean, I would not let it upset your your day-to-day life if you can avoid it, because I mean, I will say that like one of the things is that it's really hard to go through data. Like just raw, it's really easy to collect lots of raw data, but it's really, really hard to make it make sense. And there's one thing about like a lot of data collection is that the people sell the data, but they don't sell how to make it make sense. And people buy the data because they're told they're supposed to. They're like, yeah, I got to get this advertising info. There's a lot of grifters grifting grifters happening. So keep in mind that there are probably entire databases of data that are utterly useless, that might have very valuable personal information in it, but that are completely useless just because it's on the hard drive of some company that's going under and nobody knows how to put that data to good use. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I especially think that it's we should first make an effort to distance ourselves, as you said, from the larger data collecting companies, like
when
both
possible.
using individual, both using better apps or creating our own.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's not always possible, because I recognize that like there's no real way to like build there's no like meaningful way to build an alternative to a lot of social media services, or at least if so, it's very difficult. Like,
Not
you know,
yet.
Twitter is going to collect data, and everyone's going to be on Twitter, which means because everybody goes there to see everybody else, you have to go where other people are. That's the nature of social media. So like, yeah, some things it's not as viable, but if we make progress on the areas where there is viable change that can be done, when I mean, I love to see more people using apps like Signal and other encrypted apps, even people just using
Yes.
iMessage so that they have encrypted messages. That shit those are victories that, those are things that can be done. Those things can be popularized. And if it becomes demanded, passively of all apps, that encryption is like what people want that privacy, well, then it might appear even on the big platforms if there's a demand for it. So I do think that educating people and putting people's minds to thinking more about this sort of stuff is important.
The more we move away from them, the more doors we open, the
Yeah, I
more
agree.
options we will have.
Yeah. Yep. I agree with you 100%. Like that's going to be, I think, a bit of a slow process of people coming together and making good, useful apps which inspire other things, or even projects which can be used multiple times. Like an open source solution for a valid, messenger program could go a long way. But that's sort of out of my area. I'm no programmer, so I can't help on the front lines of
Same.
that. I can just talk about stuff.
Same. I don't really know a lot of stuff about this topic in particular. I just got very, very worried.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, like, of course, it is terrifying living in a world where if a government really wanted to, they could probably find out anything they want about you and also fabricate anything they want about you at any moment. But the truth is that why would that most of the time they don't have a reason to do that, and nor would they even know where to find that shit to do it. Like, that's the problem. Is the one issue that a lot of, or I guess the hope pill is the fact that, like, yeah, we're really, really good at collecting data, but we're not very good at, like, as a planet of using that data or making it relevant. There is fuckloads of noise. Like a smaller example of this is like that time when like, or actually this happened multiple times, but like the one I'm thinking of is like when ICE was putting out those the app, they did like an application for their like what do they call it, citizen immigration training or whatever, where it was basically Trump's immigration and border patrol was doing citizen training on more or less how to detain immigrants, and it was which is very fucked up, and also definitely vigilante justice. But what ended up happening was tons of people went and filled out the applications with garbage data, and so there was no possible way for them to know which applications were real, which people were really trying to get there, and which ones were fake, and it completely it completely fucked their training program because they just got overwhelmed with junk data. So I think there's times like that where we can perhaps take advantage of the fact that data has to be made relevant. We can use that to invalidate data or make relevant data very hard to find. So yeah.
Oh, and since I'm here, I could, and since one of the topics was scrapped anyways, I could ask something completely different if it's okay, if we have time.
Feel free. Yeah, I've got a little bit more time, and then I'm gonna bring on one more caller, and then I'm probably gonna wrap because my head's starting to hurt.
Okay, thanks. So, um, I'm going to be like right now I'm kind of closeted, and I'm going to be girl moding for the first time this summer.
Yo, that's fucking great.
Yeah.
Yay! Summer's the best time.
But I'm like a bit nervous about some stuff, like
Understandably.
the idea of actually going outside dressed as a woman and stuff. And I wanted to ask like any tips maybe perhaps on
I
how
mean,
to combat that anxiety.
to combat the anxiety. Well, first of all, the first thing to remember, and this is always true, and many people say this, and it's always hard to remember, but it's genuinely true. When you're outside and about, people care way more about their own bullshit than they do about you. The chance that like people are going to be looking at you or thinking about you is next to nothing. For example, I mean, just think about how many times you're out in public and doing stuff. How frequently are you thinking about the random other people you see on the street? Probably not very much. So the fact that people are preoccupied with their own business can be very soothing to understand. But also, like, most people don't really care in general. There are obviously transphobes out there. There are obviously shitheads out there. But the truth is that almost every time I've engaged, like, I've had to in public, like, deal with somebody being a transphobe, people have come to my aid. You know what I mean? Like, people have been like, what the fuck? Like, fuck off. You know what I mean? And so have my friends. So, like, those things, like, there's a lot of, like, there's enough good people out there that, like, unless you're encountering some, like, really unlikely situation of, like, bumping into, like, a random transphobe who just, like, you happen to come across, like, a march of transphobes or something, like, you're not going to really, most likely you're never going to encounter somebody who cares enough to even say anything. And that's great, because I don't care. I don't want anybody to say anything to me when I'm out and about. I just want to go out and do my thing. So yeah. And then, like, I don't know, just remember, like, you are, like, I assume, okay, she, it, like, I don't want to call you a woman if you don't identify as a woman, but, like, your identity is, your identity is yours, and dressing femme is, as far as I'm concerned, your right. I don't think anybody gets, like, I think it's absurd that anybody gets to claim that there's clothes for one type of person or whatever, or one type of body. I think that's very silly. And the truth is that you have the right to wear what you want to wear, wherever you want to wear it, and anybody who doesn't agree with that can go to fucking hell, straight up. And the good news is that chances are they don't have any legal way to bother you. The only thing they can do is, in a worst case scenario, say shit. But transphobes are notorious cowards. They don't ever say anything. They just fucking whine about it on the internet. So know that. Keep in mind that transphobes are fucking, by and large, the most cowardly people on the planet, and you'll never have to deal with any of them because they just bitch on the internet by and large.
Base.
Yeah, and just know that, like, hey, even if you don't feel great the first time you go out, I certainly didn't. I remember the first time I went out, like, full femme. I was really scared. I went out with my girlfriend to like, we drove down to like a little port town near where my hometown was, and we went there, and it turned out there were so many people, and I was really nervous. And it was the first time I ever was like, full femme out in public. And also it was the first time I ever went to, like, a women's bathroom in public, and nothing happened. Nobody even noticed. Everyone was too busy trying to go get ice cream, go do whatever tourist bullshit they were doing. And I felt nervous, but the next time was twice as easy, you know? And it just gets easier and easier until you realize, like, there's nothing to worry about. Like, especially if you're with people who care about you. No one's gonna, like, there's strength in numbers, first of all, but also, like, again, transphobes are fucking cowards. These motherfuckers will never say anything to you. They just go on the internet and bitch about people. That's about it. Was I on anything? I had not yet restarted HRT yet at that point. So no, I was not on anything. Yeah.
I hope you're right. I'm gonna make sure to post videos on my Twitter of me having fun then.
Please, yeah. And you know what? And guess what? Like I said, I mean, you probably heard the conversation I had with I think it was with Amphy earlier, where we were talking about like all the things that we did in early transition that were like so unnecessary. Just remember, the first thing about it is just you getting to be yourself. That's what matters most. Like, you don't have to get everything right. There's not even anything to get right. Half the people you're going to come out there are cis people who are going to be dressed as schlubby as can be. And don't worry about it. You're fine. You're probably putting in way more effort than they are. Just remember that, and don't let it get to you, because yeah, no cis person is any more valid than any trans person. They're just fucking freeballing it. It's just easy mode for them because they're morally lucky and they lucked into being born cis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Violet, thank you so fucking much for coming on. I don't know if you really wanted to like plug any of your stuff, but if you want to drop your social media and stuff so people can follow you and whatever, please feel free. It was great talking with you.
Sure.
You can
I
just type
only
it in the
have
chat if
like
you
a
want
Twitter
to.
account. It's Violet Panist on Twitter.
Okay.
Oh, and
did you
before
want
I
to type
go,
that
I
in the
want
chat so people can click it?
and before I go, I wanted to ask you about the trans women argument stuff. You said you said that you made that argument recently too.
Yeah, I think it was I don't know if it was in a video or anything. I think it was in I talked about I think it was it was during the all day trans call-in stream. One of the conversations we talked about that, and I talked about how I think that weight classes could be one option that people could use instead of trying to focus on HRT. And I do think also in my debate with this is an ancient debate. It was my debate with, I want to say, where was it? It might have been the Hippy Dippy Championship way back in the day. I talked about the weight classes argument, the switching away from using gender as a sports category at all and just using weight classes or something along those lines. I brought that up, but they were pretty small mentions.
Yeah. I'm gonna check both of them out if I can find the second one.
Yeah. Also, ask if you're having trouble finding them. Just ask around in the Discord. Somebody there might have a little bit better memory of which VOD it's in. Somebody might have it. I'm pretty sure that I talked about that during the Hippy Dippy Championship, where I was on with Vosh. It was the one where me and Vosh were on the same team, and yeah, I'm pretty sure I brought it up in that one. I might be misremembering which debate it was, but yeah. Anyway, I hope that answered the question. Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm going to have one more caller on, but thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you for having me. Good night.
Of course. Bye for now.
Bye.
Yay! Yay, that was so great! I'm sorry. My shots, my thing here have been bad. I've been playing Peglin very poorly. Hello, and welcome.
Oh, nice to meet you. Hold on, let me just. Hello.
Hi, how's it going? Real quick, can you give me a sound test real quick?
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, I might have to boost you up a little bit. That should probably do it. Welcome to the show. What is your what name would you like me to put up on the screen, and what are your pronouns?
Saul Gracchus, as is fine. He, him, they, them.
All right, he, they, perfect. I think I spelled this right. Okay, excellent. Well, welcome, Saul. Welcome to the show. How are you doing tonight?
Tonight's pretty good. I'm hoping you're having a good night too.
I am. This has been a extremely pleasant stream of call-ins. I wasn't expecting to do call-ins all day, but I'm actually I'm very happy with having done call-ins all day today. It was a lot of great conversations, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah.
Well, I hope I don't dampen the mood too much.
I highly doubt it.
You never know. So I actually wanted to discuss a bit more about the current Florida laws as someone who is in Florida right now.
Okay.
Because I don't know how closely things have been you've kept up with the most recent events, but things like the Disney sort of there has been it's recently DeSantis and the Florida legislature decided that they wanted to revoke Disney's special status in the state.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I don't know if you want me to go too deeply into that.
I heard, now you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I heard was that basically, because of this whole conflict over the Don't Say Gay bill and the extended culture war back and forth, that basically Republicans in Florida were threatening to remove the tax protection that Disney has because Disney brings so much money into Florida. They give them a special tax rate or whatever, and that backfired, or at least they were like, well, we're not actually. They started like balking on it and backing up over it. But I never followed up on what the Here's
what ended up happening.
Okay.
So to go into a little more detail, it's actually a bit more than just tax breaks.
Oh, okay.
There is a special like tax district that Disney falls under.
Okay.
The specific name is the Reedy Creek Improvement District, that essentially allows Disney to operate its territory, this territory where Disney World is, as a government.
Yeah.
Like a county government, and they can build their own infrastructure. They can have their own police, their own
oh my God.
fire, and their own emergency services and things. And so recently, the governor and the state legislature they have.
I'm listening. Sorry about that. I just go on, please.
Sorry, my stream's desynced, so it's.
Oh no. You could.
No. It's on my end.
Okay.
Anyway, so what happened? So they did go ahead and pass a law that, in a year from now, will revoke the special tax district. So my sense is that this is just a thing that they're doing, and then before the year is up, they'll probably back down or negotiate something with Disney, probably. But the fact that it got this far is it's kind of wild, I think.
Yeah.
Because it on the Republican,
it's so spice based, right? Like this just comes out of just like we're mad that you don't say gay, so we're gonna wage financial war on you. It's very weird.
It's a very weird turn of events, and I think in a recent Majority Report segment they were talking about how, in actuality, a lot of Disney executives would be perfectly fine with not having to deal with any of the gay stuff, because they can, because that means that they can throw their stuff in more markets and they don't have to deal with any local laws about gay propaganda and such.
With Disney, it's always a corporate calculation. They're only going to care so far as they can make money and whatever.
It's a bit interesting because they were saying in that segment that the only reason that that Disney kind of is in the state that it is because of essentially Disney workers rebelling against this action, particularly people in California that I believe were were being at least forced or being incentivized to move to Florida for probably for cost reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
And I would suspect it's also possibly to get away from certain union regulations, but that's speculation.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to get a clear answer on that. That's going to be buried in their paperwork.
Yeah. But it's actually kind of, it gets really weird because what essentially happens if this whole thing goes through, which, again, I don't think it will, but you can never count it out with Ron DeSantis and how, he's already taken it this far, so it could go even further.
I feel like you can't count anything out with the Republicans these days. Like I don't even know. They're so rabid on certain issues that I'm just like, they're like, will they literally destroy their entire economy over this? Like in the past, the economic like backlash has usually been what like slows them down. Like, I mean, for example, like I don't know if you remember when North Carolina passed that bathroom law, and then like the NFL and the NBA and all of these sports organizations were like, well, we're fucking out of here. Like, we're not gonna deal with like trying to asking us to like regulate the bathroom usage. Like, fuck that. We're just out. We're just gonna leave. And then they were like, okay, we're backing off of it. And like North Carolina Republicans backed off the bathroom bill thing. But it's like they're going full hog now. I don't even know if they care anymore. Like, they're so invigorated. They're like, oh yeah, I guess we're just gonna dunk Disney, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, that's like it's really the thing is it's beyond just the whole, okay, well, this is gonna affect this might affect the local economy in sort of an indirect way if Disney gets angry, but it goes actually a lot further because with this special tax district, the way it's set up, it essentially has benefited the local counties in the sense that they don't have to pay for the infrastructure that Disney has within its territory.
Yeah, because Disney does wild shit. Because they do crazy shit. Like I remember reading about like Walt Disney's original plans for Epcot. Like they were literally like, he wanted to like, I mean,
he wanted to build the town from the prisoner.
Yeah, he literally wanted to make Epcot Center like a sovereign nation where they could do like science experiments that wouldn't be allowed elsewhere. And like half of it is like, okay, is this Disney's like aging ravings, or did he actually think he was going to be able to do this? But then like with the whole county thing, it's like it would be so unreasonable if all of the nearby counties had to deal with like upkeeping Disney's fucking Mickey Mouse shaped monorail or whatever weird crap they do.
Well, yeah, and not just that, but apparently, and this I had read in an NPR article, they would also inherit Disney's debt on building this infrastructure.
Holy shit!
It's actually surprisingly far-reaching if this goes through. It would actually have a lot of impact on the local economy and.
Yeah, it sounds like it would ruin a couple of like local towns.
I mean, that's kind of, I somewhat suspect because Orange County, Florida, it's where Orlando is, and Orlando, the city itself, like a lot of cities, leans Democrat. But on the other hand, the surrounding area is just a sea of retirement and snowbird towns that are extremely conservative. So it's possible that this is another spite bait. There is another layer of spite to this, but if there is, it could also backfire on all of the people that have moved from up north down to Florida so they can be close to Disney World and do all that shit.
Oh God, have you heard? Okay, this is totally unrelated. I just wanted to make you cringe, but have you heard about the Disney lifestyle neighborhoods that Disney's planning? Because Disney bought up like a bunch of real estate.
look, being semi-local, I know of all the Disney, and having gone to Disney like dozens of times in my life, I know all of the weird Disney projects. Be it like this would be Disney's third attempt at making a neighborhood, because they had their one town that they made, that I think kind of employees, and they have some offices there now. Then they have these big villas that are just in the middle of the park that sell for millions and millions of dollars. And this actually is something I haven't heard of, so if you have more details, let me...
Oh, I wish I could... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I had an article about it. Disney... Yeah, Disney... Is it Disney Lifestyle Communities? Yes. This is from the Disney blog. It's called Story Living. So look up Story Living by Disney. It's a new project from the Disney parks. Here, I can read this. This is from their blog, okay? For every Disney theme park guest who wish they could move into their favorite Disney resort and live there full time, a big announcement today might make that a reality. Story Living by Disney is a new project from Disney Parks Entertainment and Products that plans to establish residential communities infused with Mickey's special brand of magic for family and those approaching their golden years. Fans who relocate their lives to these master plan communities can count on the latest urban lifestyle design combined with Disney's famous attention to detail and magical touches that made them fans in the first place. So yeah, that's a thing. It's this is their blog. I can it was posted on February 16th. It was a couple of weeks ago. Here, I posted it in the chat for people who want to go look at this. It made me cringe so hard because they had like a picture of like a Snow White themed house, and I'm just like, God damn it. Like, I don't know. There's just something really funny to me about somebody going in and goes like, yes, I think we'll be purchasing the 2-bedroom Gaston, and like, I don't know, or like the Tarzan tree towers.
That's I don't know. That sounds like way less of a joke than you're making it out to be.
I know, it's so sad. It's so dark.
There will be people will shell out tens of millions of dollars for that.
I know.
Like, no doubt.
But
I think the weirdest thing of all about that is that sounds like Disney like possibly cashing in on like the villages.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Or similar kind of retirement communities that are just abundant in Central Florida and other sort of and just like if you're willing to indulge a little detour into sort of like Florida politics,
please, yeah,
because the I want to say like either in 2014 or 2016, whatever year DeSantis got elected, it was a pretty interesting race in the terms of you had him versus Andrew Gillum, who was a fairly progressive candidate for governor. But the big issue is that there was still this prevailing idea among Democrats that Florida would kind of go the way of Texas with more progressive and Hispanic populations pushing it more towards the Democrats, because Florida is I guess it would be the third, possibly fourth big Hispanic state, depending on whether you count California or New York.
Yeah.
But what they didn't realize is that the Hispanic population in Florida is so different from the rest of the United States.
It is, yeah.
You don't have Mexicans, or Puerto Ricans. You have primarily Cubans, Venezuelans.
Yeah. Very different, very different political views.
Yes, and on top of that, you also, even by that point, had a lot of people, retirees primarily, moving in from out of state, and they were all fairly conservative, and so even though it was a close race, people had anticipated that Andrew Gillum had a good shot, but he barely lost.
Yeah,
and I think the sad thing is that, I think you've kind of seen a lot of places where a progressive candidate fails. Essentially the local party however much there is left, takes a pretty hard turn towards the center. Gillum actually had a bit of a scandal involving possibly drugs and infidelity, so his career is destroyed now. So there is
name a better combination than Democrats fucking up their race and then permanently ruining their career immediately afterwards.
Let's not get into that, because to be honest, it wasn't even a big deal. But because he's black and other things involving that, his career is destroyed, and frankly, I think the party is perfectly fine with that, because then they won't have to deal with any Bernie shit. But I guess I just wanted to say that because I think it would be nice for people to know a bit more of what's actually going on in the state. That, like, I understand that it's mostly jokes, but sometimes it does get to me like, do people not care what's actually going on in Florida? Because there are a lot of people down here that could.
My roommate moved here from Florida. My roommate who lives with me now, I helped them move here from Florida, because I was like, oh shit, like they were having a hard time getting trans healthcare in Florida, because I've known multiple people who have. At least from my position, like I used to spend summers in Florida, like with my dad. Like, he lived on the West Coast, and so I'm a little distance from the politics now, but I definitely do care about the people who are there, and it makes me sad, because it does seem like one of the most grimmest places politically at the moment in this country. Like DeSantis's fucking approach to COVID was horrifying. Like, literally using the power of using the power of the state to silence dissent actively. Like, anybody who reported the numbers, like the way that in a way that his state department or whatever, his state government didn't approve of. And it's like, well, wait, your state settings are out of step with every scientific authority, and we can recognize this is why. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, you're still in violation of state law, so in come the fucking police, in come the fucking sheriffs, and shut you down. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? And, like, I don't know, it's a grim state of affairs. I'm sorry it's so rough, because I imagine it's fucking terrible to deal with a constant onslaught of, like, the most extreme Republican experimental legislation, which is the thing that they tend to do in states like in states where there's, like, a lot of polarity, or there's states like where they feel like they can get away with pushing more extreme stuff. They'll do it, and it hurts the people there.
I mean, I personally, being not trans and not queer, I've pretty much been. I'm not personally affected by those things, but they, it's still a horrible thing, and it's a preview
I'm
of
very
coming
much
attractions.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think that, like, I think that living in a society where bigotry is normalized has an effect on everyone. Yeah, you might not be like you might not be in the demographic that's currently being targeted, but that society is it is a horrible society to live in. Bigoted societies are terrible, and they do have trickle-down effects on everyone. So, and I appreciate that you do care. So, yeah.
Well, beyond that sort of thing, I guess because you have some experience with that, where different part of the states of the culture and the politics are very different.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I live in southern Florida, and you have the whole issue of, from my perspective, it's very clear that the government is dominated by people in northern Florida. The Georgia has the redneck Riviera, whatever other names you call that sort of area around the Panhandle, and it's. I mean, I don't really know precisely, because there are things that I want to do about it, particularly because I know that situation for queer people is going to be getting worse.
Yeah.
As time goes on, and I'm trying to figure out how best to respond to this.
Yeah.
And I still haven't figured that out.
I don't know that there are any easy answers. I mean, for me, my focus has been, I've been, changing the focus of my, as we've seen increased transphobia, I've spent more and more time on my show covering those issues, but also I've started doing projects like, we're building, my team right now has like a pretty hefty document going together of keeping track of trans fundraisers. And like for all types, for whether it's a surgical fund, whether it's a moving fund. One of those is really, moving funds are increasingly common right now because people are trying to flee states like Alabama, where really aggressive transition laws have been passed. And there is a push right now in a couple of states to start banning HRT under the age of 25. So not just
25.
Age of 25. Yeah, I was just reading about this yesterday. I wanted to do a bit on it on Monday when I do my politics. I'm probably going to talk about this, but there have been a number of bills drafted. Obviously, none of them have passed yet, and hopefully none of them will. But there have been a number of bills drafted aiming to restrict HRT access to after the age of 25, because their argument being that that's when development is done, so after that it's not permanent, quote unquote. But that's obviously, I think that's an absurd argument, but this is hardly the first time that these sorts of things have come around.
That's just an even more obvious I don't know if this is going to sound hyperbolic. I don't think it does, but another step on the road to trans genocide.
I've been really nervous about that, and I think that one of the things I'm focusing on is I don't know if there's much that I can do to affect the legislative system from my position. I can vote. I can use my platform to talk about bills when they happen, and I do. This is something I've done for some time, but unfortunately, I think that given the way that things are accelerating and the amount of anger behind it, I think that a lot of what people are going to need is practical resources and stuff like that. And I think that having the groundwork laid for being able to move funds quickly to people who need to get out of an area that's fallen particularly bad, I think that's going to be really important. And it's not that I think that states need to be abandoned or anything like that. I think that's terrible, but I do recognize that it is impossible to be it is nearly impossible to be politically active as a trans person when you can't take care of your basic needs. So I always try to be listen, the way that America is right now, it's a patchwork as far as trans rights go. Some states are good and some aren't. If you need to get out of the state, don't hesitate to do that. You can always go back in the future once you're more set up. But if you need to get somewhere and get your hormones and get doctors who can help you, whatever, where you're not going to be afraid of medical discrimination or whatever, I always encourage that. And I think that we're going to see a lot of people pursuing that option. So one of the things I'm trying to do is set up a pipeline for finding finding and funding moving funds, life funds, surgical funds. I think that's something that could be done. I also, of course, I always encourage people, if you have family members or friends or extended members of your community who are struggling in that way, sometimes offering them a temporary place to stay or even a room to stay in long term can be a life changer. Because a lot of times what happens is a lot of trans people get stuck having to flee from a bad location, and then they can never get back on their feet again and end up homeless. Which is
I have actually been pretty interested in the housing part, especially. I can't really offer my own space, unfortunately, because of the people I live with.
That's fine.
But I know that, I understand the need for trans people to leave this state.
Yeah.
And at most the most that I think we can do in this state is maybe cultivate a few safe spaces, but ultimately there needs to be a rainbow underground railroad out of the state. I don't.
There does, yeah.
I don't.
Well, and I think
And
that's,
then,
yeah.
And then the other thing that I'm somewhat interested in is, and it's not something that I think gets a lot of attention, but since this is a big tourist state, that of all kinds, is organizing like tourism and service workers, because like particularly on the Disney side, is like you have a lot of artists and people who work at these attractions, these theme parks and such, and that would benefit greatly from organizing.
They would, yeah.
And then there's the hotel staff and such. And the hotel staff has a bit of problems because I don't know if you remember much of Mike from PA's weird attempt at canceling Bo of the Fifth Column.
I do remember that. Yeah, I do.
But
yeah.
he said one thing that is actually very interesting and important, and was the hotel's abuse of a visa program to bring in people on sort of cultural exchange. And then
skirting around the rules.
Yeah, because they don't, like, I don't remember if they don't have to be paid minimum wage, but they definitely don't have to, like, companies don't have to pay for their unemployment, which is...
Yeah, they don't have to give them there's all kinds of benefits they don't get. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Right.
The visa abuse in hospitality. My ex used to work at one of the hotels down. You familiar with the town Naples?
Yes,
on the West Coast.
I am.
Yeah. My ex used to work in one of the resorts there, and it was an issue she bumped into even just working there, like bumping into like, oh shit, there's a fuckload of visa fuckery going on, and it is not like, it is very, it puts people working on the visas in extremely bad positions where they can barely negotiate with their employers at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen plenty of that, and you have the extra in South Florida. There's the extra dimension of you have a lot of people who don't speak English.
Yeah,
they speak Spanish or Haitian Creole, and that adds a whole other issue. And on top of that, but you know, I don't. Again, it's one of those things where I know this is an area that should be worked on, but I don't know how to work on it. The idea of like organizing these workers, particularly in the hotels, but also because I think in some of the theme parks, at least, you have the issue like in a lot of other places where, okay, the dancers and the performers here are organized, but the janitorial staff is not, or they're contracted out, or what have you. But like I think that can be an area for, you know, agitation and betterment.
I can imagine. I mean, I can't imagine Disney being too far behind or I should say Disney employees being too far behind on the unionization push now that both Starbucks and Amazon have had big wins. I would not be surprised to see some labor agitation there.
It kind of depends, because the issue is that some of the people on the performing side probably have the leg up because of SAG and other sort of,
and the precedent that you know, the sort of entertainment side of things, at least for actors, has been a previously existing labor movement that has already had some wins.
Yeah, so there is that aspect. But so that's something that I'm so interested in, but I'm not really sure how to quite engage with that yet.
Yeah, I feel like that would probably be something where the first step would be to try and find out what sort of organization has already been done. Maybe maybe even like trying to connect with some like IWW organizers or other large scale like unions that may have already been attempting some things in the area. Some I don't know. Like, that's an area where I don't have that specialty, but that would be my first step. If I was trying to find out like what's been done and what's currently being done, I would try to hook up with some of the larger labor organizations and see like, okay, so what are you guys doing in this area? What have you done that didn't work, and what are you doing that does work, and then go from there. That would be my start. But
yeah.
But
yeah, I guess that's something that's also interesting me, because I don't, like, to be perfectly honest, there are a lot of socialists that don't really seem to care about service jobs, and
which is weird.
sort of like, okay, well, what do we do with all this, hypothetically speaking, what do we do with all of this like leisure stuff after the revolution or after we've seized it? I mean, I can understand. I mean, I can understand the idea of, okay, we just bulldoze the Magic Kingdom and just build public housing. That's fine. I understand. I understand that. I mean, I have.
We finally got Disney themed housing. You literally knock over the orb and then turn it into a house.
Sure, why not? But I don't know. It's just one of those things where I've, personally, I have a lot of nostalgia for that, and I imagine there would be people or even workers that want to keep doing that sort of thing just because they enjoy it.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I think that I personally am of the belief that a lot of like leisure things that people like to do and recreational things will become more abundant, not less abundant, simply because like right now, like there are fuckloads of people who want to create art, who want to create amazing things, and who would do these things. But you can't, because it's literally choked to death by the giant corporations. Like corporations, people forget that like corporations aren't bringing us gifts. They're controlling industries and winning marketing shares and then making sure that their competitors don't rise up. And their competitors are basically anyone smaller than them. That's just how it goes. And so like I'm under the belief that like I mean we might not see like literally Disney World. We might see a Disney World like things, or even like, I mean, obviously like pre-existing culture isn't going to go anywhere. But I just don't think it will take the form of such, or I should hope that it should over time not take the form of such centralized, aggressive, I would say obligatory and hegemonic forms of art. Disney stomps out other forms of art so that it can continue to live. There's fucking Disney shit that I love. I used to be super into lots of Disney stuff. When I was into film school, I was like, oh my god, there's so much cool shit that this company does. But yeah,
and there's also a lot of terrible shit that this company does, and I sure Disney, like, sort of the art, the ideas, various things of that will survive. But Disney World may not, and maybe it shouldn't, because it's this whole complex of just it takes up a huge amount of resources.
Yeah, well, and I mean, there's an interesting thing, which is I think that I at least like to believe that many complex projects will thrive and flourish. At least I certainly hope so, in any form of like post capitalist society. But I think also there's the possibility that they will just take different shapes, because one of the things, like, I mean, I don't like when I think about Disney, I think about how much is justified, how much is built and justified in order to cost save, in order to cut corners for the purposes of profit, in order to drive all of that money upwards. Like maybe Disney, maybe a park as big as Disney would actually be very possible, purely for the purpose of providing entertainment and joy, as opposed to a constant, never-ending, expanse of profit seeking. Maybe you would be able to have more employees that work less. Maybe you would be able to have better transportation, so that there isn't like 70 miles of parking lots surrounding the area, flattening the local environment. Maybe big parks are possible, and once we break them out of a like I should say not just big parks, but any sort of large leisure projects are very possible. I don't even think these things are half as expensive as they are when they function as a never-ending chain of whimsy generation. Like parks have been around for a while, and in some ways they are wasteful to resources, but so is everything is technically wasteful of resources. Like there's always an opportunity cost. If we find that like we want to have fun at parks, I guarantee we could do it in much more sustainable ways than we do right now, and probably organize it significantly more equitably as well.
Yeah, and it would be I think it would be organized differently, but I think, like, weirdly enough, you would also have a lot of people involved, because suddenly you may have a bunch of people who wouldn't necessarily be as invested in wanting to work at maintaining this. Suddenly they become interested in maintaining it because it's no longer like a place they go, all right, this is the entertainment place you go to, and I'm going to spend the vacation time here. But it's like, oh, well, no, I actually want to maintain the park, so let me go and speak to one of the syndicates or co-ops that helps maintain this place, and maybe I'll get involved in doing it,
or passion, like passion more for than like, oh well, this is the only way I'm going to be able to make money here is getting a job for Disney. Maybe, I mean, there are so many people out there who are just extremely passionate about entertainment and parks. Like, do you know how many people would fucking work at a park? If it wasn't like, if they had all their needs taken care of, their favorite thing to do would be to go fucking work on ideas at a theme park. I know. I mean, hell, like it's like this. Like if all my, I mean, most of my
I'm one
needs
of
are
those
taken,
people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do the same thing with streaming, right? Like obviously streaming's my job, but if I wasn't making money from this, and I just had my needs taken care of, I would still be fucking streaming because I love streaming, because I love what the fun that I get from the activity and the stuff that's made from it. So yeah, I think I'm hopeful for that type of a future.
Yeah, there is a positive side to that, because suddenly people would be invested more in the park as a vehicle of expression,
exactly,
a continuingly evolving piece of art, as opposed to the vacation that you consume every so often.
Exactly. And then forget about or whatever. Or you pay your fast pass,
or worse that you fetishize and make a part of your identity.
Oh God! I was gonna mention this earlier, but one of my former bosses was that type, the lifestyle Disney fan. It was really hard to deal with, like the sort of thing where it's like, oh, we go to Disney every year and we always do this and we buy this package and this thing and this is our whole thing. Our entire life is based around Disney and our kids are raised all on Disney stuff. And they had a Disney room. They had a Disney collectible room that was like, I mean, the best way I could describe it was as a shrine. So I can hear you groaning. So I know that I've described the type of person you've seen before. But that was my boss for a while.
Look, when you live in Florida, that's just a common feature of the landscape.
Oh, I can imagine. Oh, listen, I feel lucky now.
I mean, I don't know. Even I don't know. Maybe there's a similar thing in California. I don't know.
I'm sure there's.
But yeah, I know that I've at various points come dangerously close to that. Just as a factor of things, and
you avoided the Disney pipeline.
I don't know. I think I'm still in it at various.
Oh no! Oh no! At risk, an at-risk individual. Oh no! Disneyfication is beginning.
Listen. It's a constant presence. I can't avoid the radiation.
No.
Even I could look. Look, it's Disney is inescapable. It's everywhere.
Okay, it is.
You can't even escape it in anime because Sora's right there waiting for you to take you into the theme parks that are the digital theme parks that are Kingdom Hearts. So.
The Kingdom Hearts digital theme. Literally, though, I joke about this about fucking. I'm sure you've heard me talk about this, about those fucking baby Yodas everywhere. And talk about the inescapability of Disney when literally no matter where I go, no matter how far away from civilization I think I am, I pass by a gift shop and there's 150 baby Yodas on every goddamn corner. I'm like, I can't, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna start ripping the ears off the baby Yodas. Oh my God. Well,
listen,
oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah. No. Let's just be glad that they haven't quite conquered everything yet.
They haven't. There are still some of us who breathe free.
There are still some of you who breathe free. I do not, but let me just put it this way: if Nintendo weren't Nintendo, I'm sure Disney would have them already.
I'm sure. Yeah, which is also horrifying to think about. Which is that when does Disney become a serious player in buying video game companies? What was it? Microsoft.
How much
Blizzard,
does Sony cost these days? How much does Sony?
Sony's doing pretty damn good. They're doing pretty good these days. I don't know. Disney might not be able to afford it off the top. Might be too rich for their blood these days. Ooh, I don't know. We'll have to see. Well,
Square Enix may be cheaper.
Yeah, Square Enix definitely is. But I think Square Enix is aren't they currently owned by Sony already?
I don't think they are. I think they're still independent.
Oh, fuck. Well, we'll have to get a check from the gamers in chat. But I have got to start heading up and wrapping up the stream now. But
Right.
Saul Gracchus, it was fucking great to talk with you. This is a really good conversation. Thank you so much for calling in. Seriously.
Oh well, thank you very much. I don't really have anything to shout out. I just hang out in the Discord and watch the streams. So, if anyone wants to talk to me, I'm there. That's where you find me.
You can go find Saul, and you can talk about Disney and Florida politics or anything else. But seriously, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. You have a good night.
You too. Have a wonderful night. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Well, everyone, my lovely, lovely imps, I was not expecting us to do call-ins all day today, but these were great call-ins. Did we not have an absolutely incredible call-in day? And you got to hear my beautiful voice on the new microphone all day. Incredible. Listen, I have to go eat some food. Oh, shit. I forgot to finalize the order. Whoops. I forgot to finalize my food order. God damn it. I better do that real quick. Hold on. Fuck. I hope I didn't fuck everything up. Hold on a second. Mandarin. No. I want the passion fruit soda. Oh, hold on, everybody. Look, you get some bonus moments with me looking sleepy and looking at my food and going, what the fuck? Oh, wait, this place is open all night. So I guess I don't have to worry as much. Hold on. I'm trying to pick out my food from the taco place. We're getting food from a taco truck. What? You gonna judge me for padding out my stream time a little bit longer when I really just want to order my food before it gets too late? I got a quesadilla. Should I get something else? Ooh, I could get a torta. Ooh, I'm gonna get this. I got this. Asada. No, everything in there. Oh. Wait, that's expensive. Why is a cheesecake so fucking expensive? I want churros. I'm getting churros. All right. There we go. Placing the order now. By the way, much love to all of you. Thank you for all of the incredible support. today. Thank you for hanging out. We had approximately 200 viewers on a random call-in stream on Saturday. That is fucking amazing. Thank you all so much. I hope you like the sound of the new microphone. I certainly like it. And guess what? I'll be back to do more content very soon, probably Monday, most likely Monday. And we'll be talking about politics. If you enjoyed the show, please consider jumping onto my Discord, discord.gg/demonmama. Make sure that you like the stream. What the hell is this? Oh. Okay. Apparently you can't, my order is too big. Wow. I'll have to fix this. Anyway, much love to you. See you all very soon. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you press the like button. And much non-parasocial communal love to every single one of you. Thank you all for being here, for supporting me. And I'm greatly looking forward to more streams with my lovely imps. Mwah! Good night.